digging this track. It's so serious. Happy Saturday to you. Welcome to the stream. It is 6:04 p.m. on the East Coast. It is, of course, Saturday, November 8th. Zintax, thanks for being a 9-monther. Today we're streaming Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection with a K. Mimi Moonbeam, thanks for being a 52-monther. Favorite fatality? Ooh, wow. I guess, let's limit it to classic ones. So then my favorite fatality is Scorpion ripping off his mask and having a skull underneath and burning you by breathing fire on you. That's my favorite. Because I feel like it's cool that he hides this aspect of himself up until the last moment of your life. He would never show you his face unless you were immediately about to die. The friendships are nice. I think Johnny Cage has the best friendship. He gives you a signed photograph. Using your fight stick today? No, because I'm not taking this too serious. It would be really funny to plug that in, but no. I'm mostly here just as the title of the stream says. I'm mostly here for the docs. I'm here for the gaming history more than I am here to compete in a fighting game. I've chimed in on the top 10 skeletons, and I don't think Scorpion counts because he doesn't present himself as a skeleton. He hides his skeletonness, so I would not count Scorpion amongst the top 10 gaming skeletons. JFK, thanks for being a 27-monther. I'm so glad you're mostly here for the docs. Precisely why I would have bought this collection, and now I don't have to. Well, we'll see if we get through it. There might be a lot. Any chance to get a Fortnite Battle Pass review tonight? Maybe if you finish early, we'll see. None of it'll be a surprise to me because I already have played a few matches in Springfield. But yeah, maybe we could do that. We'll see. I'm sure Squarico would have been fine with answering, but I had a friend identify the figure just from the blurry image. That's so crazy. We used to give these away on GTTV, the TV show I worked on back in Spike. The sexy versions of non-sexy characters. So this is sexy Leatherface. That's some good ID, Rappy. That's so funny. Because, yeah, none of us could figure out, like, who even is that? No, it was sexy Leatherface. Got it. Yeah, we used to run contests. It would be like, if you want to win a sexy version of Superman, send us your greatest superhero pose. We would like run contests with Kotobukiya, and there'd be a Kotobukiya representative who would drop by the offices, right, and would like give us stuff. And so I don't see him. Have you ever seen my gold R2D2? That's from Kotobukiya. You're doing great so far. Stand by. This guy. This guy's a shelving mainstay. This is from Kotobukiya. Sexy R2D2, absolutely. Yeah. I gotta get him back on a shelf. It's got a really nice weight to him, too. BRB, thanks for being a 16-monther. Sweet 16, hell yeah. Sorry, I think I saw somebody in chat said they won one once. The only contest I won at GT was a code for Costume Quest. Hey, that's still something. That's not nothing. I didn't know Monster High does crossovers. I'm incredibly in support of this. I actually think this is cool as hell. You can just barely see that she's got her human skull beneath the Xenomorph dome. Yeah, I actually think that's really cool. You know how like a bunch of adults buy Transformers these days? You know what I mean? Like a lot of adults buy Power Rangers. You know what I mean? Like there's a certain like adult toy buying contingent. Same with Monster High. Monster High actually has like adults buying their stuff, which I think is cool. They found like another avenue of people who are like growing up and still wanting to buy those things. I think that's kind of neat. But yeah. This is cool as hell to me. And to be honest with you, it's just one of many very cool Godzilla / Digimon crossover figures I've seen. This is only the second coolest one I've seen, actually. Can I get an oh yeah? My friend made me a shepherd's pie? Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I think we'd all prefer a pizza, but alright. I work at a toy company, and over the last few years, it seems like at least half our business became aimed at adult collectors. I'm not surprised by that. That's really interesting, though. Because now you can just make cool stuff. You know what I mean? You don't have to worry, like, if it's, like family friendly or, you know what I mean? Like, just like, hey, let's just make some cool stuff. You don't have to worry as much about cost, I assume, too. I think a big part of toy design, at least how I imagine it, is making concessions to make it cheaper. Like, when you see a difference between, like, what a Transformer looks like on the box, and it's like, they didn't paint it that way. Mine's not painted that way. Generally, it's just because, like, bro, we just had to reduce costs somehow, you know? But I feel like when you're making shit for adults, it's actually like, let's just make this as expensive as possible. Yeah, I wish we had the other angle of this one. This was the one I was thinking about when I said this is only the second coolest crossover. The second half of this guy is Metal Greymon. And it's just like such a cool little guy. Manga color Super Saiyan Goku. No, I didn't realize that the manga had like different colors. It is a very different vibe, huh? Chat, you know how I feel about this though. Sometimes I think they give figures too much flexibility. I feel like he's got too many joints up at the top of his pecs, and it kind of like makes his body weird. They didn't have to make him that flexible. Can I get no? My phone's auto music detect system, Shazam, has been saying a song called Blood Theme has been playing for 3 hours and no music has been playing. No, that's a blessing from the ghosts. Here's a woo.
Woo!
You wonder which brings in more, Kotobukiya or Amiibo? I wonder the same. I think Amiibo's a good side gig for Nintendo, but you know, Kotobukiya's, they exist still. Yeah, I'm in for Pluribius. I'll resub to Apple Plus. I'll do it. I'm in. Have I seen the TMNT Godzilla toy line? I have not, no. YU, thanks for being a 26-monther. Can't wait for a cool and chaotic Kombat stream tonight, Kyle. What you won't pick up on if you're just watching this archived or if you can't read chat right now, there were a lot of unnecessary Ks in that sentence. I worked in toys and very true, paint passes often first thing to cut. Chat, I would love to spend a second life as a toy designer. Yeah, so here's the other side of that Godzilla. I think that's so cool looking, dude. And if it gets dusty on your shelf, it only improves this model, you know? This thing comes pre-dusty. I don't know. You all can pass your own judgments on this. It is what it is. It is what it is. You know what I mean? Like, it is true to what it is a true 50-50. That is Ninja Turtles cross Godzilla. And you might not like what comes out on the other end, but they're fulfilling the promise. I do like how thick they made Leonardo's thighs, dude. Like, if you're gonna have Godzilla legs, that's what they're gonna look like. That's so funny. And then where's Donatello? Is Donatello Mothra? Donatello was too smart to participate. Got it, guys. You know what, guys? I'm good. I'm going to step this one out. I'm all right. Do you think the rise of crossover games like Fortnite has diminished some of the hype behind more regular crossovers? Yes. However, I think that it also bangs the door wide open for crossovers to happen more regularly. But they're like, you know what I mean? Where there's a system in place. There's like a standard contract now. You know what I mean? Like, people have this stuff figured out. And with Fortnite, I have to presume that all of their contracts are infinite. Meaning, like, for as long as Fortnite is alive, you're going to have the Terminator in this game, and it will be able to do every dance we add to the game in perpetuity, you know? So I feel like, for sure, it does make some stuff less special, but I think it also, like, increases the regularity of it. OG Mendias, thanks for being a 6-monther. Had a very busy month. Glad to finally catch a Saturday stream again. Can I get an oh yeah for the short film I worked on winning the grand prize at our festival? Yeah, feel free to share it, though, if you want to. Don't be shy about it.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
But, yeah, if you're trying to protect your own identity, I understand that as well. Donatello's in the art. They were wise not to craft this. Jet Jaguar, Donatello. Actually, could be really cool. It actually could be really cool. I could see it working. And I don't feel like they did the multiple heads for Mikey. Let me go back and pull that one up. They did not. They chickened out. I'm presuming, again, chat, talking about how toy design is always compromises, right? Instead of the heads being hands, they are shoulder armor on Mikey. As he is King Ghidorah, a character with 3 heads. Speaking of these terrible monsters, we're gonna have, shit, maybe next weekend we play more, of that monster fighting game. The name escapes me at the moment, but there's gonna be new DLC for that soon. Gigabash? Yeah, Gigabash. Not Snoopy. No. That's a different monster fighting game. Yeah, Gigabash has some new DLC coming out. And they already had 2 characters come out that we have not gambled on, so we got a lot of gambling to do. Next weekend is Sakurai. So maybe Friday. Maybe Friday is Luminous plus some monster gambling. Yeah, that'd be fun. Speaking of Luminous, chat, I know Ben Hansen, his whole thing is he likes to, like, save guest appearances as surprises. But, it's looking like for my first Min-Max show, we'll have Mark McDonald on, of Enhance, of Luminous Arise, as a guest. And I'm just, like, super excited about it. Yeah, I'm so pumped. Gaming Jesus himself, yeah. Of 8-4 play, yeah. Spoilers, yeah, I know. It's just like, to me, it's like, hey, let's pump that up. Let's get excited about that. So here's the thing, I'm gonna have to do some Luminous research. Cause yeah, I don't know how to play it. I know that you build blocks and there's a line that comes by and the line is basically checking your homework. If you have any blocks if you have any squares by the time the line goes over it, you get points for all your squares. But, like, I don't really get it, truly. So I might have to do some Luminous research this weekend. Yeah, maybe I just play the demo. I was going to avoid it until we're playing the game itself, right? But, you know, if we got to do this whole podcast, might as well figure it out. Hosanto, thanks for being a 65-monther. Just joined, and first words I hear are, we got a lot of gambling to do. And if you saw yesterday's stream, you would be terrified to hear those words come out of my mouth again. No, that's crazy. All right. So chat did talk about this. Super Sentai, which is Power Rangers, ending after 50 years, is actually to circumvent the restrictive licensing deal they have with Hasbro. It's being renamed Ultra Heroes, according to early leaks. That's so funny. So basically, it will continue with the creative team, but it'll just have a different name so that Hasbro can eat dirt. That's funny. Speaking of EGM and 1UP, pretty sure Area 5 did the docs for Kombat Collection, aka some of the 1UP show and Grounded doc crew. Very, very cool. Oh, let's boot it up. Let's boot in. They are experimenting with the style. Yeah, I'm sure it actually might be kind of nice to refresh the lineage of the Super Sentai. To not have to be beholden to 50 years of history. But I do think that's a clever thing to do. You've been chosen to represent Earth in Mortal Kombat. Be warned, although your souls are protected, your lives are not. Hell yeah. Yeah, one thing I love, chat, I love fighting game rosters. I love fighting game lore. And I think that's something that Mortal Kombat really had from day one, is this alluring context to it. You know what I mean? Like the idea that like this is a tournament, I think actually plays into the intrigue of the game so much. I think the roster is so incredible, but like obviously like seeing like human sprites do violence to each other. You know what I'm saying? Like obviously like that's the initial appeal. The actual thing that like stops you in an arcade and you're like, oh my gosh, check this out. But like one thing I really admire about it is its lore, actually. Shumu, thanks for being a 22-monther. See highlighted message. Pro tip. After starting a game in Legacy Collection, hold the touchpad to open the in-game menu for save states and exiting the game. Copy that. You missed a bunch of subs. Okay, let me get those too. Let me catch those. Gotta catch them all. Tatris, thanks for being a 62-monther. This sub is dangerous. No. Russell Wilson's gone. That was last night. He's gone for another year. We're all clear. And then Shumu, and then I think I'm good. I think I caught everybody. Shumu, thanks for being a 22-monther. I think I caught everybody else. When I was a kid, I would change the tint on my TV so the ninjas looked like other colored ninjas. It drove my dad crazy. Honestly, your dad's right for that. Your dad was right. Your dad was right. Quit that. Personal history with Mortal Kombat. So I never owned a Mortal Kombat game. I played Mortal Kombat 1 on my friend's Sega Genesis. He got Reptile by accident one time. We couldn't figure out how to get him back. Mortal Kombat 3 I saw for the first time on a PC at my parents' friend's house. So weird. I mean, we'll get to it, but like Mortal Kombat 3 is a lot like Street Fighter 3 in that it ditched a lot of their traditional characters and tried to do something new. What's weird is like when you're a kid and you see something like that, you kind of like presume it is how it is should be. You presume that like, oh, if this makes me feel uncomfortable, that's on me. This just isn't for me, I guess. And that's how I felt about Mortal Kombat 3. Oh, this is just the direction the world is going in. Mortal Kombat 4, I thought looked dumb when it released. And at that time, I'm reading EGM. I don't think they spoke too highly of it. We did read some previews about it, I think, the last time we were looking at magazines. But any of the PS2 Mortal Kombats, I didn't touch. I thought the weapons were stupid, you know what I mean? It's like every character is 3 different weapons. Like, I just thought, like, during the PS2 era, Mortal Kombat was dumb AF. Mortal Kombat 9 brought me in. I freaking love Mortal Kombat 9. I loved its story mode. Again, because you know how much I love the story and legacy and lore of a fighting game. Mortal Kombat 9, I was all about it. It was basically about Raiden resetting the timeline, going back in time to like fix something and doing the worst possible job at doing it. However, in doing so, took the story back to a time when it was just about a tournament, which is so good. Like that's such a fun central conceit. Just keep this thing about a tournament, man. That's so fun. Love Mortal Kombat 9. And then 10 and 11 and 1 played mostly just for the story mode, but really like all those games. Yeah, Mortal Kombat 1 story probably the weakest of those 4 I just listed off actually. My favorite character, the Collector, was introduced in one game and then never will probably ever appear again. Really love that guy. He's like a 4-armed creep. 6. I think he's got 6 arms, and he's just got a weird stash of old, mysterious objects. Wampa Juice, thanks for being a 42-monther. How many arms is optimal? So I think he uses 2 to fight, but then he's got 2 in the back. Yeah, he's got 2 arms in the back that are basically like lifting his sack of strange objects. Did you ever spend time watching the title screen of MK1 so you could read the character backstories? No, but I have went to websites where you can find all of that stuff. Obviously there's sprite sheets out there, right? But there's one, it's like MK Library or something like that. There's a Mortal Kombat specific website that has every single pixel of every Mortal Kombat game archived for you to check out, which is really cool. All right, let us begin. I'm gonna go for big subtitles if possible. Not possible. Okay, let us begin. How would one find the timeline? Or do we just you just kind of... Documentary, there we go. It's all in the crypt. It's all in the crypt. All right. I like it a little more when the games are ingrained in the timeline itself, but we'll see how this works. Mortal Kombat is more than a fighting game. Oh my god, look at this poor guy. It's a full-blown phenomenon that changed the course of gaming history. Have you heard of this game, Mortal Kombat? From passion project to global sensation. Okay, yeah, this will set the stage.
Hey, have you heard of this game, Mortal Kombat?
What is Mortal Kombat?
It's like Street Fighter, but you can fucking kill people.
I don't know about volume.
The first game truly was like an expression of who we were at the time, the stuff that we consumed growing up as kids, and we just threw it all into the game.
You know, there was no template to how to make the games. There was no instructions, just winging it.
And I'd never done this before. I didn't know how to do it. We were just kind of making it up as we went along.
We were just a bunch of knuckleheads doing whatever we wanted, and we were happy.
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat!
Mortal Kombat.
Mortal Kombat! It is simultaneously exactly like and nothing like Street Fighter.
Kano.
Liu Kang.
Raiden. Johnny Cage.
Scorpion.
Sub-Zero.
Sonya.
Round 1. Fight!
You had to guess the moves and how to figure out the codes.
Remember having a cheat sheet.
Hit block
This
and
guest
mash the
list is
buttons, I don't know.
crazy.
Block, 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 high kick.
Fatality. Kano ripped out a heart.
held it up, blood dripping from it.
It's the first time I've seen blood in a video game.
Blood flying out of these people's heads.
My parents were very worried about the violence.
I don't want you guys playing this. This sounds bad.
Finish him.
The game narrator instructs the player to finish his opponent.
Oh my God, I didn't know that you could do that.
It was a mega hit, game after game after game.
It's amazing. I could have never imagined how big it has all become.
It was, is, and always will be a fighting game for everyone.
It's funny to think that it all started from like 4 guys in Chicago that just wanted to make a cool martial arts game.
And those people.
Okay, so like in the beginning, like Chad, at the beginning of a documentary, you kind of tried to legitimize what is important about your subject matter. If it's not a mystery, right? If you're not trying to intrigue the audience, you're trying to like let the audience in on the cultural significance of what you're about to talk about, just to bring you in. I'm like, never mind. Founded in Chicago in 1943, Williams Manufacturing Company created pinball and other amusement machines. Its Williams Electronics division helped usher in the golden age of arcade video games with titles like Defender in 1981. Sure, legit, with Joust and Robotron 2084 arriving the following year. Yeah, this is what's really cool, is like I feel like kind of like what's being implied there. What I saw is like a bunch of like goobers. We'll see if this is like proven incorrect as we go. Not like game design savants, right? But like just people who have an eye for like what would be cool. It would be cool if blank, right? And the reason they were given money is they were just working for this company that is making money. They're like indie designers. It looked like a room of indie designers who just have a ridiculous budget. Just like, think of like the costume design. That's the first thing I was looking at. I was like, dude, you know how expensive it is to like make costumes like that? But if you're working for Midway, you get that budget. Founded in Chicago in 1943, Williams Manufacturing Company created pinball and other amusement machines. Its Williams Electronics division helped usher in the golden age of arcade. Oh, same thing. Hell yeah. Ed?
My parents were both born in Dominican Republic, and they had they were both doctors. I'm one of 5 kids. My older brother and older sister were born in Dominican Republic, and I was the first one born in Chicago, in Rogers Park, Chicago. And my brother and sister followed, Mike Boone, who I've been working with for 20-something years now.
So we spent a lot of time playing computer games. We had the old consoles. We had a Bally Astrocade.
The Bally Astrocade was a video game system that had a cartridge that was basic programming.
And you know, you have the little plastic overlay you put over the keyboard, and you could type in basic programs.
Bro.
And we would write little games.
And that was my first exposure to what a computer program is, the idea of creating something digitally by yourself, moving a pixel on the screen and whatnot. It just kind of taps into your brain of, oh, I have control over this, and that's probably where I really got hooked on the idea of being able to control things on a TV. All of my friends already had jobs waiting for them getting out of school, and I didn't. I made one resume my entire life. I had one resume, and at the very bottom I had a little asterisk that said, strong interest in video games. I got a call from a headhunter saying, are you interested in working at Williams Electronics? And at the time, I knew exactly what Williams Electronics was. They were Defender, Stargate, Robotron, Joust, Sinistar, Moon Patrol. You know, there was 100 games that I had was aware of that they worked on. I knew the people.
Those were exciting days of meeting your idols. Oh, there's Eugene Jarvis, there's Sal DeVita, Mark Trammell, Warren Davis. You're working alongside people that created the games that you grew up with.
I went there thinking that I was interviewing for a programmer's job, a video game programmer's job. And they were like, no, this is for pinball. Are you still interested? And I said, yeah, absolutely. And there was a part of my brain behind me that was like, eventually I'd like to get into video games, but
just get your first job. Yeah.
Nonetheless. My first pinball machine was a game called Millionaire. That was kind of like how I got my foot in the door. I was just learning how to, turn on lamps and flash bulbs and do special effects and whatnot. Eugene Jarvis was working down the hall from me on a game called F-14 Tomcat.
Love
he
these
was
photos.
working on a pinball machine, and Eugene asked me if I could do, special effects for that game. It had some really cool light effects, and so everybody started asking me to do special effects for their games. I became the special effects guy.
I met Ed Boon the day he arrived at Williams. He was a really nice guy, young and naive, and smart as hell, and we had a great time working on Black Knight with Larry Tomorrow.
Oh, hell yeah. Black Knight's the one with the insane soundtrack, right?
Eugene had gone full-time into working on NARC. And again, this wasn't just a video game. This was a whole operating system and hardware. He eventually gave me a...
Say no to drugs! That is so funny, bro. The word narc with blood splattered all over it and bullet holes. Say no to drugs. There's so many conflicting messages here.
hardware system in my office while I was programming pinballs, and then on the side I would just be like making packets of dollar signs exploding that they were using in NARC when you would drop money and whatnot. And so I was just messing around with that and was really getting excited about the notion of working on video games. And at some point there was an understanding that when I was done with Black Knight, I would join the video game department to work on high impact football with Eugene in about 1990, I would guess.
High impact football. Wow, I loved that. And talking about like what makes this team special, right? Like getting the Area 5 team or whoever is doing the doc stuff for this, like just getting B-roll of that Bally machine is so valuable, right? That wasn't Ed Boon pulling out his personal machine and like loading up the operating system on it. You know, that was the documentary team. So I feel like that stuff can be so valuable to a project like this. One of Ed Boon's first pinball assignments was helping Eugene Jarvis. They're heroes, man. With the F-14 Tomcat game, which chat says is legit still today. Ed would later work on Space Station, Black Knight 2000, Taxi, and many other pins, as they call them. He also provided the voice of Rudy, the wisecracking ventriloquist dummy in 1990's Funhouse. I gotta see that. Should we all add the line strong interest in video games in our resumes just in case? Unfortunately, I don't think that's as unique as it was in 1986. You know what I mean? They're like desperate for people with an interest in video games at that point. Today, I don't know. It's only a detriment to your resume. To the surprise of many in the arcade industry, Bally Manufacturing decided to sell its game divisions in 1987. In July the following year, its longtime rival Williams officially acquired both the Bally Pinball and Midway video game divisions for $8 million US, creating Williams Bally Midway. Man, we're gonna have to talk about Bally, because like Bally still exists today as its own separate weird thing. After getting his MBA from Stanford, Defender designer Eugene Jarvis returned to Williams to head up its video game division. His first project, an anti-drug action game called Narc, leveraged Warren Davis's digitized video tech, isolating frames from low-quality VHS videotapes to create character sprites. Oh! Okay. All right. I guess that is an important step on our path to Mortal Kombat. Yeah. Yeah. Isolating frames from low-quality VHS videotapes to create character sprites. Got it. No one had the guts until now. Crazy. And then very clearly, like, that's not a human expression. So they're still having fun with the sprites even after they bring them in. But as you can see, like with his hair, right? That's quality. It's got a certain depth to it that doing pixel art by hand, you're probably not going to land on. Pretty cool. Hey, what do you mean 2 images? I see 1. Ah, there we go. There we go. There we go. How do I get rid of the thing? There we go. How cool, dude. The one video game that only Williams had the guts to make. No one else is willing to take a stance against drugs.
Ashes of the video crash were still smoking a little bit. The whole industry, both console and arcade and everything, we'd been rehashing the same simple, character-based games. And as far as character art, at this era, the Japanese were really dominating things. And they had
Still are.
Amazing artists, and we really didn't have that resource in the U.S.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was, how do we compete? I was like thinking, well, why does everything have to be some kind of fantasy or, men in tights or little cute characters running around the screen? Why can't we get Dirty Harry for the arcade? It's like, and by doing live action, we don't need all these animators. Technology was moving and digitization was starting to happen. So Narc was kind of born out of that.
We were envisioning what is the next step. The idea of doing digitized imagery. Well, one thing is it would require
Creative
more
Cure,
than 16
bro.
colors. The next step in our hardware design, we knew back in like 86,
Love these Chicago
maybe
accents.
87, was going to be 256 colors.
Pixel art is great, but Warren's tools made it possible for us to capture video and then edit that video in a way where we could select the frames very easily.
Oh my
Eugene wrote the operating system. I wrote the display system.
It was very early, and there was only a few boards that would do this, and they were very, touchy, and there was no tools, there was no Photoshop, there was no Maya. So Warren was really instrumental in creating that pipeline.
We couldn't grab real time off of a videotape, but we could videotape whatever we wanted and then still frame and grab individual frames. We've got the actual image, which is thousands of colors that an Amiga can generate, but then how do we turn that into 256? So I started exploring these algorithms
Oh, hell yeah.
to quantize or reduce colors from thousands to the best palette of 256 colors.
And there was always big problems with noise and getting washed out images, and the color was crappy, and
there's all sorts of tear and jitter and blur because VHS is terrible quality. But that's what we had at the start.
The development of the studio and the techniques that we utilized came from those guys. Folks like Warren Davis or Mark Lafredo. These are the guys working on the hardware and the software.
Cool they're showing these two guys next to each other this whole time, because I feel like with the initial reveal trailer for this, it was like, look who we got together. Look who we got to stand next to each other and be cool again. By the way, look at this lobby. I'm not covering too much, but like they actually have the helmet of Shao Kahn and all that there. That's so cool. Really, really cool. Oh, that's your house? It's nice you let them in. Yeah. Cabal here, Sector here. And it looks like Shao Kahn's knee pads. Pretty cool. Really, really cool.
That we worked on. It's like, if you think about me at the time, I was like, 20, 21 years old. And so I was literally just inheriting all this work that had been done before me. And I mean, I think we all like to
I mean, look at these guys. These guys are just like, wouldn't it be cool if you like fucking ripped his head off? Like, it's so funny to see these guys.
talk and fantasize about this garage development mentality.
They have no martial arts training. You know what I mean? They're just like, they've just seen movies that look cool.
And stuff, but really, there was there were tools and things that were happening behind the scenes that we benefited from.
Love this.
Using Jarvis with like his just kind of overall direction and
Oh, dude, the actual like sculpt of Motaro here, I believe that's actually him. Though I guess it probably fell apart over time, if that's the real one.
and focus. A guy named Todd Allen, who literally wrote a debugger. To this day, I'm just amazed at everything that he's done. And Warren, he made it possible. Like, if Warren didn't do what he did, I don't know if we would have been able to have done Mortal Kombat.
And yeah, and Warren was always around, so that whenever we wanted anything else, a request came up, we just went over his office and talked to him, and to be like, yeah, okay, give me a day, I'll have that for tomorrow. And it's like, tomorrow, okay, great.
Besides being an amazing programmer and creating Qbert and working alongside of him and just being like friends with this idol of yours, was just really overwhelming. He's one of my favorite people in the world.
That's a good photo.
I don't go around talking to people about what I did for Mortal Kombat. I don't talk about what I did in general. I have to say, there's a lot of people in my life, they didn't know about Qbert until they've known me for like 5 or more years. And then they would be like, wait a minute, you made Qbert? So I'm like, well, it never came up in conversation. I just don't, I don't dwell on it. Although I do have to say, I am very proud of my contribution to Mortal Kombat. A lot of people talk about digitized graphics, but it's like they just existed. It's like they just came out of nowhere. No, people don't think that they came from somebody or from somewhere.
That guy just like, you know what I mean? He just moved on and had a family and didn't feel like bragging about it anymore. I don't even tell people I worked on Mortal Kombat. All right. The digitizer, bro. Warren Davis, designer of the popular arcade game Qbert, joined the video team at Williams in 1986, same year as Ed Boon. He began digitizing video stills with an Amiga computer and turning them into video game sprites. So cool, dude. You almost worked with Warren Davis? He left just before you started your job. Oh, so he's still in the biz is what you're saying. That's cool. That tool-driven creativity is such an accurate description of what software allows. Yeah, really, really cool. It's really nice they're giving this guy full credit because it's too true. Without the video digitizing technology, I don't think MK1 exists. All right, a new character. Programmer Todd Allen joins the Williams video team in 1987, creating development tools for Williams artists and programmers. His custom software, including the Todd View debugger and Blimp background editor, became critical tools for every Williams and Midway dev team. Also essential. In addition to serving as a principal programmer in 1988's Narc, Todd worked on the rare 1991 arcade game Strike Force with John Vogel. Can't say I know it. Pit Fighter. This predates Mortal Kombat? It's Mortal... I mean, look at it, bro. Wow. This is the prototype. That's crazy. Atari's first arcade fighting game, Pit Fighter, would also use digitized sprites as the primary characters 2 years before Mortal Kombat was created. Midway's designers were aware of Atari's Brawler, but did not use it as a source. They found more inspiration in action movies. got it. But it is really interesting that as Midway is developing their own techniques for digitizing video, so is Atari. Like, people are figuring this shit out. No, I've never played it. And then this is the first game Ed Boon gets to work on after he leaves all of those pinball games they forced him to work on. The 4-player football game High Impact, designed by Eugene Jarvis. High Impact Football promised the energy and strategy of non-stop highlight film. Oh, okay. Digitized a ref, digitized cheerleader. Kind of digitized players. You can see, they definitely use them as a reference. Bro, this is NFL Blitz. Look at this. Chicago versus Team Africa is so fucked up. They just wanted Chicago to win one, bro. Wow. Okay, so what's really interesting about this is, to me, this is like the Midway style. If you told me this is NFL Blitz 1991, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense. Crazy to think this predates Mortal Kombat even. Huh. Tell me more.
I was born and raised in Chicago. I grew up on the city's near west side, which was, I was maybe a mile and a half away from the United Center. It was a fairly rough neighborhood. But from my earliest days, I started, drawing, probably started with a crayon or something, and found myself inspired by cartoons. Anything I saw on TV, I remember Popeye was a big thing that I watched a lot. Seeing Bruce Lee on the Batman television series was a big thing for me. I didn't know who he was, and this was when I discovered, oh, he's this thing called a martial artist. That was the birth of my Kung Fu consciousness. Whenever I watched a TV show that excited me or saw a movie that excited me, the first thing I did was draw a picture and try to retell those stories as comic books. For some reason, the most difficult thing for me was to find stuff to draw on. Paper was at a premium, so whenever I could get paper, I would draw on it. I would draw on the backs of things. I'd draw on magazines, whatever I had. Paper seemed to be expensive. Growing up in the city, graffiti art was a big thing that was happening at the time, especially in the early 80s. A lot of the time, we would do stuff, on the sneak. And then I think we discovered after a while, if you just knock on a door and ask, a lot of the times they'll let you paint a mural on the side of their business or whatever it was. And so we did a lot of murals in the mid-late 80s.
This
but
is
I
so
was a
cool.
huge comic book reader, both DC and Marvel, and found a lot of inspiration from the comic book artists.
Look at that Batman, bro.
So, of course, it was my dream to illustrate comic books, and eventually actually got a job doing it, and used that money to kind of pay my way through school. Most of the work I did was for a comic book called The Real Ghostbusters, based on the cartoon that was out at the time. I was still at the American
Couldn't get the
Academy of
rights.
Art,
Damn, I would
so was
love
still
to
in
see
college.
that.
I was still illustrating the Ghostbusters comic book when a friend of mine who I met at the American Academy of Art named John Vogel got a job at Williams Electronics doing pixel art for video games.
He had gotten a job at Now Comics, and he wanted me to help him with Real Ghostbusters. And I was like, sure. So he got me an interview at Now Comics. Then once I got my job at Williams Bally Midway, Mark Trammell now needs an artist. Who can we get to work with him? And I'm like, I know a guy that's doing the Ghostbusters comic book,
Yeah, good play.
And John called me up and said that they were looking for another artist. When I was hired at Williams, it was to work on Smash TV. And so I interviewed with Mark, I interviewed with Eugene Jarvis.
Amazing guy, amazing artist, working on Smash TV. He came up with this animation that the character, as he exploded, the eyeball came up.
By the way, sorry to interrupt. I just noticed this guy still works at Raw Thrills, who is still making arcade games today that you see in Dave & Buster's. I think that's so cool. Anyway, back to this.
Right facing you in the face, and basically he had to 3D rotate all this stuff. Like the man was a human 3D rendering system. The guy's a genius.
So Smash TV was a lot of fun to work on, a lot of hand-drawn pixel sprites, very small graphics in terms of the character art.
The
that I
game
was
does look
creating.
nice.
I know that in the back of my mind, I still wanted to do comic book art, But I fell in love with video games and the folks that I worked with at Williams, and I knew right away that, hey, this is the place for me.
I'm so bummed we couldn't see any of his comics. I guess this is from his portfolio, yeah? It came from Jay's garage. Dude, that's such a crazy 90s style. I guess late 80s here. Hell yeah. That's so cool. You're happy for this guy, you know? Ooh, this pops. This is nice. It's a sample of what his Ghostbusters comic looked like. It actually like really well implements the style of the cartoon. Yeah, that's really nice. John Tobias's first project was providing art and animations for Mark Turmell's twin-stick shooter Smash TV, in which players attempted to survive a satirically deadly game show, Running Man. Tobias's gratuitous sprites of body parts exploding toward the player fit right in Midway's extreme and extremely silly sense of humor. We're getting there. It's coming. Total Carnage I don't know about. So this is the follow-up to Smash TV that did not take off. Leave Candy Blitzer alone. Oh yeah, look, they're basically recreating the animations from Smash even. Huh. Uh-oh. Here we go. Arcade games changed for... Ooh, did I miss one here? Okay. The dot only you only fill in the dot if you look at every image. In 1991 with the release of Capcom Street Fighter II. While the most successful games to this point had been single player, the competitive action of fighting games had players pouring quarters into slots not to set high scores, but to brawl with each other. The genre quickly exploded. Holds up, dude. They're saying, like, here's the thing. There's, like, nobody in the U.S. who can draw sprites like this. They're like, no, Baron, we can't do it. We can, like, digitize a photo, but, like, we can't draw Ken.
North California Avenue went back to the 40s. That's where Harry Williams and Lynn Durant had started United Manufacturing.
I was always obviously a big fan of Midway, and I always knew it was on California, and I would drive by and it's like, oh, that's this magic place, and that's where these amazing games were made.
It was weird. It's very Chicago. It's gritty. The paint is from like, it's government green from 1947.
It was in the pinball factory.
So you walk into the front door and through the factory to get to our offices in the back.
I mean, within a space of, what, 20 feet? You go from silence to, like, cacophony.
It was like an assembly line.
There were just Terminator 2s, just hundreds of them in line being developed, and all the sounds going off, terminated, and, you know, like all the explosions going off. I was gobsmacked.
Miles and miles of wires and
a lot of fumes from the in-house plating facility, the stamping machines, the burning soldering irons.
Everything smacking into itself, just all these sounds. And
they actually had 50-ton metal presses stamping out pinball legs.
The factory still had dirt floor.
Throw things
No footage of the factory is a bummer, but I love how they're describing it.
on the floor because there's somebody who's going to come by and sweep it up.
So you have this catacomb,
at night when you're leaving and like the lights are down, and you know it's like, wow, this would be a great setting for a horror movie or something.
And being a programmer, a lot of times we worked at night. That's when the rats would come out. They would grow to the size of like a small cat. But I remember the vending
He's not
machines,
exaggerating.
You know, rats could jump up and get the product, so it'd have to be only the top 2 or 3 rows you could put a candy bar or something. And even then, sometimes you would buy something and it would just be a wrapper.
There used to be a cafeteria upstairs with a private chef.
And the food was delicious. They had it down. We never left the building, okay? We had half an hour to suck it up and get out and go back to work.
Then you'd make it to your office, and the offices were pretty Spartan. You know, they were rough.
The work on video games happened in what we called downstairs. Upstairs was all of engineering.
Everybody had an office, so it was almost like a dorm.
The first time I remember meeting Ed was when John Vogel and I had shared an office.
So I feel like I was involved with Smash TV and Total Carnage because I could see it being made. Ed Boon, I didn't know anything about him. I mean, he was a programmer in the pinball department at that.
Look at that swagger, bro. This is what the person who's about to own the franchise looks like.
And I had shared an office.
So I feel like I was involved with Smash TV and Total Carnage because I could see it being made. Ed Boon,
Look
I
at
didn't
that.
know anything about him. I mean, he was a programmer in the pinball department at that point.
Ed was coming down from the pinball department to work in the video game department.
To work on high-impact football with Eugene. Right next door to me, there was a double office, and it had John Tobias and John Vogel.
And there was a doorway between the 2 offices that was kind of kept closed. He cranked his music really loud, and I remember he poked his head in, and he said, hey, is that too loud? Is the music too loud? And we said, it's a little loud. So he went in and like lowered the music, and then he came back, he's like, is that too loud? So anyway, that's the first time I met Ed. And after that, I think Ed started hanging around with the group of us, and we all kind of became fast friends.
And I was mainly software. Those guys were mainly art. So, we had different perspectives and whatnot, just as any group of, guys in their 20s. A lot of conversations started up about movies and video games and wouldn't it be cool and
Wouldn't it be cool?
things like that.
You could hear conversations of all the different games going on. There was only like 2 or 3 games going on. And then we would all kind of like give each other ideas for stuff. It was a very collaborative environment.
The environment was beautiful. Good enough to make a video game. And
What game do you think they're working on there, bro?
Ideas for stuff. It was a very collaborative environment.
the environment was beautiful.
I'll give you a little more of what's going on up here. You know what I mean? It's like some sort of siege machine. Is Ed's brother a twin? Nah, he said he was the first one born in Chicago. Can I get a woo? One more day at HalCon and I'm done with my travel art conventions for the year. Yeah, absolutely. One more day. Woo! And good luck on the last day. It might not even be something that ever came out. Terminator chat, but look how old this thing is. Looks like some medieval siege machine. It's got like, under his chin, it's got like some bad guy peering out of a portal of a submarine, you know? Really weird.
Beautiful. You know what I mean? You know, good enough to make a video game and...
It didn't feel like a job.
All the magic that was happening there. Somehow the wall...
What I am thinking about as we watch this clip is like, they are young, fresh college graduates in their 20s. They're absolutely being taken advantage of here.
It's kind of absorbed all of that.
Why B-roll of I care for animals? What a crazy shot. Maybe that's their old office. Okay. No. If Mucho like starts having blurry vision, he's just gonna. I'm not gonna get him glasses. He's just gonna have to deal with it.
At that point, John was finishing Total Carnage.
Maybe I'll get
I
him
was
some
finishing
context.
Super High Impact.
When we
This
started
is
to
so
talk
crazy.
about
That's NFL
what would
Blitz,
become
bro.
Mortal Kombat. I think the initial conversation was about, hey, wouldn't it be cool to do a one-on-one fighting game?
John and I were talking about a game called Street Fighter, who had really big characters. The thing that stood out for us about Street Fighter was they had really big characters on the screen.
I think for me it was anything
Yes.
to get away from the little tiny character sprites that I had done in the last 2 games.
And we were saying, how cool would it be to have our digitized characters?
Street Fighter is kind of fantastical hand animation, beautiful stuff, but their vision was, let's take this photorealistic system we have now and have a photorealistic fighting game.
For me, it was the opportunity to take all this inspiration from all the Kung Fu films that I grew up watching and kind of throwing it into a game.
The conversation went towards Jean-Claude Van Damme. At some point, just fixated on the idea of doing a photorealist.
Bro, they have like the pitch document that they sent to Jean-Claude? This will not be Nintendo. This will be a dedicated arcade piece featuring totally digitized graphics from live video, totally digitized speech. This is such a crazy resource. He did say no.
Fighting game. And
Van Damme the video will not be a typical punch kick game. It will be the most realistic and interactive martial arts simulator ever produced.
And we put a...
Oh, we got some pics of the factory. Nice. There it is, dude. So they had this, and then like just the offices upstairs, I guess, bro. Crazy.
presentation together when we gave it to Roger Sharp.
We're thinking of Jean-Claude Van Damme. Let's see if he's interested.
The reason we made a video to pitch to Jean-Claude Van Damme was because another team at Midway had done the same thing with Terminator arcade game as well as Revolution X to Aerosmith. And so we decided just to...
Imagine Aerosmith receiving a VHS tape that is a pitch for an arcade game. They sit, they watch it, and then they give the thumbs up after the end of it. Same with Arnold. He watched the tape. He said, I'm convinced.
Go that route because they were having success with doing that. We found the movie Bloodsport, and we basically grabbed a number of frames of him just kind of getting into a fighting stance pose, and we put the power bars and we kind of mocked up what a generic fighting game screen. And again, just to give him the idea of what the game would look like, how he would be the star, and how realistic the graphics would be.
And I reached out.
Again, I think they can't show it because of rights. Because we don't have the rights to Bloodsport, I think they can't show what the mock-up looked like. I'm guessing.
It wasn't a no. Whether or not things didn't happen quickly enough, I don't think that it was ever like a door closed. John and Ed thought, Roger, just forget it. Because I think we just kind of left it.
So that was just kind of like the way that you would pitch an idea. But as far as to management, my recollection was that we never gave a formal presentation. Street Fighter was really big, and when we said we want to do a fighting game like this with our graphics, there wasn't much convincing that needed to be done. It was, yes, that obviously is a really cool idea.
I thought it was a fantastic idea, and I knew that I had to still finish Total Carnage, and I know Ed was still working on High Impact. But I think that was the beginning of the conversation.
Maybe our next game could be this fighting game.
Oh my god, I love this. Would be cool. Exactly. Chat, circle your monitor every time they say would be cool. This would be cool. 1998, they were pitching this. No, that wouldn't make sense. 1990. 1990. This guy's cool, dude. Look at this freaking office. Oh my god. It gives me anxiety. There's so many papers that will go unread in this office. But he gets the deals done, you know? Now you can tell this image is not even from the era we're talking about. It looks like after the movie of Mortal Kombat was made, almost. Roger Sharp.
The team on Mortal Kombat 1 was 4 of us.
My name is Ed Boone. I'm co-designer and programmer. My name's Dan Forden, and I do sounds and music. John Vogel, background special effects. John Tobias, and co-designer and lead artist.
There was other sort of support staff, but that had to do more with like the cabinet and the wiring.
A team being composed of, I think, 4, 5, 6 people was not uncommon.
You were in one of two categories: programmer,
artist,
or artist, and that was basically it. Everything felt like, being in a rock band or something. Just a very few number of guys. He's guitar, he's drum, he's doing. We all had our own jobs to do, and we'd fight with each other, and we'd hang out with each other and go see movies.
By the way, I think it's pretty cool how many of these people retained jobs at NetherRealm, even to today, or recently. It's pretty crazy.
Movies with each other and stuff, and
certainly when I started working on Smash TV, it was myself, Mark Turmel, and I think there was maybe one other programmer at the time, and then Eugene Jarvis eventually came on.
Partly it was just the simplicity of the games of that era. 8-bit, pixel art, that a lot of the animation was just done with graph paper. Say Defender, all the animations of that game could be done in a week.
A lot of people think that, somebody up high says you're going to make a fighting game and you're going to call it Mortal Kombat and it's going to look like this, and then we go, okay, and do it. That's not how it worked at all.
It's a bit of the Wild West. There wasn't rules. There wasn't any, well, this is how you make a video game. Everybody made it differently. And as long as cool new stuff was showing up on your screen every once in a while, management would, peek their head in. Oh, you got fatalities going. Good job. And then they'd leave and you just continue with it.
Sonya win. It was so pure, you didn't have to, have a committee meeting every time you wanted to add a feature. And
things were so loose back then, there wasn't really a workflow. It was like, hey, we need to get something done. Just do it.
It was just like, yeah, let's try this out, and see if it works.
And I think maybe a part of it was also that I wasn't conscious of might have been to keep costs down. I know what my salary was at the time.
No, it was.
I don't know what Ed's salary was, but I have to believe that the development of MK in terms of the cost of us had to have been, I don't know, not much.
Yeah.
And
they were taking advantage of these guys.
At the end of my first year working at Midway, I was doing my taxes. My dad was helping me do my taxes. When I started at Williams, I was making $19,000 a year. He knew the hours I was putting in, and we did the math, and I was making probably $2 an hour is what I was making working at Williams, and I didn't care. I loved the work so much.
Yeah, that's crazy.
I know it's not a popular topic, but the overnighters and the going out for breakfast, nobody told us to do that. Nobody said stay till midnight tonight. If anything,
he said, I know it's not a popular topic. Ed Boone has read your articles about crunch time, chat. He's read them. And you get this complicated part of these discussions of romanticizing it, right? So he's got to be I know this is wrong, but none of this shit gets done unless we're killing ourselves out there. This is so crazy. It's such a crazy thing to have to talk about.
they were, you guys are burning yourselves out, and you gotta take it easy or something. So
because of the schedule.
As a rock star is union busting today. Yeah, man. It's different when there's 5 of you. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, I guess the crazy kind of discussion, right, is it also kind of feels different in what they were just describing, in that they were not making this game for their bosses. just a bunch of dorks saying, wouldn't it be cool if, you know what I mean? It's just like, there are artists out there just like producing something from their own passion. They're getting a paycheck for it, but they would get that paycheck making they're making the game they want to make in a weird way. Even Nintendo Japan had a Super Metroid interview a few years back for the SNES Classic, where the devs were romanticizing sleeping in the office to finish the game. Yeah, and I think of like the times, where maybe a young Kyle was being taken advantage of in terms of work hours, and like they don't hit you as hard 20 years removed or whatever. I could see why they would romanticize it, but I understand, like, I think Ed Boon knows now he can't do that to his employees today. You know what I mean?
Because of how few people there were, and we were all playing multiple roles, wore multiple hats, that there was just too much work. And it wasn't like we were being made to do this. It was an art, it was a craft, and it was a labor of love. So
that's just what we're talking about, bro. That's just what we were saying. Yeah, that's
we were
funny.
So passionate that we spent, all of our waking hours and our sleeping hours in the studio.
Some people look back and they go, "Oh, that was abuse or something like that." It's like, no, we were guys in our 20s who were motivated to do something cool. You were working on Liu Kang's, flying kick, and it was feeling good, and you wanted to keep perfecting it, and it was my obsession. It was like being paid to do a hobby. If a band is up all night learning a song, they want to nail it, and it's the exact same thing. It's completely self-motivated.
Back then, it was nothing but fun. It was just, working there was just hilarious. The secret sauce was basically we were just a bunch of knuckleheads doing whatever we wanted, and we were happy.
Not weird, just pulling up a 2019 article talking about crunch at NetherRealm. Yeah. I feel like this was maybe... Okay, PC Gamer. I feel like this was maybe peak of the backlash to crunch time. ...2020 happened. Work from home blossomed. Companies overhired. And we spend 5 more years reducing studios. Kind of nuts, bro. This shit's fun. Oh, no way. This is Tobias. Yeah, this is John Tobias's thing. Holy fuck. Archetypes for characters. We've got Liu Kang, hero protagonist. Okay, nailed it. Michael Grimm's sidekick. I have no idea what became of Michael Grimm. Curtis Stryker, the skeptic. Not till MK3. Raiden, the mentor. Made it in. Kano, the trickster. Made it in. Ninja 1 and Ninja 2, Hunter and Hunted. I don't know if that's really how it played out, but those made it in. Gongoro, Threshold Guardian. Shang Lao, the shapeshifter antagonist. Yeah, basically, yes. Kitsune, the Herald. Okay. Didn't make it into MK1. Shang Lao, 500 years old, corrupts the Shaolin tournament after Gongoro becomes champion. Lao uses the souls of dead warriors to stay immortal and appease his gods. Shang Lao's gods want to invade our realm. They use the tournament to unbalance the Furies. When Earth's realm is in chaos, Shang Lao's gods can step through the dimensional gates. Shang Lao's island is the gateway. This is so cool. Tournaments are generational or every 100 years? Oh my god, look at this art. Ooh. To the world, he is a little-known warlord, ruler of an island fortress and host of legendary martial arts tournament. In reality, he is a demon of vast destructive powers. He was cursed by his gods and must drink the blood of true warriors in order to appease them. Unknown to most of the participants, the kumite is the means Shang Lao employs. By the way, we keep renaming the tournament as we go, which is cool. Employs to obtain the warriors he needs for his unholy ceremony. Shang Lao's army, along with a small but powerful army of thugs and henchmen, Shang Lao utilizes the services of Taoist sorcerers, their local monks, as well as various otherworld creatures. What's kind of cool is even at this stuff, even at this phase of early sketches, I feel like some of this gets implemented into like the stages of Mortal Kombat. No way, Lin Kuei! The actual identity of this warrior is unknown. However, based on the markings of his uniform, it is believed he belongs to the Lin Kuei, a legendary clan of Chinese ninja. Bro. I mean, look at Raiden's uniform right there. That's it, bro. The name Raiden is actually that of a deity known as the Thunder God. It is rumored he received a personal invitation by Shang Lao himself and took the form of a human to compete in the tournament. Hell yeah. Michael Grimm is absolutely Johnny Cage. You're right about that, chat. Trained throughout his life by great masters from around the world, Grimm uses his talents on the big screen. He is the current box office champ and star of such movies as Dragon's Fist, Dragon's Fist 2, and the award-winning Sudden Violence. Hell yeah. Kano! Cow at this point. Holy shit. Alright, I love seeing sketches because I like seeing the roots of characters, right? It is so crazy how one-to-one some of these are. It's like, yeah, I sketched this, and it's like, it's perfect, let's go with it. Mercenary, thug, extortionist, thief. Kao lives a life of crime and injustice. He is a devoted member of the Yakuza. A devoted member of the Yakuza? Alright, I guess he lost that aspect. What is the erased name? I see a ZA. So I think that I'm gonna guess it said Yakuza. And then it looks like KICH above Kao. Yeah, I'm gonna guess it was originally like his archetype was Yakuza. And then yeah, maybe KICH, hard to say what that says. Rokuro. I'm into this guy, bro. Belonged to... he kind of became Goro, it looks like. A race of demon warriors called Rokuro Kubi, demons of the dark. Reputed to be savage barbarians, Rokuro will use this misrepresentation against his opponents. He will use the tournament to restore the pride and respect of his race. Move cam. Yeah. I'll just shove myself in for these. Oh, that's the last one. Damn. Those were nice, bro. Incredible resource. Finding Liu Kang. Minamoto Yoshitsune. Character Liu Kang started off as Yoshitsune Minamoto, a master martial artist named after a real-life samurai warrior. The character later evolved into a Shaolin monk. Oh, more? Fuck yeah. Kitsune. Yeah, here we go. Shang Lao's princess daughter. Betrays Lao when she falls for Kang. Background not unplayable? We can't have a woman in this. Palette swap for 2 ninjas. Oh, eventually. Oh, no, okay. I think that is also planning for the ninjas. Curtis Stryker. A member of the U.S. Special Forces unit. Oh, Stryker is going to become Jax. Yeah. So they're just going to use the name Stryker later. His exact position in the military is unknown. It is known, however, that most of his martial arts studies were obtained from a ninjutsu grandmaster hired by the military to instruct a select group of its soldiers. Love that lore. That's so stupid and fun. You have been chosen to be instructed by a group of ninjutsu grandmasters. The art's really good too. Yeah. Oh, that's it for those. Okay, damn. Oh yeah, look, Sonya and Jax eventually. Yep. Different form of Striker would eventually appear in Mortal Kombat 3. Yep. Hell yeah. My God, I love shit like that. Woo.
My job on MK1 was basically to do backgrounds. Like John would do characters and I would do the backgrounds. Things were very simple back then, you know, like.
One more time.
No, we're skipping a few steps here, bro.
He would choose which frames he wanted to use and then cut the background away from the characters. And that was his job, you know.
Literally after we shot the footage, I think maybe that night or the next day, I started stripping frames right away.
Like, where did they get these actors? Maybe I'll wait. But like, casting is a whole element of this. Costume design, like we're saying, like, yeah, there's programmers and there's artists. And it's like, who fucking crafted this stuff, man?
We did a lot of playing around with lighting. We were just sort of discovering. I think we probably taped more than we needed just to make sure that we got enough coverage.
I remember after the Sonya's leg grab, having to say something along the lines of, you know, trust us, it's going to be really cool. The image was clear in my head. Sometimes we forget that it's not inside everybody's head.
Okay, that's good.
The shadows are ridiculous here. They need way more lights.
All you have to do is just land right there.
Can you do that, or is that
The beginning part.
She should do it from the stance.
Right.
We were trying to get a film-like quality.
Hold up. They're fucking bumping the camera, bro. I can't believe this shit actually came together.
We were trying to
look at it. You gotta like fuck.
A film-like quality, but we wanted to just amp it up a little bit. And once we realized,
it's like the one thing that can't move is the camera has to be locked in, bro. Oh my God.
Is that pumping up colors really attracted people to our games?
But it all worked. I mean, look, it worked. Yeah, I didn't realize how stark the shadows actually are in Mortal Kombat 1. It kind of works. See, like, look at it. Look at her chest right now, right? It's completely shadowed out, but it does kind of like give it this high contrast look to it.
A lot of the character design that I did for Mortal Kombat was based on the limitations of the hardware. So I knew that we had a limited color palette that we could work with. I knew that you know, the pixel resolution kind of restricted what we were capable of doing. So bold colors, simple shapes would distinguish one character from another would be important.
Yeah.
And I knew that a color palette that would distinguish one character from another was also important. And I was careful not to repeat those things.
You know, the thing about the ninjas was, you know, the nature of them. As you know, there were palette swaps of each other. It was all to save memory. You know, it was a very precious thing in our arcade games. And so Scorpion and Sub-Zero, they were the same character with different colors. You know, John wrote this amazing backstory behind them, making them enemies, and that added to the mystique of the characters.
Yeah, what is so crazy about their designs is those were not in the character sketches, and I do think they're like fairly iconic ninja designs, and I wonder if the idea was just giving them these big, broad textures, essentially, that could be recolored. Again, because they're talking about like what high contrast, what needs to stand out. I love this.
In one of the pages of my notebook, I had scribbled, okay, here are the characters and here are their archetypes. I knew that, well, we need a hero, we need a villain, we need a sidekick, we need all these things. I was a big Joseph Campbell fan. I had read his books and I was aware of the hero's journey and the character archetypes that he had sort of outlined. I thought, okay, well, if we could tell implicit story through character archetypes, the players might sort of almost subconsciously relate to the characters in a particular way.
There is so little Joseph Campbell present in the arcs of Mortal Kombat, but it's so cool to see like he actually cited that in particular. It's really, really interesting.
So that played a part in sort of the character choices we made. I don't recall exactly why we did some characters and not others. I know that we were limited with the number of characters we could do. A few of them I remember not using. One of them was a character called Minamoto Yoshitsune. It was based on a Japanese myth.
This man will never put any actual effort into learning how to pronounce Japanese names. At this point, it's just never going to happen. He'll learn the names, he'll like see it, and it's just like, okay, so that's Minamoto Yoshitsune. I got it.
Mythological character, and another one was called Rakuro, who was based on, I think, a Japanese mythological beasts. Those two characters didn't make it in. I think part of it was because the names became a big deal for us. It's like, you know, how does this name roll off the tongue? You know, if a name was too long, we knew it was going to be difficult to display on the health meters. It was usually silly things like that would play a part in some of the choices we made.
Most of the characters' names came from John Tobias. A couple of the characters, he didn't have a name written down for them. He had Ninja 1 and Ninja 2.
Yeah, the idea of like, we can't have Yoshitsune in a game because his name is too long. There's nothing we can do about it. Sorry, we have to cancel this character. It's so crazy how attached he got to the names themselves.
I was a little bit more of like a simple superhero mindset, so I started calling him Scorpion and Sub-Zero. Those simple names.
This is so cool. It does seem so much more Ed Boon to come up with those names for those guys. I bet this is the beginning of the rift. Why would you call my Chinese ninja Sub-Zero? Metascension, thanks for being a 34-monther. Johnny Cage would be crushed to learn he was initially conceived as an archetypal sidekick. It really would hurt him. Yeah, it would.
Were kind of like my influence, but the authentic cool names, Goro, Shang Tsung, Kano, Raiden, you know, that was John's deal.
That's so funny, bro. Yep.
For Mortal Kombat 1, there wasn't a lot.
Oh my God. Chad, that's what's crazy about this? That's the stage. This sketch is the stage, bro. Wow.
In the way of concept art that we did, conceptualization was just limited to just scribblings in a notepad.
I don't remember.
This one doesn't make it.
Many, if any.
Or it doesn't look like
drawings
that.
of
There is a throne
backgrounds,
room.
but there may have been some. I just remember kind of like I said, just winging it and doing whatever. Like John would say, I'd like a dungeon or something, and that became Goro's lair, you know.
Yeah.
I had already learned how to do the parallax scrolling stuff from Terminator 2, so that worked out well with doing parallax stuff for Mortal Kombat as well. I know there was one specific background that he wanted, and that was with statues, the statue.
It is so crazy to hear this guy saying like, yeah, I don't really know if he had any ideas. And we're seeing his fucking sketches and how extremely particular they are.
Background.
Yeah, I don't know. He kind of just said like, give me a dungeon. And it's like, no, that's a one-to-one sketch of what the stage looked like.
Just make something look cool. That was basically the rule. I went to Chinatown, and just to get references and stuff, there would be, you know, an interesting vase, and I would video that vase, and then I use that, and that's Shang Tsung's one of Shang Tsung's thrones is
very
like
cool.
The vase, you know.
Oh, that's awesome, dude. That's really cool.
There's the dragon that was sitting on Ken Fedesna's desk. I just said, hey, can I video that? And he's like, cool. So I grabbed it off his desk, took it to my office, and grabbed it. That's like in one of the backgrounds, and there's two of them, you know.
Yeah.
And then there's the pagoda in Chinatown that I videoed that and used that as, you know, the courtyard, I guess we call it. I think, you know, Shang Tsung is also another chair, and it's that big roof thing. That's from Chicago. That's from Chinatown. So sometimes it meant opening a book and going, oh, that's a cool Chinese thing. You know, get the camera, take video of it.
That's a cool Chinese thing. It's a small team, chat.
And use that. There are things from books in Mortal Kombat 1. You know, I just went out and grabbed stuff. What looks cool? Kind of a guerrilla artsy sort of way. It wasn't really planned all that much back then.
That is so wild. That's how the sausage was made. Sorry, yeah, I was checking. I was making sure, like, maybe John Vogel is the one who made these sketches, but no, it looks like these are John Tobias sketches for sure. That is so cool to see, man. Wow. John Tobias is like primarily a comic book artist, right? But I think he's really well visualizing the depth of what is possible in a 2D fighting game at a really early phase. This stuff's actually really impressive to me. Like, he's studying Street Fighter is what I think is happening here. P9, thanks for being a 41-monther. Chicago's Chinatown is pretty chill, though. I mean, how cool is it? Again, really impressed by the documentary team here, that they went and found the things in particular he's talking about. I think that's so cool. Yeah, man, I love this. Very few erases and corrections, you know what I mean? Is that religious? Yeah. Kang is strong in his beliefs. It is really nice handwriting, too. That's a comic artist handwriting for sure. So cool, dude. So unnecessary. So unnecessary. Like, I wish we could compare and contrast with the Street Fighter 2 design documents. I don't think they gave a shit this much about lore. Obviously, there's a lot of character design art, right? But, like, the idea of, like, naming a character before you even have their design locked in is, like, so crazy today. You wouldn't do that. Grand prize, immortality, but yeah, right. But it is a good way to get all the strongest warriors to come to your tournament. Oh, hell yeah, look at this. So cool. I think the eventual attract mode does have something like this. Yeah, I love this Goro art, dude. There it is, you got it. No tail. Street Fighter Collection has a museum, though not as in-depth. Yeah, we get to see a lot of that stuff. They do share a lot. But yeah, what's crazy is, like, they'll give you, like, their move sets. I feel like when Capcom was initially envisioning fighting game characters, they think of move sets first. Sometimes even before their actual designs. Look at his fucking beach muscle builder pose there. With the one knee out. That's so funny, Goro. All right. And he just like leans way back too. His chin is behind his butt. Hell yeah, man. This is funny. I bet John Tobias was so disappointed. Like, here's what he drew, right? And then there's just like, yeah, I made it. It's like, oh, okay. Okay. No, it's good. It's good. It's good. But, like, in-game, it looks so cool. Yeah, he's like, no tail? All right. Yeah, here's the thing. Stuff like this is falling apart today. You can't make this stuff last forever. So, like, look at, like, this bottom arm there. Just getting ripped off. It's just a reality of life, chat. But he's got, like, a Battletoad back. Wow, this sculpt is actually super nice. Oh, he's got his undies off here. There they are. Naked Goro, bro. They're like, do you want to see what Goro looks like naked? It's like, all right. Chat, I don't think I can look at Goro and not think of the Evo cosplay contest from last year. Yeah, Shabella's on the same page. There was a Goro cosplayer who, like, they were like on stilts or something, and when they walked up the ramp, their legs bent in backwards. They're not their human legs, but Goro's legs bent in backwards as they fell over. That was crazy. Yeah, I guess that, yeah, that was August. That was this year, yeah. Yeah, that was crazy. Look how flexible this thing is. It actually has a ton of joints if you can bend the fingers individually. That's actually really impressive. Two stop-motion Goro maquettes were created in case a spare was needed. In 2013, artist John Vogel photographed the Goro models for posterity, noting where the foam was starting to deteriorate with age. Good call, John Vogel. One of the two Goro maquettes remains on display in the lobby of NetherRealm Studios. I'm sure they have to keep it up.
One of the really cool things about Mortal Kombat and about some of the really great games, if you have a really great winning concept, often, you know, they got that game running in like a month. A lot of modern games,
bro,
it seems like they spend all their time in this graphical wilderness trying to get everything looking so cool, and then they've got like 3 weeks left to figure out what the game is.
We had a very fast iteration. I would get art from John, you know, we put it in, and an hour later, we were playing it.
Raiden wins.
The first time you play it, you just go, this is incredible. You knew you were on the right course.
Ed was like just eager to have people in and give him feedback on stuff.
A lot of times it was just, you know, someone, you'd have someone in your office to look at something and they go, hey, what about this? And then, you know, maybe that's a good idea.
Ideas could come and be turned into reality in the same day.
Yeah,
basically.
in fact, I remember we would record a little bit of footage.
Okay, one more time.
That's good. And it wasn't until Ed actually got the frames and could get them in the game, not until that point would we know that we were making the right choices.
When we were making this game, Street
Good
Fighter
use of
2
screen
was
shake, though, right?
I was a huge admirer of that game.
Yeah.
At the same time, I felt like there was a little bit more ceiling room in terms of how outrageous you can get with the moves. We wanted characters using magic, disappearing, teleporting, doing all these kind of unpredictable things. And a lot of the moves were constructed from kind of almost like scraps. Kano's ball was from his flipping animation. Scorpion's teleport was from his jump punch animation.
You know, Scorpion throwing a spear and pulling somebody in, that, you know.
It was something that I remember I thought of that was just an outrageous move that wasn't seen in any other fighting game.
Iconic, bro.
The wind up and throw is usually like 5 frames maybe. Like if you went like
yeah, something like that.
It was one of those.
I just love this shit. He goes maybe like, whoa. They're just playing around. These are adults who are just playing around, dude. Also, I like the bun. Should have kept the bun.
Spur of the moment, inspirational ideas that ended up becoming like very signature, very iconic to Mortal Kombat.
The way he was implementing them was so interesting because he uses the frames of animation, and he was, as a programmer, would move them around to do things. Like he would define like how things animated across the screen.
When we did the Liu Kang flying kick, you got to stop him once he makes contact, and it'll make the impact feel like it's a lot more intense and more forceful.
Yeah, man, he's right. He's right. He's explaining what Sakurai would have come to explain 20 years later, you know?
Iterating again and again how important it is that we get the timing of all these things correct.
Other than, you know, how John would define what the actual frames of animation were, Ed defined how things moved around.
There's little nuances that are put into the game that a lot of players don't identify, but they just know that it feels good, and they're they're not sure why.
I think that was the hard.
The idea of them getting this fucking running in 1 month is so crazy to me. I guess, you know what I mean? They just have this like this backbone and infrastructure there at Midway of like, we've just made a lot of games at this point. So like, obviously it's an entirely different kind of game, but we know how to take a player's inputs and make it into like this satisfying like action. I guess, man, this is so crazy. I feel like we're skipping hours and hours of where the documentary could have gone, you know? This is nuts to me.
Lesson to learn back in the day of, hey, I want this animation to be really smooth and I want it to be like 100 frames. And it's like, no, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good. And it has to feel good.
Yep. Good call.
Like, it's got to have impact. Impact and drama, you know, that's what people are going to respond to.
Get over here, you know, the uppercut was such a big, ridiculous reaction.
Yeah.
Getting the animation of the character launching them into the air, putting the blood on it, being knocked down, and
they shake the screen.
And the sound call that Dan Forden did.
It's like, no, we need like a really big sound for a hit. It's like, okay, so I made like a really big sound for a hit.
Yep.
The scream of the attacker. The victim, you know, yelling as he flies away. Put all that stuff together. It's like, boom. It's like, oh my God.
I remember we were just walking around just doing uppercuts again and again and going, you know, God, that feels so good. That feels so good.
Hell yeah.
That's how people knew when something was cool in any game. People were gonna be like, holy smokes. And now you know you have something. And then, so that, and then the fatality.
Like, fatalities were the big thing that made us a hit.
Uh-oh. Stepping into fatalities now. I have watched this stuff on YouTube, I feel like, many times.
One more time.
Sorry. Without a comment. I just need to let this clip play, you know?
You know what would be a cool ass movie? One more time. Alright, that's cool. Do ninjas ever have any sort of... That was cool, Dan. What was that?
Stuck into the other guy and drag him across the Didn't you say?
These are such insane dorks.
We're always usually like 5 frames maybe. Like if you went like
yeah.
Do ninjas have ropes? You know what would be cool? Do ninjas have ropes?
Maybe something more like you do like this, because you know what I'll do? I'll like trail the rope.
Right. Can you make where you throw it the plane? Like I want the thing to hit the guy in the chest, you know? Because we have a bunch of frames from big now, and we use that as a drag. So when you stop, your arm is parallel with your chest as opposed to way down here.
Okay. So try to do it chest level.
This poor actor. It's like, what the fuck am I doing?
A little bit more of a wind up. Then that would be alright, because I could do like a little thing in the rope.
And then in animation, they have to lower that hand a little bit.
Oh, you know what?
There you go. No, you got it. You got it.
Yeah, okay. So, do the throw, and then we need some kind of throw back.
Hold your hands together and do that.
Okay. Yeah.
When try to wind up with a little more like right now you're kind of just going.
This actor is losing his mind right now. Good, 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 good. You're getting it. That actor went home and said, "Babe, I had a tough day." These fucking guys. This is wild. You can see way too much of his nose there, huh? This is weird.
We had 2 stance frames for him. Okay. One for the old guy. I mean, it'll cost us 7 frames, but it'll just make him seem okay.
It'll cost us 7 frames, he said.
It'll be kind of similar because they're both going to go into the same punch.
Right. Right.
But different enough that they're fighting each other.
We'll do that one stance you just did, and we need one slightly different. Because what we're going to do is we're going to take the yellow.
The fucking blink. Okay, that one stance you did and one slightly like just the way this guy blinks is like, oh, all right.
And what we're going to have 2 different stances. One is going to have one, the other is going to have another. But we're going to use all the same punches. All right, so let's do the first stance.
This guy just whistling Indiana Jones? That makes sense to me. Original Sub-Zero Scorpion is Daniel Pesina, also Johnny Cage.
Try doing this sound like this.
And then also Raiden?
A little slower, yeah. Okay. That's good. I should be able to get some of that. And then let's do the second one.
Nah, that's not it. That's not it. Not it. Nope. Getting there. No. Colder. Warmer. He's so frustrated. You look at his body language, bro.
More like this. Right. Okay, that's good. Yeah, keep it open. Keep it open. You want to move one?
Yeah.
Try
a little more body movement.
That's crazy. That's so fun. This shit's so fun. This is what I wanted to buy this whole game for, man. That's so fun. Yeah, they've shown this clip several times. Yeah, so this is Pesina as well here. That's fun, bro. Okay. I almost feel like this is more like a list of the moves they need to capture more than like an idea for like how the gameplay is going to work out. It's basically every character needs one of these animations, I think is what they're working out here. Clean lines though, you're right about that, chat. Sketch out a possible control layout using 7 buttons. Eventually they go to 5, right? This idea was only entertained for a few days. Removing 2 attacks resulted in final 5-button layout, of course. Yep. A block button is still crazy, though.
Raiden wins.
Street Fighter had this feature which I loved and hated at the same time. You can get your opponent dizzy. I loved the fact when I was the aggressor and saw my opponent dizzy, you're almost like salivating at this free hit that you get. And then
I love this shit because I don't think that's a takeaway for a lot of Street Fighter players, you know?
I hated the idea of being the victim. I put the dizzy feature at the end of the fight. You just get like one last hit. And everybody would do an uppercut as your kind of like payoff.
Yeah, of course.
We had a feature that we had dropped in the game where Shang Tsung, when he would defeat you, he would take a sword out and he would like cut your head off. And we weren't going to use it because we were out of space, but we still had the animations of all the characters falling to their knees without a head. One day I just kind of piecemealed the idea of Johnny Cage uppercutting the opponent with this uppercut animation and then using the animations of the character with his head, you know, cut off.
Johnny Cage wins.
Wow, the audio is really good, even in Mortal Kombat 1.
John, I showed it to the rest of the team, and everybody lost their mind, and we have to do this. The fact that we gave the players the ability to actually perform this kind of death blow, this kind of killing move, was really the birth of that idea. Some people were kind of like saying, I don't think we can get away with, you know, letting the player kill the other player. So we showed it to management, and they loved it.
I was surprised that we could include the level of you know, blood spattering around that we did. But of course, you know, when I was working on Mortal Kombat, I had just come from Smash TV and Total Carnage. And so, you know, the levels of blood spattering around the screen wasn't new to me.
From that point on, it was, okay, now we got to think of fatalities for all the characters. Some of the later characters, we actually grabbed animations of them, you know, Kano ripping the heart out, Sonya doing the kiss of death and all that.
So this is in the middle of them capturing animations. So some of the characters they have to retrofit fatalities into. That's so interesting. It was not part of the original design documents.
The spine rip was a suggestion from John Tobias, referencing the movie Predator. And he said, why don't we do what they did in Predator when you put it
It's just like, wouldn't it be cool?
It's just like, oh, it was just like, oh my God.
And I remember saying, you know, I think that's probably crossing the line. We can't do it. Again, once we mocked it up, put it into the game, you know, there was no turning back. Everybody was just losing their mind.
And if anything, I felt like there was a bit of encouragement coming from other folks, you know, around the office, just because of the excitement that it drew from the players.
Everybody had to see this. No one had ever seen somebody removing someone's spinal cord. It's interesting. It made it so much more emotional. It just like, you're just like, yeah, you know, it's almost like that barbaric, primal emotion, like, yeah, you know, like,
fuck yeah.
We never performance captured a fatality for Liu Kang. But there were some animations that we had not used. One of them was this really cool cartwheel kick.
Whoa. Ed says, oh my God. This is so fun. Wow. Just really impressed. Really, really impressed. Do a sweet kick, and then he does. They're like, oh my God.
Yeah, let's grab that again, even if we don't use it. Right, we'll use it someplace.
We were both like, wow, we'll find a place for that. When it came time to do Liu Kang's fatality, we just spliced on the uppercut animation at the end of it, and it wasn't disgusting, it wasn't gross, it wasn't shocking.
Liu Kang wins.
And we just kind of reasoned with ourselves to say, well, Liu Kang's the hero.
Yeah,
He's a
yeah, of
Shaolin monk,
course.
He's peaceful. Heroes don't kill people, so he just gave him a big uppercut.
That's cool.
The process of adding fatalities into the game created so much energy in the whole studio in terms of their excitement for the game that we knew there was no backing out of it at that point.
But why did they
Again,
make
you're
it so
in a very small
secret?
screen environment. You really have to exaggerate things. You have to make it just outrageous.
Yeah, that's the good one right there, chat.
Scorpion.
So
Oh,
mysterious.
the Holy Grail. It's like hitting the lottery. You know, it was something that we knew was going to be a signature part of Mortal Kombat.
I always judge a great game by how loud players get when they play. You yell at your friends and laugh, and the volume level is a measure of a good game for me.
And like I said,
Oh,
it
that's
was
good
just
capture.
fun,
That's
it
good
was happy,
B-roll.
and that may be the secret sauce.
Again, when you see people playing the game and they're losing their minds and they're reacting
makes it
to
worth
it,
it, yeah.
there's your fuel.
Yeah.
There's your fuel for the next, for the next year to do it. So.
Hell yeah.
Who put the K in Kombat?
I did. I put the K in Kombat. I didn't come up with a name, but the K. This is my story. This is my memory, anyway.
I came up with mortal and the K instead of a C.
Saying, yeah, you know what's gonna happen? We're gonna come up with all the names. We're all gonna like them, and Ed's gonna hate every one of them. Why? That's kind of overused. Where? Everywhere.
This is really good shit.
I've heard that so many times.
Yeah, every time you watch War Game.
Ed's probably right behind me, isn't he? Like, oh, no, you didn't.
I think there's different stories going on. This is my recollection. It's been 30 years. We had a bunch of words written on a grease board.
We didn't have a name, so there was a bunch of
Again, I have no idea
possibilities,
what
and one
that
of them
game
was
is.
Mortal Kombat.
Combat was written, I don't know if it had a K at the time, but Steve Ritchie, he said the words, what about Mortal Kombat?
They had combat on their whiteboard, but they were all a lot younger than me, and I'm not sure.
I'm guessing this right here is from the doc team.
They were all a lot younger board.
Right? I don't think they have any actual documentation of that whiteboard with Mortal Kombat with a C written on it. No way, right? Yeah. I think it's just a nice visual from the doc team.
Combat on their whiteboard. But they were all a lot younger than me, and I'm not sure they ever heard of the phrase, they fought in Mortal Kombat, meaning somebody's gonna die. It is what this game is about. It's Mortal Kombat.
And when he said that, from my perspective, it was like, whoa, there's the name right there. But I don't remember. Do you remember where the K came from?
Yeah, so what I remember was that. And then I think we went to legal with that name, Mortal Kombat with a C, and they came back and said no, because they couldn't trademark it, because it was, I guess, a common term. I remember it was John Vogel,
right,
who wrote the K.
Yeah, yeah.
And in fact, he might have done that before that conversation with the legal department.
As a joke, I was in the room with Ed, and as a joke, I changed the C to a K, and we were like laughing about it. Ha, ha, ha.
Oh, look at that. They got footage of that moment right there.
And then, so I said, all right, and I was putting it back
That
to
proves
a
it.
C, and he goes, no, leave it, just leave the K. And so that's my memory as how it happened.
No, it was me, because the C was like, I don't know, just look cooler with the K. That's my thoughts.
And then I think we went back to legal and said, what about if it has a K? And then they went away, and then they came back and said, yes, you can. If you put a K on it, we can trademark it.
Actually, John Vogel's involvement does ring a bell for me.
I don't think I was enamored with the K. I thought it was goofy. And then when
you thought that was goofy,
the realization hit that, well, if we change it with a K, we can use Mortal Kombat. It's like, oh, damn it. We're going to give it. I think Vogel was right.
Yeah.
So whether you hate me or love me for it, now C's are now K's.
Cool shirt, Vogel. Of course, yeah. Are these the reference photos? Yeah, man, that's crazy. That looks so high def. Now hold on a minute. How are they on the bottom of the pit? I didn't know you could get down here. Dude, look at this 90s humor. Midway presents Rabid Death Bunny. Kid tested, mother approved. That's so cool. That's where you fought Reptile. Oh, got it. It's break time already? Sheesh, we didn't finish MK1 yet. Give me 2 more docks. Give me this, and then we'll take break time.
This is the sound area. This is where they make all the sounds for the games.
I am an audio director here at NetherRealm. The sound guy, you know, like, gotta get the voices in.
Dan shows you cool stuff every couple of days. He just comes in and you go, great, this is awesome.
And he's a lot like Ed, where I just have this confidence that, you know, he's going to go away and come back with something spectacular.
That's the Johnny Cage Nut Crunch, I believe.
Watch him fight his smirk here.
That's the Johnny Cage Nut Crunch, I believe. Didn't someone make a candy bar, Johnny Cage Nut Crunch bar?
Again, we didn't know what we were doing, so it's just okay. Okay, it's a fighting game. A lot of yelling.
That's
a lot
funny,
of pain.
bro.
You know, I don't think we had enough memory to record. Okay, this is Scorpion's voice. This is Sub-Zero. So we just, like the men, we just mixed and matched. I think Sonya was the only female in the first one, so we had obviously a female voice for that, and that was hers. But the rest of them, I think, would just be shared. We just get the talent, which was just people around the studio. It's not like we were hiring people to come in and do this.
We recorded me as the announcer, as Shang Tsung. You know, Liu Kang wins. Finish him.
Liu Kang wins.
This is so fun, bro.
You know, fatality. All of those kind of classic sound calls was me, because we didn't have somebody with a better voice.
Now, this is crazy. I know he does Get Over Here, right? But no, like he really put such like a strange energy into the announcer voice. I did not think that was Ed Boon. That's so interesting.
Later on, we found Steve Ritchie, who had a much better voice in terms of like an announcer.
Baraka wins. Flawless victory.
Yeah, that's nice.
Fatality.
I did a terrible Bruce Lee impersonation for Liu Kang. I think I did a yell for Kano.
Kano wins.
But I was also the voice of Scorpion, you know, yelling, "Get over here."
Get over here. Excellent. Come here.
I had worked with Dan Forden.
I think he's like a good voice actor.
I remember there was another sound guy who thought that was the stupidest thing in the world. And it kind of was, you know. Why would a ninja, you know, yell, "Get over here"? That's such like an American kind of thing.
And Ed Boon says, "Who gives a shit?"
Wins.
The idea was, again, the outrageous presentation. We really wanted to have, you know, just yelling and loudness in general into the game.
Yeah, he's right.
From something that became with such silly roots and beginnings, you can't imagine Scorpion not having the "Get Over Here."
Ed would get me, this is back in the days of VHS, right? He would get me a playthrough of the background that I'd be working on. These are the instruments that I have, and look at the background, trying to think of like, well, what makes sense musically for this.
You try to imagine the action of playing the game and what the music's gonna do to like get you revved up.
Ever since, I don't know, the 70s, early 70s.
This guy's cool.
Always liked progressive rock a lot. So a friend of mine turned me on to King Crimson in high school, and that's been like a love of mine ever since. And so there's no doubt that there's a lot of King Crimson influence in the Mortal Kombat music that I wrote over the years. You know, like the very first tune, it's a melody in a diminished scale, harmonized at the fifth. So that sounds like a lot of King Crimson stuff. I think they pretty much liked everything I did. I don't remember doing over too many things. Now and then there would be like, maybe you should try this instead of that, and some sort of corrective feedback. But for the most part, it's just we were just kind of making it up as we went along.
Hell yeah. All right, Uno Mas, we'll take a break. The first public test. Yeah, these are Area 5 guys right here.
Testing a game was always one of the most fun parts of the job.
In the earliest days of Mortal Kombat development, the only place you could play the game was in Ed's office. I would play the game every day. Ed would call me in to try something out, but other people, would walk by Ed's office and see what he was working on and come in and play the game. And it was very valuable feedback, because that feedback was coming from guys like Eugene and Mark Trammell and George Petro and a lot of the other developers in the office at the time. Eventually,
okay, it's so crazy. Like we'll get to the later chapters, right? I feel like from this point forward, once this game releases, they're the hot shots. So they're like, we got these these hot shots coming into our office and like telling us how we can improve and stuff, and then like this game launches, and then they're gonna be the biggest thing Midway has for the rest of Midway's life. It's kind of crazy.
we would put a game out in the hallway for anybody to play. And so we'd get pinball designers would come down and play the game. There were folks who worked in the factory would come back and they would play the game. And so we'd watch folks kind of play the game, and we'd take notes on sort of what their reactions were. And then eventually that would lead to our first weekend test.
Testing the game.
Bro, look at this footage. That's so crazy. Damn, that's special, bro. Sometimes just recording everything is so special. Fishtails. And X-Men, bro. Like, can you imagine this era? That's so crazy.
Was such a critical.
Hey, they got Kombat with a K too. Oh, and Knights of the Round there on the bottom.
Part of determining what's working and what doesn't work.
Being on test is like one of the best parts, one of the most exciting parts of doing an arcade game.
Our first location test was a weekend test that we did, and that was done at an arcade called Times Square. It was a Friday night, so it was packed. The arcade was packed. And there was a crowd around the Street Fighter game. Street Fighter 2 was out at the time. And
yeah.
I just thought, there's no way these guys are coming over to play our game.
It was like this big event. The whole video game department would go, no matter whose game it was.
You'd roll a blank black cabinet into an arcade and just turn it on.
How cool, man.
When we brought the first Mortal Kombat game out on test, there were 6 characters. We didn't have Sonya yet. A whole bunch of things just weren't working. And it was all about just kind of the fundamentals, the feel of it, the reaction to the visual, the reaction to blood.
That rush, that reverie, or the destruction and devastation if something doesn't work out, like, it's like, oh, we got to fix that, and it hurts, it feels bad.
I remember watching the first player, who was one of the guys from the crowd, walking over and looking at the attract mode and then dropping a token in and playing the game. And then I remember he walked over, tapped, fell on the shoulder, called him over, and then the other guy came over, and then they played the game.
That's so
and
sweet.
Then slowly people migrated over.
Bro,
Whenever you
see
would
this.
see a secret move come out, I remember the first time they saw Raiden do the dive move, you'd hear an audible, cheering or gasp. How did you do that? Easily the most enjoyable part for me was seeing and hearing reactions from players.
And at some point, Ed, I think, went in and he did a fatality.
He said, watch this.
Kind of a thing, and then he walked away. Now it's a big frenzy to figure out, like, how do you do that? How do you do that? And that's how people found out about the fatalities. Assuming my memory is correct, but I believe that's how it happened.
We would never perform fatalities in front of people because then someone's going to see you do it, right? Like we wanted to launch the game and have people discover it naturally and organically.
Do you trust him?
Testing the first Mortal Kombat, there was a certain amount of anonymity, I guess you can say. Like we could be in an arcade watching with a crowd of other people and be close enough in age to them that we just kind of blend in.
Yeah.
What is this new game? And then you would get a candid response. Once you tell them that you worked on the game, then you know they're not going to say anything negative about it.
Across the street from Times Square was a pizza place. And so we would go across the street, get some pizza, and we would discuss, you know, everything that we saw, what was cool, what was not cool, or, you know, what should we change? You know, hey, that was cool. And it was so much fun.
Seeing that first game on test was so reaffirming that we had something big. I saw players get so excited they just had to run. They just had to run around like in circles.
By the end of that night, we had a pack of players around our game, hooting and hollering and just having a great time.
Players that we saw first see the game on a Friday, we saw them the entire weekend.
And I think at that point I thought, okay, we're gonna be okay.
Great B-roll for we're gonna be okay. That's funny. Okay, all right. We'll take a quick break. When we get back, we gotta launch MK1. I'm loving this so far, man. This whole package is so nice. The documents that they have, you know what I mean? And also like just the video production team. There they had maybe, you know, like 40 seconds of actual footage from the actual arcade test, right? So then they inject their own B-roll of something they captured like last year, right? And I think that makes it work, yeah. You know, extreme close-ups of somebody putting a quarter up. Just really good shots. It's nice. Yeah. The team that put the crockumentary together needs to take notes. Paid actors. If they were paid, they truly are playing the game at least. Fishtails is a pinball game. Got it. It got, like, you know, top billing, dude. I wouldn't say top billing, but like right under Street Fighter. Fishtails. All right. All right, chat. We'll take a quick break. Stretch it out. And then, yeah, let us continue. Let us proceed. I think at this point, we're not going to even have time to dip into any of these games. We might be looking at multiple nights of Mortal Kombat. I'm having such a good time with this stuff that I don't want to rush through it at all. So, we'll see. We'll see how this goes. But, not, you know what I mean? I'm not stressed about it. I'd like, just having a good time going moment to moment, you know? All right, see you all on the other side. We're back. Welcome back to the stream. Okay, so we're really talking about special moves here because obviously the most iconic Mortal Kombat move, as stated, is the uppercut. Hold down, press punch, you do a cool uppercut that knocks your opponent up in the air. The screen shakes. You get impact on the punch and them hitting the floor, you know? But I think you gotta give it to the spear if we're talking special moves. Johnny Cage split punch is a great pick, but so particular. It was very funny to me and my friends, quite obviously. The flying kick, the bicycle kick is what we would call it, is really important. Ice freeze is huge, but you know, it's kind of just an ice fireball. The move itself isn't why it's iconic, but the reaction to the move. So yeah, I'll give it to spear. Yeah, that's the get over here move for sure, yeah. Turned into some weird snake in the movie. I don't know why. They made it like alive. They made it organic in the movie. If you're just joining us, we're watching through the docu-series included with the Mortal Kombat Legacy Collection. And we haven't even launched Mortal Kombat 1 yet. As you can see on the screen, they just had their first public test, but the game only has 6 characters at this point. It's not ready to go yet. But the test went well. If this level of detail continues MK2, it's a buy. Yeah, you can kind of tell some of the stuff is from later on in the series. You know what I mean? Some of the B-roll they're getting of behind the scenes. It's like, okay, well, that was actually from MK2 or 3. But so maybe they won't go as in depth in every game, but so far it's been really nice. Will I be taking on all comers online? Probably not even. No, we're not going to be playing any online matches of Mortal Kombat tonight. I'll be lucky to play any bit of any of those games. The one I really want to see the most is the PS1 Secret Agent game starring Sonya and Jax. And yeah, I think they have yet to patch out the seemingly significant input delay. And April location test was a work in progress, yep. The team added Sonya, reworking Stryker's background as a special forces officer. Soldier.
Let's try that one you were talking about. Where she...
Could you like, well, you probably need the mat. You just do the handstand and then you go over. Yeah. All you have to do is just land right there.
Okay, can you do that or is that...
That's great.
That's crazy, bro.
Is that enough for you?
Yeah, let's try it one more time and just step up a little bit just in case I need anything before, just in case.
So like, it's just such a weird gig. If you're an actor, I guess you're used to getting weird gigs, but this is such a particular weird gig, and they don't have anything to point to say this is what this is what it will be like. Again, after this point, after Mortal Kombat 1 is a huge hit, they'll be able to like, this is it. We're doing this. Everything you're doing in this room becomes this. But it's so crazy how much they have to explain here.
Start a little bit further up.
Can you start on the mat?
Okay, now once from the middle, act like you're just getting into it. You even have to. This is so we can do the beginning part.
And I really want to talk to the costume designer.
Get like in your stance and just act like you're...
I'm so mad this person is not a part of this collection.
Step up. Okay, that's good.
Shit like this is not easy to produce.
Yeah, that's gonna be a good move. You'll be impressed when you see what we turn that into.
I mean, look at her laugh. She has no idea what they're going to turn it into. Beb, I had such a weird day today.
This was our first game that we were doing kind of as the leaders of the games. You know, Mark
Yeah.
Trammell was the kind of leader of the Smash TV team, and Eugene was kind of the leader of the High Impact team, along with John Newcomer. And so this was kind of like our first solo project.
I think they have complementary skill sets.
We're symbiotic in a way. Certainly in the first few games, it was just like we just knew what the other person was looking for. And I don't know that we ever, I mean, if we had an argument, it certainly wasn't about the work that we were doing. We just seemed to know what the other person was looking for.
They worked well because they trusted each other's talents enough to say, okay, yeah, you know what you're talking about. Ed took care of all the programming. John took care of all the art.
They just had the...
It's so funny. So obviously, like, they're shooting this probably after, like, MK2, right? They're shooting this as, like, behind the scenes of, like, Mortal Kombat's already huge. And he's like, look at my drawings. And this only became more impressive after time. All right, hold on. We got some Sonya drama. Sonya was played by fitness instructor Elizabeth Malecki in the first game, but she and several other actors from the digitized Mortal Kombat games later filed an unsuccessful lawsuit against Midway over unpaid royalties from the home versions of the game and the unauthorized use of their likenesses. She was consequently replaced by Carrie Haskins for Mortal Kombat 3.
This unsaid...
Figure out those contracts.
Hey, you know it'd be fun? Yeah, that's awesome. Let's do it.
Working with Ed, one of his great strengths were just his focus, I think, and his ability to just grind and get things done. Ed, who was the sole programmer to create that game, in hindsight, was incredible.
For one programmer to do all those games is pretty amazing. And
his door is always open.
What was that shot?
Pretty amazing.
Why do they got this angle for Tony, bro?
And
his door is always open. He wants to hear new ideas. He's dangerously funny, where it just busts me up at least once a day.
He would just crack us up all the time, just his jokes, and he made it easy to work the long hours.
John is a really good storyteller. John has a history in as a comic book artist. So I think that probably contributed to his ability to tell a compact story. The only story we had was a little paragraph that would play underneath the character doing a kata. But that was enough to really intrigue players.
You really gave a shit about it because of the backstory,
Mhm.
because about the whole mythology that John Tobias had created. You know, maybe
Eugene
not
Jarvis
enough
gets it, bro.
WWF or something, almost like Star Wars in martial arts.
The first game truly was like an expression of just who we were at the time. You know, we were in our early 20s. The stuff that we consumed growing up as
Right.
kids.
There is no scroll. I was like, do they have the scroll in the beginning? No, they have this cool image of Goro, bro. So sweet.
And we just threw it all into the game. There was nobody telling us what to do, how to do it.
I think it was a great partnership, and I think, you know, what can you say? Success beyond belief.
We'll get there. We'll get there. No success beyond belief yet. The cutting room floor. During development, animations or character moves might be removed for design, flow, or memory reasons. For instance, trimming the wind-up moves for several attacks sped up gameplay. These reanimated frames of cut content offer a look at what might have been. Fun. What a resource! It's so weird because when he explained that they like cut this, the head cut, it sounded like it was for memory, but then they just like added in so many more frames of animation for everybody's fatality that I don't actually understand why this was cut. No, we'll skip the Kirby Air Ride playtest, but we'll be doing Kirby weekend next weekend. We'll be playing some Kirby next weekend. Oh, I like this. Damn, that's so nice. Brutal, you gotta make cuts. You gotta make cuts. Yeah, this animation sucks. Now that's a good cut. And you like look at the shadows, like when he finally does the kick, it's so stinky. Yeah. That's a good cut. That's a good cut. A health bar with Grim was used during testing. That's so fun. You know what? Kind of a weak animation, though. A little forced. Ooh, now that's nice. Do not recall it being implemented into the game. I love this cut content, man. This is some crazy shit. They were cut both to save on memory and to speed up the moves. Yeah, you don't want too many wind-up frames. I kind of like that one, though. That's so crazy, bro. What are you doing? Yeah. No, that's just silly, dude. He claps. He goes, huh? Clap. There we go. No. Good cuts. Good cuts. Oh, dude. Memory limitations prevented the tournament's guards from turning their heads and shifting their pikes between hands. That would have been so sweet. The monks who applaud politely at the end of a match also raise their arms for a cheer, huh? Yeah, that's a cool idea. What's funny is they're just mirroring it, right? They just flip them for when he's handing them over. The unseen font. While Mortal Kombat's signature red font was used, only seen in-game for a few words like finish him, John Vogel actually drew every character in the font. Here, for the first time, the entire character set. Update your sprite sheets, chat. That's huge. This is actually enormous, man. That's so sweet. Good job, John Vogel. That shit's not easy. Where's the 0? Just use an O. No, you can't. Oh yeah, that stinks. I don't know. No zeros necessary. The big sales pitch. I'm getting excited, dude.
Fighting games have proven themselves to be strong collectors suitable for a wide range of locations. They embody the most attractive elements of the arcade experience, characters endowed with mythic powers.
I don't know if you're wearing headphones, chat. It is so weird this guy's voice is just in your left ear.
Full player control, secret moves, and the kind of unbridled, head-to-head competition that compels repeat buy-in. Now from Midway comes Mortal Kombat. It captures the most popular elements
These guys all have Chicago accents. It's so funny.
of the fighting game and adds more control, more powerful characters, more depth, more secret moves, and advanced digitized graphics, delivering the most realistic fighting action available. Begin Mortal Kombat by choosing one of 7 characters, each boasting an arsenal of unique talents. There's Johnny Cage, the brash Hollywood movie star. Kano, thief
So sick.
and mercenary. Raiden, the mythical thunder god. Liu Kang, the fighting Shaolin monk.
Shaolin.
Scorpion, a ninja warrior bent on revenge. Sub-Zero, the ultimate assassin. And Sonya, U.S. Special Forces soldier. Each player has 5 basic moves corresponding to the 5 action buttons. High punch. High kick. Low punch. Low kick. and a block. In
This
addition
is
to these
crazy.
moves, players will continue to discover new joystick button combinations. Each new technique provides another competitive edge. For example, moving the joystick away from your opponent while pressing the low kick button will result in this sweep kick.
This is crazy.
Moving the joystick straight down will put the player in a crouch. By then releasing the joystick and pressing low punch, you'll administer a devastating uppercut.
Yeah.
Johnny Cage wins.
Secret moves play a big part in the success of any fighting game. Collections soar
Any
as
fighting
players
game.
strive to develop a character's full fighting potential. Mortal Kombat has several times more secret moves than the nearest competitor. The button joystick combinations required to execute.
Hold on. Mortal Kombat has, are subtitles on? They are on. Several times more secret moves than the nearest competitor is so crazy. I don't think so, though. I feel like every character has 2 or 3 specials, but they're secret. Oh, okay. So because they're not listed on the arcade cabinet, they can count them all as secret moves. Okay.
These moves are different for each character, as are the moves themselves. And each character's arsenal of secret moves offers unique tactical advantages. If you learn one of Sonya's secret moves, you'll be able to perform this devastating scissor throw.
Devastating.
Raiden's secret weapon lets you fire lightning bolts at your opponents.
Raiden wins.
Victory is achieved by winning 2 out of 3 rounds. Players losing a match will have to buy in to continue.
This is so cool, dude.
Liu Kang wins.
Finally, winning 3 matches against paired adversaries will put you in the ring opposite Goro, a 4-armed, unstoppable titan, half human, half dragon. Should Goro be subdued, you'll engage the most deceptive and powerful opponent of all, Shang Tsung, the bloodthirsty emperor capable of instantly becoming any fighter he chooses. Conquer Shang Tsung, and you will have joined unfrequented ranks, those who have battled all adversaries, yet survived.
Yeah, they're not talking about test your might. So cool.
Every 5 matches during both 1- and 2-player games, you'll have a chance to test your strength and win bonus points by smashing progressively harder objects. Two-player mode allows true head-to-head combat. Players must rely on their fighting abilities, as well as a knowledge of their character's strengths, as they are matched against an opponent with different, but equally lethal, abilities. Each player selects a character and the match begins.
The Santa sleigh is so
Losing the
cool.
best of 3 match will have the option of buying in to continue. The winning player will continue to play as long as he maintains a string of victories. Loser pays, winner stays. From
Ooh.
a technical standpoint, operators will find even more to like. Mortal Kombat employs Midway's exclusive diagnostic package and a sensitive yet durable 8-way microswitch joystick.
Sensitive but durable.
In addition,
Bro, look at all this. Yeah, I'm trying to tell if this is Ed Boon or if that's just how they all talk. It's not clear to me. I think it might actually be Ed Boon narrating this.
operators will want to be aware of a dip switch setting we've included, allowing them to temper the game.
No low blows. What even would that mean? When you're on the ground, maybe?
To fit the requirements of a location.
Yeah, violence off is so funny.
By simply flipping a switch on the CPU board, you're able to remove any depictions of blood that would otherwise appear in the game.
I gotta see this game with no violence.
Another dip switch will disable the most graphic secret moves.
Oh,
In this
okay.
way,
There it
operators
is.
can be sure they're matching the game to the disposition of their clientele.
The disposition of their clientele. In Chuck E. Cheese's, you turn fatalities off.
Mortal Kombat is quite simply the most complete video fighting game available. It boasts the industry's most realistic graphics, digitized images of real martial arts experts, heroic characters more powerful than those found on any other fighting game, secret moves to learn and master, and fierce battles against titanic adversaries. All of these elements combine to make this game powerfully unique. The world's most advanced interactive fighting experience.
Chat, the Chicago accent is combat. Mortal Kombat. It's not like a true distinct over the top accent. It's just a really funny way of saying combat. Combat. Close to hot zone, but a little different, yeah. I would say it's almost like BYAT. Okay. Now, what I find really interesting about this press release, and this happens over and over in Mortal Kombat history. We all know who the protagonist of Mortal Kombat is, right? Yet, look who's number one. 7 of the finest combatants in the world have gathered to do battle, led by martial arts master Johnny Cage? Mm-hmm. They like that name first. Easy name to say, right? Easy name to write and pronounce, I guess. .0, so cool, dude. It's a nice looking title screen. It really is. That holds up. I thought chat was just joking. No low blows removes one move. The one where Johnny Cage does a split and punches you right in the crotch. That's crazy. They thought maybe arcades would want to turn that move off. And you're right, he is big on the cabinet. So at some point, somebody in the marketing team said this is the star of the show. So at some point, marketing's looking over the whole roster and they say, him. That's your guy. Now I remember this ad. This is so cool. It's cool because they probably pulled them back in to do this shoot. Obviously, because the cabinet's finished. 90s kids dressed like this, chat. We used to have cool shorts, man. Did I hit both of those? No. Major coinage. Everything's like slightly sketchy because they are like, you know, casino machines, you know what I mean? Like it all is just designed to like get as much revenue for you as possible. You want your players to fail and continue more than you want them to have a good time. Oh, that's fun. This is signed.
Fighting games of that era kind of all had this level of secrecy to them.
Host of the Jeff Gerstmann
Mortal
Show.
Kombat, I think, took that to a very extreme level.
You had to guess like the moves and how to figure out the codes.
I think Street Fighter did something like that, right? They didn't document any of the moves, so we took that same.
They did, bro. I swear, if the camera pans down, it shows you how to do their moves, does it not? Maybe that's a later arcade cabinets?
Approach.
I think not having a move list, there was so much to explore and you had no idea.
This is the Galloping Ghost guy?
Not having a move list.
Cool. I'm wearing my Galloping Ghost shirt today, actually. So a lot of the B-roll they're getting is from this really cool arcade they have in Chicago still.
There was so much.
One of those arcades where, like, this one's kept up super well. You walk in and you pay for time there. You can basically say, I'm going to be here all day. And they're like, okay, go nuts. You know, here's what that costs. Here's a receipt. So fun. And they have like a lot of really old cabinets that they just keep in really nice condition. It's like, if you're in Chicago, I do recommend it.
To explore and you had no idea of what you were still missing. It was another thing. It built up so much mystique to the game.
But then we kind of.
What game collection would get you to do this commentary? Meaning, what classic game series would I be expert on? Final Sword. Yeah. If they get me for the Final Sword documentary, I'm in.
Extended it, right, with the fatalities and whatnots. Especially at the end with the character Dizzy, there was a certain amount of, you know, what are you going to do? You would see them trying to trigger something else. They knew that there was something secret in there.
The announcer's like, finish him! And you go up and go, boom. And you're like, damn it! I screwed up the fatality. It's like the worst feeling in the world.
And, you know, everyone was playing as Kano because in the early days before people, you know, knew what most of the moves were, Kano's moves were just, I don't know, move the joystick in a circle real fast and he'll turn into a ball and do it, or hit block and mash the buttons, I don't know.
First character I played was Kano, and I found the ball attack and the knife throw, and within the first day I found the fatality too.
Kano wins.
I was finding stuff right away.
Kano stinks. Kano, for some reason, has never been a cool character.
You showing me what the button combinations were, and then you have to.
I don't know how to
stand
make
this
Kano
far
work.
Away from the other character, and I remember thinking to myself, "There's no way anybody's gonna figure this out. We're never gonna. No one's ever gonna do this." And literally, like the first weekend, they figured it out right away. Yeah.
You know, the fatalities and special moves and things like those were things
Movie
that you kind
Kano
of had
works,
to trade
yeah.
around.
Because you'd hear people chattering.
This is such good B-roll.
there's
I can't believe they
move, there's
captured
this
stuff
move.
like this.
And not having the internet
Genius.
at the time to go to, it made it very social.
If you knew something that wasn't, you know, widespread knowledge, you could take that down to the arcade and pull it out on somebody and really blow some mind.
So a lot of hand watching. Where did you stand? The most premium spots are literally right behind it, like right between two people, or on the corners, because those are the only spots where you were able to see the screen and people's hands at the same time.
There was so much in there, and it really requires a fan base to come together and share, to work together to play them and solve them and uncover the secrets and all that stuff.
I was always obsessed with those kinds of things. I was a big fan of Street Fighter, and there was this rumor that was not true that there was a character in there called Sheng Long. And I remember when we had started this game thinking, you know, we have to have a real secret character. And so there was
Ed
a
Boon
Sunday,
just gets it, bro.
And Scorpion was yellow, Sub-Zero was blue, and I went into the art program and tinted him green, made up these...
He came in on a Sunday and made Reptile, bro. That's so cool. That's so cool.
Crazy rules in terms of how to find him, made him jump out occasionally and kind of tease you with his existence. Put it together in one day, didn't even tell John about it, and was just kind of wondering how many people are going to pick up on this. It became a bit of like a Bigfoot. Some people had
Genius.
sightings,
Yeah, I
and
love
some people
this.
didn't, because there was this one that was real and was rather difficult to find. It could give players a little bit of creative license to come up with something and say that they did see something else happening in the game.
The level of secrets that happened in those first few Mortal Kombat games kind of corresponds with the rise of the internet. And people started trading around like, hey, here's a list of, I think these are fatalities.
Remember going home.
That's game
to my dad's
FAQs.
house, and he
Look
had
out.
internet. He had a CompuServe account, and I started just learning as much as I could. And I'm like, Dad, can I go back to the arcade? I want to try some of this stuff.
I made it my mission to test all that stuff out. And that became my calling. We need to investigate.
And I published my first FAQ, and it is the most inaccurate piece of junk that is available. It's like shameful, but it's where I started.
And then, all these urban legends about Ermac and all these other alleged characters that it's kind of like, how the kids used to say back in the day, the negative worlds in Mario Brothers and Mario could go skiing. It's that kind of the kid equivalent of water cooler conversations.
People would come up with lore,
Yeah,
lies
right.
of,
That's
of,
right.
I did this and that happened, and everybody's, and we just shut up.
A friend of mine in high school said he was cousins with someone who filmed for the game, and that there was a secret character that they had filmed. So I put it in my FAQ, and I trusted him and found out way later he was just messing with me.
The people feeding in things that they'd want to see in the game would kind of blend in with what was really there. Sometimes you'd see a move and then it was gone. You'd be like, I swear this was in there. Did that really happen? There was no way to capture it.
A friend of mine, his little brother was playing the game and told me about Kano's laser beam.
Yeah, that's
and,
right.
And I remember telling my friend's younger brother, there's no laser beam. He's like, no, I saw it. And so I know he's mistaken with I don't know what he saw, but he didn't see that. This mythology was being built by the player base.
But then he does have a laser beam someday.
I think we understood that pretty early on, and Ed, more than anybody, I think really took advantage of that and kind of messed with the players with hiding stuff in the game.
Yeah, I remember somebody found one of Sonya's moves, and I foolishly changed it because I read it on a news group, thinking, I got the best of that.
And they did some devious things to keep a lot of those things secret. I think there was a revision of Mortal Kombat 2 where they just arbitrarily changed all the fatalities because everyone figured them out too fast. And it's maybe the most devious and mean thing they've ever done.
I remember thinking at that point, this internet thing has gotten, you can't beat it. You can't defeat it. It's just too powerful.
Somebody figured out how to do one of Sonya's special moves. And Ed Boon was mad about it. So he's like, okay, I'm gonna change how you do that special move. Because it's online. Somebody put it in a news group on the internet. That's so crazy.
Fun things about going to an arcade was, a lot of people didn't have the internet just yet. So people would show up with their copy of their FAQ. Once I was there and I saw someone with my guide, like my FAQ, and I was like, oh, where'd you get that? He's like, oh, the guy who wrote it sold it to me. And I was like, what do you mean sold it to you? I wrote it.
We had a Mortal Kombat comic book that John drew, and we were the ones stuffing the envelopes, and we started writing messages to players. Sonya has a slide move, She didn't have a slide move. Within a week,
What the fuck? That's so funny, bro. Those are most hardcore fans. They're writing to them to their offices, and they're just slipping in nasty little fake rumors. That's so funny.
I was at, it was like Gala North or something arcade, and some guy was playing Sonya, just keep trying these things. And one of the guys said, you know, what are you looking for? And he goes, I'm looking for Sonya's slide move, you know? Poor guy was, you know, looking for it. But we were just adding fuel to that fire.
Most of those secrets went unknown to me until much later in life when walkthroughs on YouTube became a thing. And I was like, whoa, I totally missed a lot of stuff in a lot of games.
So to us, secrets were basically replay value. And that was the most important thing for us. Having more to do with the game, having more to discover, more to enjoy.
We love the idea.
There's your twins, chat. You got some twins finally.
Question mark over the game. You know, what else is in there that nobody else has found? And it just made the game that much more mysterious, right?
Fatality is the key. Oh my god. Ed Boon is so messed up for this. Yellow and blue make green. When the random thought hit Ed Boon while grabbing fast food shortly after the release, he added a secret ninja enemy, Reptile, that combined the palettes of the Scorpion and Sub-Zero, then waited for players and his co-workers to notice. Oh my god. While Reptile was added to the 3.0 version in late August, players weren't offered clues on how to find him until 4.0. The Green Ninja would briefly and randomly appear before matches, accompanied by cryptic messages like "Perfection is the key" and "Look to La Luna," the moon. How fun, bro. Pretty crazy. It's getting monthly updates. I wonder how they even distributed those. I didn't know arcade games were getting updated that frequently back in the day. Players must meet very specific conditions in order to battle Reptile. In a one-player game, win 2 rounds on the pit without using block, finishing with a double flawless victory and their character's fatality. Additionally, a silhouette must fly across the moon at some point during the fight. This is what, okay, so this is what is so crazy about my friend finding Reptile by accident. You know what I think happened as I revise my memory? I think this shit happened. There's no way he actually fought Reptile, right? We're looking at a couple of 8-year-olds winning 2 rounds on the pit without using block, finishing with a double flawless victory and a fatality. No way my friend did that. If all those conditions are met, Reptile appears at the bottom of the pit, borrowing Scorpion's health bar. Because yeah, even writing out Reptile would take more memory. Reptile uses the moves of both Scorpion and Sub-Zero and moves at double the speed. If the player can defeat Reptile, they're granted 10 million points, and normal play continues. 10 million! A contraction of error macros, the error max counter in the game's operator menu helped Midway track bugs. However, its proximity to the line that tracked Reptile encounters led secret-obsessed players to believe Ermac was another hidden character. Ermax. While he would later become a real character, he was nothing but a rumor in the first Mortal Kombat, of course. Huh. Just trying things out before they settled on blue. Oh, it's so cool they kind of recreate these things. Though there's no Johnny Cage on the side, actually. That's weird. Actually, super weird. You can kind of see where they, like, colored him out. Is this because his likeness is still, like, disputed? Like, that actor is mad about it? Piscina? Alright, unfortunately, I think we don't have time for me to play the games. The lawsuit. Yeah, we might get to it. Fans couldn't get enough of Midway's taboo-breaking new game, and the arrival of home versions meant that the rest of the game industry now had to grapple with Mortal Kombat's success. Oh, dude, yeah, we're gonna get into it. There it is, Galloping Ghost
So when
Arcade.
Street Fighter 2 came out, I wasn't really too impressed by it. I think I finished it once, picked Zangief because I was a wrestling fan, and then kind of moved on. I eventually
Basic opinion.
Kind of fell in with a crowd that really got a lot out of Street Fighter 2, and so suddenly it became very apparent I need to get great at that game. One guy showed up and said, "Hey, have you heard of this other game, Mortal Kombat?" I'm like, no. What is Mortal Kombat? And he said, "Well, you know, it's like Street Fighter, but you can fucking kill people." Okay, well, we need to go see this right now.
Good cut there. That was nice.
I absolutely remember the first time I played Mortal Kombat. It was at Lions Family Fun, my favorite arcade.
My dad would usually give my brother and me $5 each and let us run wild while he went shopping.
I was at an arcade in Virginia.
The Q Lounge in the Bronx, New York. It was a space that was half smoky pool hall, half arcade.
He took us to an arcade 2 towns north, up to Santa Rosa. There's a place called Systems City. And it was like part skate shop, but in the back room, all the lights were off, and they had like 5 arcade machines back there.
I see this huge crowd gathered around a new cabinet.
And it was sitting there. There's nobody around it.
No one was...
It's cool they did all this setup. You know what I mean? This is like fun cooperation from Galloping Ghost to like help out with all this stuff too. Serious Dunk, thanks for being a 32-monther.
Playing it. It was just sitting there. What is this?
I just remember just like a big line around the cabinet.
Everyone is crowded around Mortal Kombat. It is simultaneously exactly like and nothing like Street Fighter. You know, the film, the presentation, the real actors and actresses and all of that really just, it's so striking.
In Mortal Kombat, when you're seeing those 2 big characters on the screen, I was just like, this is the coolest thing ever.
Instantly, it was like, oh, it's digitized. It's real people. It was like, wow, this is incredible. It's like, how are they doing this? How did this game come to be?
I was blown away by how it looked.
Because it was a violent, bloody game.
Like, that's the first time I'd seen blood in a video game that I remembered.
Even from a basic high punch, you just see blood flying out of these people's heads.
Yeah, I'm like, I think the purpose of this doc is like the public reception to the game. I was like, not clear to me, like, you're going over a lot of stuff we already talked about. I'm getting now, it's like none of the developers are even talking at this point anymore. It's really just the people who were able to go and play it.
Even if I couldn't do the specials of certain characters, I could fall into a rhythm that just felt so good. Just like, you know, air kick, uppercut. And I was, oh, I feel like the baddest motherfucker in the world.
In a time where you didn't see that kind of stuff in games and especially in arcades where kids were, you know, running around with their parents and parents were still freaking out too, kind of seeing what was happening.
My dad came up behind.
Wait, did it say streamer for David Jaffe? I missed that for his lower third.
I didn't know this at the time.
That's funny.
But
I'm gonna guess that's a joke
Kano
that he wanted.
Ripped out a heart and held it up, blood dripping from it, and my dad.
Cause like if we're talking like you know, like inspiration and impact, like, I mean, you know, God of War is a decade plus after this, but like you know, what Gersman said is true. Like, it's kind of crazy, the idea of like it's Street Fighter but you could fucking kill people.
Oh no, and whisked me out of the arcade.
It's huge.
That's when I knew I had to play that game.
It's like a huge part of the appeal.
People getting chopped in half and torsos being dismembered.
Liu Kang wins. Flawless victory fatality.
Oh, I didn't know you could do that in a video game. I didn't know that was allowed in a video game.
And we're, 16, 17 at the time, so this is the most exciting thing in the world.
The endings and how every character had, even though Street Fighter, they had an ending, but Mortal Kombat was like the first thing that really affected me that was like, I really want to play all these characters to see what happens. And this is before YouTube, so it wasn't like you could just go on YouTube and watch it. You had to, earn it, right?
What's Kano's?
I think he's lying or not talking about Mortal Kombat 1. Because the endings are not cool in Mortal Kombat 1.
Backstory. What about Sonya? That's what we wanted to know about. And, they specified a lot of it kind of in, various screens and whatnot. We were hooked.
Why did we switch angles in here?
And, they specified a lot.
Yeah, game designer and comedian. I didn't even realize, bro. And not a Blue Yeti understander. This person did not read the instruction booklet that came with his Blue Yeti microphone.
A lot of it kind of in, various screens and whatnot. We were hooked.
But it didn't take long from there for that game to be literally everywhere. Every single pizza place, 7-Eleven, arcades, the arcades that were left.
It's part of the comedy. Okay, I get it. I get it now. It's actually very funny.
Kombat machine probably within a month.
While the internet existed in 1992, hey, there might be kids reading this. You know what I mean? It's important to keep all that right. Oh, tell me you got me the whole comic book in here. I actually think this is a very distinct style. Jean Tobias' style.
The idea to produce a comic book for the first MK game, that started with me. Coming from comic books, I had a great desire to sort of tell this story that we weren't able to tell in the game. And so I thought, what better place to do it in a comic book? I talked to Ed about it, and so Ed thought it was a great idea, and I think the both of us went to Roger Sharp to try to see if there was any
mustache,
money
man, that's
that
quality.
we could get from marketing to help us produce this comic book.
I tried to always do stuff that I thought would be special. And John, pulled together, here's a comic book.
I wasn't getting paid anything extra to draw this comic, so I wrote.
Fuck. My God, dude, that's crazy. That's crazy.
The story and did the illustrations. Roger was able to scrape up, I think, a few $1,000s for the printing, and we were able to produce a few thousand copies of this comic. And we weren't sure how many we
Ooh, are these out there? I bet they did a reprint.
were going to sell.
This is so cool.
There was an advertisement in the game, and players would see the advertisement in the track mode, and they would mail in.
Oh yeah, wow, bro. Yeah. That's so cool.
A check for $3. Sometimes they would mail cash. Ed and I would get bags of envelopes, sent to a P.O. box, and they would ship us these boxes of comics. Okay, well, who's gonna pack and mail these things? And so there was nobody to do that. So Ed and I ended up sitting in his office with boxes of comics. We were the ones opening each envelope, collecting the money, writing the addresses on the envelopes, packing the comics, and mailing them all out. I remember we did that one weekend. It was just Ed and I. And then we decided we invited other people around the office, like, hey, come and help us pack the comics, and we'll buy a pizza. Every once in a while, I would sign one. We would write these weird encryptions on the envelopes. Sometimes I would draw a picture on the envelope, little messages to the players. I don't know if anybody ever saved any of that stuff. Eventually, I think we were in over our heads because the stuff just kept coming.
And sales took off. We had to go back in and reprint the comic book.
And then eventually,
Chat's saying these sell for $200 or $300 on eBay right now. That's crazy.
Roger, I think, handled, I don't know who he paid to do the packing and the mailing and stuff.
We were packaging and boxing up, thank you, Jeanette and Alice, to get everything out to people.
Yeah, okay, we're not looking at that comic anymore. Now we're looking at some MK2 stuff. They made a movie about Roger Sharp, Mustache Man, going over his role in making pinball legal again. It's called Pinball: The Man Who Saved the Game. Very cool, actually. So this is a small part of his story. That's actually really cool.
But the first, I think, few thousand comic books were hand packed and hand addressed by Ed and myself and a couple of the other folks.
Oh yeah, we're deep in the lore now.
And that was the start of the merchandising program for Mortal Kombat.
Got it. So, Daniel Pesina is DP lower in. HSP is Hosung Pak up there earlier. So there's Daniel Pesina and Carlos Pesina. Got it. Two different Pesinas. Maybe more twins for you, Chad. I'm not sure. But then, yeah, look at the design team, dude. That's so crazy. Wow. That shirt, I hope that shirt is $300. He didn't make any extra money for this. He just did it because he thought it would be cool, bro. That's so nuts. That's so nuts. I do feel like this style kind of informs the animated Mortal Kombat series that would eventually come out. I think this is kind of cool too, like what they're doing with the marker. Like look at Goro's thigh. They give it some real definition just by coloring it in. Is Scorpion going Super Saiyan? No, that's Hell. Those are the flames of Hell. Great question though. Here we go, bro. Here we go. The 16-bit wars. While Nintendo had dominated the 8-bit era with the NES, rival Sega had taken away significant market share from Nintendo during the 16-bit days. In part, because it was more permissive in regards to the content of games that appeared on the platform. This would have a significant effect on the home versions of Mortal Kombat. Remember, when they were pitching to Jean-Claude Van Damme, they said, this is not Nintendo. Mortal Monday. This shit worked. A major point-of-purchase program for retailers will provide specially designed Mortal Kombat and Mortal Monday banners, posters, counter cards, and in-store videos to build awareness of the September release date. So fun, bro. Yeah. Dang, it looks so bad compared to the arcade version, huh? Wow, hold up. Home version of Mortal Kombat in June 93. Release on both 16-bit consoles and Game Boy and Game Gear all in one day? Holy shit. I wonder what the five questions were. Oh, you had to call in. Fun. All right. So there's no way to know, really. We'd have to call in to get the 5 questions. You can read the whole comic if you scroll right on the comic. Oh, hell yeah. Andy Kudelka is the inker. Great ink work in that case. For some reason, I thought Tobias was doing all of that, but really good. I will not be reading the full comic today. Wait, why is Kano on this team with Sub-Zero? Future Sub-Zero? I think honestly, dude, that's just the look. Okay. Just another guy. Unrelated. This is fun, man. The cool, the weird green effect that Johnny Cage has for his powers. I like this panel. This would be panel of the week. That's all I needed. A moment of distraction is all the star needs. Hell yeah. Let the tournament begin. Half dragon, half dragon. That's why he's half green. Or partially green, we should say. Wait, why is Sonya tied up? That's a playable character. We do have to go back in time and tell John Tobias to put eyeballs in the middle of a head. You know what I'm saying? Sonya Blade's eyes are way too high here. Liu Kang's eyes way too high, bro. If Johnny Cage, if we could see his eyes, they would probably be too high. He was married to Cindy Ford, but they divorced. Whoa. Look at brother whereabouts unknown of Liu Kang. Ciao. Kano's messed up story. Relatives, none. Was orphaned as a small child by an American woman in Tokyo. Only the Yakuza would take him in. Shit, this is funny. So cool. The Pit. Underground newsletter, so cool. Oh, okay, not underground at all, I think is what we're about to learn. Acclaim produced a free newsletter called The Pit, which gave eager Mortal Kombat fans character bios, some photos from that year's CES, and at the end of the opening statement, a mysterious code, ABACABB. That's what my chat is always typing. The Pit, dude, that's so funny. It is, what's so funny about it is like, it is absolutely official. They're like, this is underground, unofficial. Our lines aren't straight. It's like, okay. That's funny. Look at them having a great time at CES. That's fun, dude. Doing autographs. Yeah, we skipped too much time. I gotta hear about these people signing autographs. They're feeling slightly famous already. That's crazy. No, I did not know the iconic Mortal Kombat scream comes from the commercial for Mortal Monday. Holy shit. Again? All right, one more time, one more time. That's so crazy. This feels so hyped, bro. That's a good ad. That's a really good ad. That's incredible. magazines, of course, dude. Hell yeah. Mortal Monday. It's coming. 4 consoles, dude. That's so nuts. What are they thinking?
The first time I saw a crowd gathered around a Mortal Kombat cabinet when I was 10 told me that, okay, this game is a big deal
brother?
at my arcade. I had no idea if that translated outside my arcade. Then Mortal Monday happened. Not just the day itself, but the build-up to it.
Seeing the zeitgeist around it was huge. Conversations around Mortal Monday were happening, the first kind of big marketing push.
Acclaim was clearly
Hey,
they
nope.
knew what they had in their hands.
If you're in that mood, you gotta
so
go.
They were doing a much bigger effort in promoting it. I remember them telling us that they were going to spend $10 million to advertise this game. And I remember saying, you know, are you sure you want to put that kind of money behind this? And you know, in retrospect, of course, that was a great decision. But
Yeah, I
remember
love they
being
got
really
B-roll of
paranoid
this.
thinking
So nice.
that they were putting a lot on this game.
The preparation for the release of Mortal Kombat was
Fucking
just
Ed Boon,
massive.
dude, that's so
I was
crazy.
working at Babbage's Software. Pre-sales had started early, so like we knew we were going to be just selling out. It was all I could talk about.
I remember going to see a movie, I can't remember which film it was, and they were advertising Mortal Mondays, which was one of the greatest marketing blitzes in video game history. And it was just, you know, all these random kids yelling in the middle of a city street, Mortal Kombat, right?
That commercial with like people running down the street screaming Mortal Kombat, and they were teens, and I was a little kid, and teens are the coolest thing you could be when you're a little kid.
Drucker earned his comedian
screenshots or anything else necessarily. Everybody knew.
job title.
All you have to do is just have somebody out in the middle of the street just putting up his arm saying Mortal Kombat. It's almost like, hi, it's here. It sells itself.
Oh, I'm getting hyped, dude.
We were all like, yo, did you see that Mortal Kombat commercial?
Yeah.
What is Mortal Kombat? And there was always like one kid who knew a little more. It's a video game, but you kill people. And all of us at Maplewood Elementary School were like, whoa!
We had 2 front monitors that
Little
were just
much on
showcasing
the editing there.
Mortal Kombat videos, and
In the comics,
It's
on
not
the
a
back
YouTube
of the
video.
comics, there were Mortal Monday ads. There were Mortal Kombat ads in magazines. There were Mortal Kombat ads in subways.
You know, just seeing the standees and the posters and things at Times Square and
the signage that was coming in, every piece of memorabilia that was coming in, and T-shirts, and it was just over the top compared to other games.
I remember just being nervous about it, thinking, I hope this game lives up to it. Even though it was a huge arcade game, you know, you just never know in the home.
Okay, so what I find really interesting here is it's a 4-person development team, right? It definitely seems like they're positioning Ed Boon and John Tobias as like co-leads. You know what I mean? They're out here on the show floor because Midway asked these two to be the representatives of the game. It's kind of interesting. Like here, I mean, you know, in early days, right? We're still looking at MK1 out there.
It was insane. There was a giant line, and it was just so exciting.
They're out there
That's
doing
when
the
I
signings.
realized, like, this is actually a bigger deal than maybe any video game that's come before it. Mortal Kombat became a pillar of popular culture within 12 months. It was, I think, the fastest a video game had ever exploded to date.
Nothing could prepare you for it. It was, it was just insane.
So funny they had to use photographs of the monitors for those images. Mortal Kombat Genesis, bro. How cool. Yeah, this is the one my friend had. Test your might, bro. So fun. Mortal Kombat adheres to many codes, but does it contain one? That sounds like Ed Boon, bro. The Genesis version initially seemed to lack the blood and fatality moves from the arcade original. This was a ruse. If a player entered the code ACAB, inspired by a 1982 rock album from the group Genesis, that's crazy. On the screen, the original violent scenes would be enabled. Hold on, what? Is that that's an actual Genesis album? ACA or ABA CAB? It's without the second B. Abacab is the name of their album. But the joke is Genesis, I guess. Jabawabs, thank you for gifting a gift sub to Abacab. That's funny. The Dullard code? The Genesis version included a full cheat menu, accessed by entering down, up, left, left, A, right, down. This was originally intended to only be a method of enabling blood, but Acclaim felt that spelling out the word Dullard will be too tricky. Down, up, left, left, A, right, down. Got it. And as programmer Paul Carruthers to add a sequence using only face buttons, which led to Abacab. Funny. Very funny. The Dullard menu let players turn on 8 flags, which changed the game's behavior. Flag 0 killed the computer opponent in 1 hit. Flag 1 killed the player in 1 hit. Flag 2 forced objects to fly across the moon for finding Reptile. Flag 3 made Probe Software co-founder Fergus McGovern's head appear in the pit. That's crazy. So like somebody was like, hey, why'd you leave me out of the pit in the arcade version? I'm like, all right, Fergus. We'll make it a flag. Flag 4 forced Reptile clues to appear. Flag 5 gave the player infinite credits. Flag 6 forced the computer to always use fatalities. Cool. Flag 7 made all fights take place on the Palace Gate stage. Okay, so I'm thinking that's what happened. I think one day Reptile dropped in, said, you find me to beat me, and then that's what we did for the rest of the day. I don't think there's any way he actually fought Reptile. May 1994, Sega players got an upgraded version if they owned a CD-ROM drive, of course. Restore many frames of animation and speech samples in Dan Forden's arcade soundtrack. However, the sluggish load times, including whenever Shang Tsung transformed into another character, hurt the appeal of this version. Yeah. Sega CD, dude. That's a nice ad. Look how clean this is. There are 3 bits of music in Abacab that we refer to as bit A, section A. I'm sorry, is that Genesis talking in that quotation mark? The MK logo is really nice. It holds up like crazy, dude. Yeah, that was Genesis. Cool. Cool. Wow. No, I feel like that's an effective ad. Oh yeah, look at that. MA13 and then just a few months later, MA17. Uh-oh. Yeah, we'll get into it. The Brazilian ad replaced bigger and better with more bloody and more violent. Yeah. Mais violento. Mais violento. Heck yeah. All right, we skipped forward a little bit. I understand they got to do that sometimes. heavily censored with no blood code to restore the arcade content. Sweat flew from the fighters instead of blood, and fatalities, now called finishing moves, were altered to be far less gory. Ew. Competition edition. Nope. No thank you. One benefit of the Sega CD's beefy memory is they could play the famous ad as part of the intro. That is cool, actually.
We were aware that Acclaim had a deal that they were going to do all the home games because also they had done super high impact for the home. And Acclaim had their kind of production group, which was our main point of contact, but then they had the two software houses, you know, Probe and Sculptured. And so there was a lot of communication that had to kind of bounce back and forth.
This is the good stuff.
Probe offered me Mortal Kombat on the Mega Drive, the Genesis version, and I said yes. I'm free. I'm available. Like, a job's a job, and I said, well, what is it? They were able to kind of actually bring me an arcade machine into my house.
Whoa.
And kind of started playing it, and I thought, well, this looks easy enough.
When Mortal Kombat 1 was going to be made for the Super Nintendo, through Sculptured Software, we
I've never played this version. Hey, bro.
That was from outside our place, and brought him in, said, hey, you're the main guy. And that did not go as well as we would have wanted it to go.
Oh no.
Ed and I would get versions of the game, and so I would give feedback in terms of the pixel art as best I could. Of course, the home games at the time, they didn't have quite the capabilities that we did in the arcade.
Okay, it doesn't look way worse. It doesn't look way worse. We're critical of these, but they actually look pretty nice.
I think the biggest problem that we had wasn't as much the power of the machine, but how big the memory of the Mega Drive was. In A, we had to shrink all the sprites really down as much as we possibly could, and there's a lot of frames of animation.
I think they did a really good job with this
We
stuff.
started off by kind of basically taking out every other frame.
Every other frame.
And that wasn't enough.
Half the
So then we
animation
had to
frames.
Take out like 3 out of 5 frames, and then kind of concentrate on the important animations, the ones that let you see most.
Good optimization.
Williams
That's 2 frames, bro.
Like a method of writing. It's almost like a kind of multi-threading. It's like that there's a number of different programs all operating at the same time. So one of those programs operates one of the characters, one program operates one of the weapons, one of them operates the background, and all of those different little programs kind of speak to each other. That isn't a method of programming I had any experience of. It took me a while to work it out. And kind of Probe were getting very nervous because there wasn't anything on the screen. I was working, there wasn't anything on the screen. And then eventually I was able to basically kind of translate the original code almost line by line. It kind of worked, and the whole thing kind of came to life.
I'm so glad this is part of the documentary. This is really cool. That guy worked his butt off, bro.
What it meant as well, though, was that it was very accurate, very close to the original arcade version in terms of how it feels playing it. So that everyone was then very happy with me, which was great.
Genesis played much better, and it had the blood, the abacab, and all that.
Oh, he knows abacab. It's actually so fucking nuts. Maybe we'll go into it. To censor out your violence, but actually have it in there. They kind of deserve to get in trouble for this. That's such a nutty thing to do. Like, yeah. We'll take that all out. We'll take it all out. But it's actually all in there anyway.
The Super Nintendo version looked great, but it didn't play as good as the Genesis version.
Chicago mindset. Yeah.
The programmer that was the lead, he made some missteps at the beginning of the project, and it was really hard to
On your way down.
These were conversions. These were not original games. You're trying to take the code and the assets and port it to that platform. They had this little multi-processing system in there. He said, I don't like the way that works.
Oh.
I want to do it my way.
Oh,
so he's
okay.
going against the grain the whole time.
And it's kind of crazy. Like, it sounds like not what I had imagined. It sounds like this is like a solo project, like translators were back in the day, right? It sounds like just there's one person responsible for porting the Super Nintendo version, and they're just like, I got my own way.
Johnny Cage wins. The quality of the game was something that that was important to us.
That's normal for back in the day. Ports were normally one person. That's so crazy.
I know Ed was a stickler in terms of what he was willing to approve.
Come here.
And, we were down to the wire. We were, saying that, we're not going to prove it until you fix this, this, and that. And
I ended up having to help him, so it got done, but it played not quite as well.
They needed to build millions of cartridges, and there's lead times involved with that. And so those two things kind of conflicted a couple times, and there was some tension there.
The Game Gear version, bro. Still had the blood code. Excellent. Yeah, man, look at Game Gear graphics. That looks so nice to me. 2-1-2 down up. Cool. And then the Game Boy version. I had Game Boy MK2. Now this does not look very nice. Yeah, that's rough, bro. Play as Goro, though. Only the Game Boy version offers Goro as a playable secret character. Complete the game with any character. When the end screen appears, hold up left, select an A button until the title screen appears. Press start to play as Goro. Fun. I hope there's a trophy for that. That's cool. Still impressive for a Game Boy, you're right. Yeah, that is impressive. Here we go. I saw some people asking in chat about this. In the arcade, Mortal Kombat's Thunder God Raiden was spelled with an I. In the home translations, it became Raiden with a Y. The original spelling was associated with a vertically scrolling shooting game owned by other parties, so Acclaim changed the spelling to keep things legally safe. And also, it matches how they pronounce it incorrectly. Including GB Action's strong proclamation that the Game Boy version would whip Street Fighter II into the pit where has-beens fester. Wow, they came out blazing, bro. Fighting game of the century. Where has-beens fester is such funny language. We got the Portuguese ad. We got the German ad. Mortal Kombat. Mortal Kombat comes. I don't know where Bereite dich vor means, though? Prepare yourself. Whoa. That means prepare for yourself, though. Prepare for yourself. Prepare for yourself. Mortal Kombat comes. Schlag auf Schlag. I freaking love German, bro. Blow by blow. Schlag auf Schlag. That means blow by blow. That's so funny. In short, it's the kick you need now. Cool. Schlag him.
Mustard and myself grew up in a really small town. The closest thing you would have to an arcade machine is the local bowling alley may have had like a light gun game, but that's pretty much it. It was only the home versions that allowed us to experience the different franchises, and I feel like I unofficially speak for quite a lot of people our age, how important getting those home versions as good as they were was.
Yeah. No, you're right about that.
So that the rest of us could still experience it in different parts of the world.
All right, I'm going to say something kind of controversial too. Some of these Genesis sprites are actually cleaner than the arcade sprites. They did a little bit of cleanup. There's like some artifacting still present in the arcade sprites. So in shrinking them down and making them, smaller, memory-wise too, but they cleaned some stuff up on those. These are the Super Nintendo sprites. Got it.
The arcades
They were saying that one does look better.
weren't as common, especially those small towns.
Which side was I on in the home versions? There's only one side. Like, what do it's just the Genesis version. There's only one version of the game.
Rude. Those people worked really hard on that Super Nintendo version.
The Super Nintendo version is a travesty by comparison.
Explain why. I don't get it, man. It looks nice.
I actually thought that even though the Genesis was a little behind graphically than the Super Nintendo, I liked the
Game
grittier
feel,
look
okay.
of the Genesis version. It really felt kind of down and dirty the way Mortal Kombat should.
Down and dirty, bro. I get it.
I mean, also the Genesis version had the blood code.
Yeah, I think that's a big thing. The characters do seem smaller on the screen in the Genesis version, yeah? They seem smaller. They look like MMO characters in this dungeon. You know what I'm saying? You know how every MMO dungeon is just like super wide, and if you walk upstairs, the stairs are actually gigantic? I get that vibe.
And the real fatalities and
But yeah, that's pretty sick right there.
code and all the other cool stuff in it. I think that made up for like the music in the Genesis version being really hokey and some of that other stuff.
My friend had a Genesis. They got Mortal Kombat. His mom would come in every now and then just to look at the screen to make sure there was no blood flying.
Finish him.
Bonk. He's all right. He's all right.
And so what we would do is we would enter the blood code, we'd play a match or two, and then we'd hit reset, turn off the blood code, keep playing when she came in, and then she'd leave and we'd turn the blood code back on.
Nintendo screwed the pooch when they didn't allow the blood in the game, and they instead put sweat in it, which the Genesis version outsold the SNES version like 3-1 or something like that. Everybody wanted the violence, they wanted the blood.
This fucking dog barking is so
Nintendo
funny.
Version feels like mud. Like the act of playing that game is so unlike playing the actual arcade game.
Do you think they asked these people to put Mortal Kombat merch in the background? No, I think they just did because they wanted to.
So I
If you're talking about ketchup and mustard, I'm assuming that's just what those rooms look like all the time.
really wanted Mortal Kombat. Not just to fit in, but because I loved it. I wanted it so bad. But
Drucker here, yeah, he definitely, I don't think they asked him. I think he took out any Mortal Kombat stuff he's got and put it front facing right there on the top of his shelves.
my family didn't have a ton of money. So I scraped together all the money I had, and I was able to finally afford Mortal Kombat for the Game Boy. And that game is a experience.
Yeah, bro. Oh, shit. Oh. Oh.
When you play Mortal Kombat in the arcade, it's a little bit heavy and you feel the power of those hits.
I swear Mortal Kombat 2 on the Game Boy is going to be cool.
Like two
I remember it being
frozen
cooler than
people
this.
We're slowly trying to get close enough to hug. Like when you'd push the punch button, it would eventually move the fist forward a little bit at maybe 1 frame per minute.
The stereo sound is nice.
I cannot do a fatality in this game. I know for a fact they exist because the computer can do the fatalities on that pit level. Instead of having them fall off the stage onto spikes, at the end of each part of the level,
This
were
B-roll is
just
so
little
good.
drawn spikes in the background that you could knock them onto. And I think that that was their, like, make sure for having a stage-based fatality.
That shit's funny,
Even
bro.
As a kid, I knew it was not the best version.
Damn.
But I loved it so much. I even put
This
in a
I get.
Game Genie code that let you play as Goro. Like, I did every secret possible. I was gonna squeeze every single dollar I put into that game.
Nah, I get it, bro.
And I still own it, and I'll still play it occasionally because I'm kind of a masochist. But there's something special about it. There's something that's kind of like pure about a Mortal Kombat game that's so weird and watered down and slow that it almost circles back around to being kind of creepy and mysterious.
No, I get what you're saying, actually. I'm glad they got somebody who, like, could rep the Game Boy version. That's fun. Yeah, this looks really cool to me. Damn, that looks cool. Look how huge they are on this screen, man.
I mean, they may not have been like arcade perfect, but to us, we didn't know any better. We didn't have anything to comparison. All we cared about was just, you know, play the game, have fun with it, you know, and enjoy what we were doing, and that was about it.
That was cool. Yeah, the song Techno Syndrome, Mortal Kombat by The Immortals, a side project of Olivier Adams and Praga Khan from Belgium's Lord of Acid, combined samples from the game and Acclaim's TV advertisement with irresistible high-energy dance beats. The 1993 single proved popular enough to spawn a full album the following year, and there was one song everybody wanted to listen to on that whole album. Oh, hell yeah. This is the kind of thing I would put on a Christmas list. You know what I mean? Obviously, your family knows this is stupid and thinks better than to buy it for you, but I would be like, I want it! No, you don't need that thing. That's stupid. That's stupid and you don't need that. Okay. That's so funny. Are you tough enough to fight all 4 of Goro's punches? God, that's funny. Lightning. $40, bro. Dang. $40 and 94 money? That's not right. Well, here's the weird thing, right? Is that the game cartridges themselves were like 80 though, right? Turbo Touch 360. I don't even understand what's going on with that D-pad, bro. How does it work? Easy, bro. It was like 50 on Genesis, 70 on SNES. Got it. It's like an indented D-pad. Yeah, I don't get it. Mr. Scorpion Goes to Washington is such a funny headline. As more parents express concern over the graphic nature of the games being played in their living rooms, American politicians mobilized to bring awareness to the issue and to hold the game industry accountable. In the middle of the holiday shopping season, the United States Senate held a hearing on violent video games. Oh, wow. Chat's bringing the facts. Chat facts. Wait. Not quite chat facts, though. Check our low price. We got chat facts for that quarterback club game, but they're not. They don't list anything for these. Also, weird the Super Nintendo one's like super fake, right? That's weird. On December 9th, 1993, U.S. Senators Joseph Lieberman and Herbert Kohl held a joint hearing at the United States Senate Committees on Governmental Affairs and the Judiciary, during which educators and representatives from the video game industry discussed Mortal Kombat as well as Digital Pictures' full-motion video game Night Trap and Konami's target shooter Lethal Enforcers. Both Democrats.
Blood splatters from the contestants' heads. When a player wins, the so-called death sequence begins. The game narrator instructs the player to finish, and I quote, finish his opponent.
Lieberman flipped Republican. That's interesting. And makes more sense. Inaccurate evidence. Uh-oh. 60 seconds of Mortal Kombat arcade gameplay was shown on videotape, but identified as Sega Genesis. Full arcade blood was visible. 2 fatalities were shown. By contrast, the Super NES footage that followed featured no fatalities and only lasted 10 seconds. Nintendo lobbyists at hand here, dude. Experts who offered testimony to the committees included Bill White from Sega and Howard Lincoln from Nintendo. The hearings ended with a vow from the game industry to create a rating system that would be implemented by the end of 1994. Yep. Oh my god, this is crazy. All right, so we got the Toys R Us flyer from 93. By the way, someday I would love to just go through an entire Toys R Us catalog. $59.99 for the Genesis version right there. That's crazy. Chat, game prices really have not gone up that much. 32 for the Game Boy, 33 for the Game Boy. The Game Boy itself is $50, bro. So anyway, thinking about like a Game Boy is $50 and that like Rock'em Sock'em Robots Mortal Kombat thing was 40. You know what I mean? Like it's kind of crazy. Yeah, that weird fake Super Nintendo Mortal Kombat is so wild. $69.99. $40.94 is 87 today. Yeah. Yeah. And chat, yeah, I know wages have not gone up nearly as much as everything else, but like, you missed a node. Oh, I see the node. I see the node. We're good. Thanks for looking out, chat. Like, chat, the price of a bag of Doritos has gone up like 8 times faster than video games. I don't fully understand it. Chat, I'm losing all my savings buying one bag of Doritos right now. Meanwhile, video games somehow are still $70. It's crazy. It's crazy. Wow, this is cool that they include this stuff too. Obviously, I won't be reading through all of this. 96? Oh, but they have until 96. Got it. If the industry could not or would not regulate itself, as other industries already had, film and music, the government was prepared to step in. Okay. A second hearing was held in '94 to give the game industry a chance to show their progress since December. Senators Lieberman and Cole seemed pleased when representatives from Nintendo, Sega, and Electronic Arts laid out an ambitious plan to have a rating system implemented by the year's end. Enter the ESRB. The Interactive Digital Software Association was formed in April of '94, establishing the Entertainment Software Ratings Board 2 months later. The ESRB's 5 ratings categories, early childhood, kids to adults, teen, mature, and adults only, were accepted as an industry standard in June 1994. With minor revisions, the system is still in use today. Interactive Digital Software Association, I don't know at which point becomes the Electronic Software Association. The ESA.
Video games were becoming more and more sophisticated, maturing.
Yeah.
It was around that time that we were realizing that video games aren't just for kids. The manufacturers of the home consoles still kind of thought of them that way. It's like, hey, this is a toy for kids.
We never made Mortal Kombat for 6-year-olds or anything like that. That was never the intention. 4 guys in their 20s, what kind of video game are they going to make?
In our minds, we were creating the game for a certain demographic of player.
Yeah.
Fans of Terminator, Bloodsport, Alien, Predator, you know, all these movies. It was a game by guys in their 20s, 4 guys in their 20s. And nobody mentioned anything during the arcade days.
Once the game came home on the consoles, it came into people's living rooms. That was a shocker to the moms and dads of suburbia.
Blood splatters from the contestants' heads. When a player wins, the so-called death sequence begins. The game narrator instructs the player to finish, and I quote, finish his opponent.
My parents were very worried about the violence in Mortal Kombat because eventually they saw the news stories. They saw the news stories that were like you could rip out someone's spine or you could light them on fire. Like I had a
Chat,
friend who
I like
was
the
not allowed to
Genesis
go to
version of
another friend's house
MK1
because he had played Mortal Kombat with him.
And we also really didn't see a lot of animated blood in video games back then. It seems so commonplace
you're being sassy.
today.
What is the difference in between this and violent movies? Why is it different?
No one's looking at movies in the same way as they're looking at video games.
Rock music before it and comics and heavy metal.
You know, I grew up at a time Elvis Presley's body was blacked out from the waist down because he was gyrating, and God knows what that's going to do to today's youth.
I do think that there was a number of kind of politicians and other people who were looking for a scapegoat. Kind of this was it. It came along at the right time.
Kato wins. Flawless victory.
It was just like, video games are bad, and these are the ones doing it. I think the thing that made me most angry about it was it just felt like no one involved in any of this had ever actually played a video game or seen this stuff outside of very carefully selected footage.
It was like fairly kind of innocuous, and it was like kind of cartoon violence.
And yeah, it seems violent, but ultimately it's really just funny.
Yeah, it's like Evil Dead, isn't it?
The very idea that like Mortal Kombat was somehow going to destroy society or the fabric of our youth or anything was always ridiculous.
These home games had no system of ratings, right? Like a CD would say explicit lyrics or something.
Yeah.
A movie would say rated R for violence or, whatever. And I think to me that was the fundamental issue.
Precisely.
Somebody noticed and somebody objected to it, and we certainly didn't disagree with it.
And so I think that the reaction from Congress and everything at the time almost to me felt appropriate.
Yeah, I'd say having the
I'm
conversation
kinda with them here.
About violence in video games and ratings in video games ultimately is something that was going to happen sooner or later. Is the industry going to be able to self-regulate, or is the government going to have to come in and do a bunch of really dumb things?
I think that the rating system helps people make more informed decisions about what they're buying, and that included Mortal Kombat. If you're a parent who bought their kids games, they probably shouldn't have been playing Mortal Kombat unless you could supervise them. It was the next step in the maturity of the industry, and the rating system was kind of emblematic of that. It was a way to say, hey, here's this type of game, here's the type of content, make your own choice.
The rating system and stuff that came from it felt like the right choice, to make.
I think that if video games were like a squalling infant that
A
was just learning how
squalling
to
infant?
crawl, Mortal Kombat got them toddling on their feet.
You squalling infant. Okay, when we get back from break, it's time for Mortal Kombat 2. It is Mucho time? Yeah. So we'll take a quick break here. Mucho's been letting me know, too. Hello, Johnny Cage. I'm so stoked. Mortal Kombat 2 is kind of like the iconic one. You know what I mean? I feel like it's peak Mortal Kombat for a long time to come. So I'm excited to see like how they got into it, how they dealt with the success. We'll even get through all the doc today. It seems, I bet we'll get through Mortal Kombat 2 and then I'll have to end the stream. Not 3? Not for me, 3. I think 3's weird. Omega Buster, thanks for being a 13-monther. To me, like, compared to, like, Super Mario, right? And, like, Mario Brothers 2 is weird, obviously, right? Game Boy Mortal Kombat Crunch? There's so many, like... There's so many of these games I actually want to play. I want to do an arcade playthrough of each of these. This one I want to play a little bit. Mortal Kombat 4 I want to play. I want to play this one, Special Forces, dude. I've always wanted to play this game. Mortal Kombat Advance is probably cool. And then it's actually really weird to have Deadly Alliance in here. I'm not sure why they thought about that. Maybe all the 2D games. They wanted to get all the 2D games in this collection for sure. MK Advance is famously horrible. Yeah, so is like MK Game Boy, but like, you know, they're enjoyable. They're like, you know, it's cool to go back and see what they're like. So yeah, there's a lot here, man. There's a lot. So we have much to cover still. We'll see. We'll see how much we can get in, but I'm having a great time with this. MK Trilogy was there, I think. I think that was a big deal. That was a big, like, announcement. They're like, it's in here. Thank you for doing this tonight. I'm glad we finally got to it. I've been dying to play this. All right, let us take a quick break. Let's feed Mucho. You deserve it. You deserve a scoop. Okay, and then we'll be back until midnight. We got 2 more hours. So see you all on the other side. I'm kind of there with you. I think Smoke's a nice pick. I think I would have said Ermac, but more recent games kind of ruined him for me. Like making Ermac like an emotionally sweet father like ruined the character. Can't give a shit about him ever again. Yeah. That guy's done. Yeah, that's true. Floyd's new. Floyd's the new mystery guy. I like the ninjas though, chat.
Our experience with the first Mortal Kombat was, it turned out great, but the game was very rushed. It was an 8-month project from, concept to shipped game, which was crazy when you think about that. Certainly in my head, there was 10 things that I would have done differently.
Shortly after Mortal Kombat 1, Ed and I started to think about what do we want to do next. And one idea we had was we wanted to do a Star Wars game. Ken Fedesna came down, and I remember us talking excitedly about Star Wars. And Ken's response was, Star Wars, what are you guys talking about with this Star Wars, business? You guys got to do a sequel to this game. And so that was the first time that I thought, oh, okay, I guess, you know, we're signed up for a sequel.
So new hardware came, new tools came.
Wow.
Warren Davis and all these guys, you know, Todd Allen, everybody was like working on tools to make things better, and we just inherited that.
Oh my God.
One of the
I love the oh my gods. You know you did a cool move if Ed says oh my god. How funny they wanted to make a Star Wars game, dude. That's crazy. Everything changed, right? Already it was the four dudes just doing whatever they wanted. If they wanted to make something cool, they just got to do it. From this day forward, they have responsibilities. They have bosses' expectations to live up to.
Things that is better about Mortal Kombat 2 from Mortal Kombat 1 is the graphics. Originally, everything was done off of VHS tapes, and it was kind of blurry and stuff.
We eventually started capturing images directly onto the hard drive as opposed to putting it on videotape and then going to the hard drive.
Okay, ready? Is it live or is it ready? Go. That was good.
That allowed us to knock out that
for if you get
videotape
swept.
format that would bleed onto everything.
It just became a more efficient process, a cleaner,
Oh,
cleaner
yeah, dude,
image,
wow.
for sure.
Great comparison.
We had a much better like kind of combo system that was going. You know, you could turn around and kick. Which to this day I can't believe the first Mortal Kombat doesn't have. A lot bigger of a roster. We wanted to expand, so we had 12 characters and, you know, added Jax. That was
Whoa, look at prototype Jax, dude. That's crazy. He even has a robot arm. Huh. That's pretty crazy. I have no idea what we're looking at right there.
Katana Melina, who are synonymous with Mortal Kombat at this point.
The Baraka mask is so fucked.
One of the reasons I know that we swapped Sonya for Katana Melina was because of their masks. We were able to get 2 for 1. So the same palette swapping technique we used for Scorpion and Sub-Zero, we thought, okay, let's take advantage of this with the female characters.
Fatality. Tony Goski, graphic genius. Hey, Deadpool.
Ed.
Hard to explain. Alien toys actually were really cool in the 90s. They would have some weird, like, alternate xenomorphs that were actually really sweet.
John Tobias and Martin Mel walk in my office. Ed says, "Hey, Tony, we're thinking, do you want to work on more?"
They're from Kenner? Yeah, they were cool.
I was a instant yes.
Tony Goski was working on a game called NBA Jam, and
Oh
he
my
was doing
God.
a great job, but he, you know, in his heart, he was a traditional painter, and so when Mortal Kombat 2 came
Oh, bro. Iconic.
along, he was a perfect fit.
It was suited my style and things I enjoyed. Fantasy art, starting to get into surrealism with, like say, Dali and Magritte, and I kind of just went that direction, you know.
Tony Goski defined the majority of the look and feel of Mortal Kombat 2, specifically the backgrounds.
Tony's influence came into what does Outworld look like? What does, you know?
Hold on. Did they not include the Mortal Kombat 1 artist? Is he out?
This really mysterious Mortal Kombat.
Line
this
scaling on the floor
fantasy
now.
Mortal
You're
Kombat.
right.
What does
Street
that
Fighter
look
does
like?
that as well.
Introducing the Outworld was huge because it
Vogel took on other responsibilities. Got it. Yeah, Vogel. Thanks, chat.
completely carved a new look for Mortal Kombat.
Because, I mean, like, even this is really nice stuff.
It's like Chinese influence, but with graphic and surrealism kind of coming together. Pit was an iconic stage in MK1, so we made the Pit 2.
Again, just like talking about, like, lore, I love these two characters back there. They never needed a story. We never needed to actually learn what their deal is. It's more fun to imagine it.
Person, dun dun dun, gets hit, and it would do what we would call a camera cut now, but it would just do a top view of a person doing like this, and the background would scale up, and
Yeah, that's impressive, bro.
He came up with this living forest, and he put my face on the trees.
Oh man.
Albert Brooks all over it. All had to be drawn.
No digitizing for Tony.
What? I did digitize the tree. And that's face.
I would digitize
That's so
that,
cool.
and then I would draw on top of it the bark and everything to make it look like a tree. Obviously, about like horror movies and things that are like shocking. You go all the way to the left, and there's a tree kind of looking straight down the fight line, and that's based off Ash from The Evil Dead. That was like one of my favorite backgrounds to work on.
When I was a teenager, I did some stop-action animation just for fun with a Super 8 camera, with clay and toys and stuff like that. When doing Kintaro, there weren't a lot of frames to begin with. It's like, and you would hang on that last, hit or whatever.
So Vogel's doing Kintaro now?
I would sort of try to mimic what John was doing with main
Weird.
characters as I was doing Kintaro.
Yeah, there he is.
For me, what was most exciting was there was this fiction that we would tell a little bit of story just through a couple sentences in the attract mode. And so once the talk of a sequel came about, I knew that, okay, this is our opportunity to tell all this story that we alluded to in the first game. Now we can sort of move things forward.
Yeah.
And so I mean, it was just, we're so young. It was just like, cool, we're gonna do a number 2. Okay. And that's about my thought process, cool, I still have a job.
Hell yeah. Wow, it's pretty crazy. I mean, these are the costumes. Ooh, never mind. I was like all of these get in the game. It's all like 100%. They just 1-to-1, and then this guy shows up. Kind of cool character design though. That's funny. Kitsune. Yeah, that's what she was called in the first one. Unused version of Tiger Striped Kintaro, so fun. Jackson Yellow. Jax's original outfit was clearly inspired by one worn by real-life martial artist Bruce Lee. Yeah, that's funny because this was MK1 concept art. We still saw him in a gi in one of those like shots earlier with the semi-robot arm. Shang Tsung's new plan is to lure his enemies to compete in the Outworld, where they will meet certain death by Shao Kahn himself. Yeah, that guy's cool. He's half dragon. Moving the conflict to an alternate dimension gave the team a new visual playground filled with gothic and supernatural elements. Yeah, dude. Whoa. Do we think we get in the background of Toasty? Yes. Oh, yep, we're about to. Stand by.
Initially we had Ed being the announcer for the first Mortal Kombat as Shang Tsung.
Kano, Scorpion, fight. Excellent.
And then we wanted to go a different direction for the second one, and so they created this character Shao Kahn.
What's that in the bottom right-hand corner? What is that?
and I'm sure everyone was like, oh yeah, that's gonna be Steve. You know?
It's high impact football. Power, 1, 2, enemy destroyed. I am the Black Knight. Voice work in games, I loved it. I loved doing it. If they wanted me, I was there.
If you want a dude with a heavy, deep voice, then you could pitch it down some more and make it sound super basso profundo. That's the guy.
They wanted me to be a 200-year-old Asian man, you know, martial artist. Dan had a structure. And a language and a way for me to speak.
Here's the list, do these things, and then a little bit of coaching.
Sonia Baraka. Round 1. Fight!
And he, you know, did a great job. And that's it. That's what you hear in the game.
Finish him. Baraka wins. Flawless victory.
I get now, unfortunately, what he was going for. I get what he was aiming for now. I get that.
Fatality.
That voice is, it's my favorite voice. It's fatality. I want to be that guy.
It aged better when you didn't know. Exactly. Yeah. You just think he's doing a cool voice.
So Ed and I, we worked on these games, and we really liked playing super high impact. There was a machine in the hallway in the back, and we'd go there, have a game or two.
Whoa, dude. Even the sound design is so NFL Blitz. That's so crazy.
In that game, you pick your play, and then the lines come together before you hike the ball. And so as they're doing that, I'm saying, I predict that you're toast. And that evolved into, I predict toasty. And Ed would crack up. George Petro said, you guys should put some of that silly stuff you do in the game. And we're like, yeah, whatever. And go on our day. And then, like, I don't know, a couple weeks later, Ed talks to me. He's like, hey, would you be cool if we, like, took your face and, like, when every 100th uppercut, your face comes out and says toasty in the corner of the screen? And I'm like, sure. Let's do that. So that's how that happened.
100 uppercuts is what it takes.
Right? It's good to have a little bit of silliness.
Yeah. He sings it, though. He's underselling how much he sings the word toasty.
What you should do, Carlos, is just try to jump off. Try to actually jump straight up and land on your back. I can do that, but I need to land the other way. Is it Elvis? Is it? Okay, ready? Ready? Is it live or is it ready to go? That was good.
That was much better.
Where's the costume designer?
Hey, Tony, what did you do in Turtles 3? You just played,
Hey, you know I saw the trailer for that yesterday?
Yeah, you're the one that told me about that. They interviewed him on stuff like that.
Yeah.
He's in Turtles 3?
Right, but it's like 2 frames that
Right.
that we use.
See, like that's not bad. Okay, you know what? That's enough.
Oh my God, that was the best one.
So fun, bro. I love watching these. Here we go. In this silent video, John Parrish performs a pivoting punch in Jax's original yellow outfit, which closely resembles John Tobias's concept art. I'm looking at those semi-robot arms, bro. That's so fun. He doesn't get robot arms till MK3. Performer Cataline Zamiar gets direction from Ed Boon on how to wield Melina's sai, after which John Tobias adjusts the angle of Kitana's fan. You said Kitana's fan? Yep. All right. These are so fun to watch. Look at that fan. It must have been so hot in there. He's like, no, you did that wrong. Like this. Yeah, and what's crazy is there's nothing natural about the movements they're doing, right? But they do kind of work because of the frames they skip, you know? So strange the actors are making hitboxes. I know. It's like they're putting a lot of thought into it, and at the same time, they're freewheeling. That's so cool. That's so cool. No way. Liu Kang in Ninja Turtles 3. Good find. Hell yeah. That's a really cool photo. He was also in charge of stunts for Bullet Train? Ho-Sung Pak is his name. Bullet Train was like 2 years ago. That's crazy. Bro, the Baraka mask is ridiculous. Yeah, this character design always sucked. I feel like Baraka actually is kind of cool in MK1. Oh shit, he takes so much work. They gave him chrome teeth. Why would they do that? Yeah, I guess the idea is he's got chrome bones. Adamantium, dude. Nah, I mean, this character is never cool. No, I'm confidently right about this, chat. This character design stinks. I do wonder how well he can see in this mask, man. The clothing is boring, but the idea is cool. Yeah, I feel like he needs like a more inhuman stance even, you know what I mean? I feel like he's got to have like a real creepy lurch to him. He needs to be hunching over a bit, you know? Yeah, I hope they get into a bit of the drama they had with some of these actors after this game. I hope that doesn't get excluded. I feel like this costume's a downgrade, but you get why they did it. I feel like the all black pants are way better. I feel like it kind of goes against his character to be like at Dick's Sporting Goods and say like, "Ooh, I like the red stripe." His muscles are the costume. All right, chat. My chat's mouths are watering right now. Oh, is that his fatality? Did he just summon a dragon? And action. Ooh, it needed to be more straight up. I'm sorry, the hands have to go straight up, is what Ed's saying right now. Oh, that was good. Oh, they knocked the hat off. Finish him. Nice. They have merch, bro. Yeah, that was the t-shirt you could get from the comic book. This actor has very smooth movements, even in conversation. He's going to be like, that is not what I did. That's not what I did. Go back. We need you to follow this way. Kind of a lateral move from Goro. Hold on. Is this just a repainted Goro? John Tobias designed Kintaro, a new four-armed menace built and animated by John Vogel. These detailed photos of the Kintaro model were taken by Vogel in 2013. I swear it's the same head. Palette swapped worked before. Yeah, what's crazy is it's not a palette swap, right? Because they had to do entirely new scans of this character. Look at that little propeller fan he has on him. Chad, I've got a theory. I've got a game theory. You see what I see? If you had the Super Shredder action figure, you're looking at those shoulder armor and you're like, ah! Hold on a minute. That's funny, bro. That's really, really funny. Who knows where that little boat rotor comes from? No, Chad, I'm saying like they've got the same indentations. Those are Super Shredder's shoulders. Pauldrons. Okay, Chad. Those are Super Shredder's pauldrons. Those are not Super Shredders. Who even knows where those come from? That's funny. So basically he took his Goro mold and then just like added some action figure shit to it. That's nuts, bro. That's totally nuts. The sound of perfection. Mortal Kombat 2 was the first video game to use Midway's digital compression system for audio. Moving away from FM synthesis, soundtracks were instead created by carefully arranging samples across 4 channels of audio. DCS remained the standard on Midway arcade games, as well as Williams and Bally pinball machines through the early 2000s. Ooh. You hear that? You can see the shredder purple. Yeah. Though it looked fabric. That's the thing that was confusing to me.
A game comes along that transcends our industry. The theme connects with something deep inside us and embeds itself firmly in the popular culture. Once in a lifetime, a game takes on a life of its own. To millions worldwide, it becomes more than just a video game. It becomes an obsession, a controversy.
I don't know what's happening right now.
And they just can't wait to take it home.
Vegeta! Vegeta as a video essayist is so funny.
We've created a monster! Actually, we've created several. What if we could outdo our previous successes? What if we could create a new fighting machine?
This delivery is so
crazy. Every fighting game ever made.
What if?
One with more depth and more characters. What if, amidst all the furor and recognition, we could release to the world the ultimate fighting experience? We can, and we will, right now.
Whoa, this is so hyped. If I'm running an arcade, I'm already sold. I'm stopping the tape right now, and I'm getting on the phone.
Here it is, Mortal Kombat 2. More characters, 3 times more images, more secret moves, more battlegrounds, more hidden surprises.
Yeah, that's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good. That's good.
And it's the first video game to feature our crystal clear DCS.
All right, Baraka's head is too damn big, chat. It makes his body look small. This character does not look cool.
These are the 12 combatants. Each possesses an array of special strengths. Liu Kang. Kung Lao.
The portrait art they made for this game
Johnny
is
Cage.
so nice.
Reptile.
Ooh.
Sub-Zero.
Oh no.
Shang Tsung.
I heard Sung.
Tana. Jax. Melina. Baraka. Scorpion. And Raiden. Get to know these characters, because when it comes to fighting for profits, they're all in your corner.
Chat, this whole ad is for arcade managers, just so it's clear what we're doing at this point. The intended audience for this video is somebody who would be buying arcade cabinets for their arcade.
Mortal Kombat 1 has started an unstoppable global fire. And notoriety has fanned the flames. The world's players have embraced these characters, and they're begging us for more. Never before has a game been so perfectly poised for such massive success. What was a roaring blaze will now become a raging inferno of profit. Get ready to feel the heat of Mortal Kombat 2. The world's ultimate fighting machine.
An inferno of profit, dude. That was crazy. Thank you for including that. Oh, that art is so nice. Hell yeah. Bro. Except Baraka does look like shit here. I don't know why they included Baraka. It's fucking chrome teeth. These group shots are awesome, dude. Yeah, so I'm guessing, you know, like, that's probably like catcher's gear, right? Like the mask is probably prefabricated, right? So like, it's not crazy that Kentaro is using Super Shredder's shoulder pauldrons. If even like the main characters just have kind of like slapped together costumes. Fun though. It looks like good times. That photo to me looks like good times. What's his pants say? Any theories? Something MIX? TOMIX? Huh. Weird. Mortal Kombat 2 arcade, dude. Under the hood. Fans rarely saw the hardware that was running Mortal Kombat 2 inside the arcade machines. Sure. A printed circuit board was screwed into place inside the cabinet with cables connecting it to the control panel, of course. When a new code update was available, arcade owners would simply swap out the individual chips on the board. I bet that wasn't simple, bro. We're talking about how frequently they would update these. Sometimes, like, every month you'd get a new build. And so they would just send you a new chip, dude. That's crazy. Great looking cabinet, though. That's so nice. We really went through the development of Mortal Kombat 2 pretty quick here. I can't believe it's already out. It's 93. It's out. The comic. John Tobias expanded the Mortal Kombat 2 story in a comic book, which once again advertised in the Arcade Games Attract mode, only available through mail order. Originally sold for $5, copies of the book now fetch hundreds of dollars on the collector's market. Of course they do. But we can read it here for free. Yeah, I don't know who that guy is. This loser. Is that old Goro? Cool, dude. Whoa, so they actually show Shao Kahn without his mask on here, and they actually keep this look for a long time. Huh. That's crazy. I didn't know it was established this long ago. Look at Kintaro with his Super Shredder pauldrons, dude. I hate the suspenders for young Shang Tsung. Always have. That's not Goro. Yeah, but he's of Goro's race, right? You know what I mean? That's like a Goro. Whatever Goro is, that guy is also one. Look at this. Lin Kuei card. That's crazy. Oh, are we finally getting into the confusion of like the two Sub-Zeros too? The Sub-Zero you saw killed my older brother. Yeah, okay. All right. Fun, dude. Reptile shows up. Man, you must have been so stoked if you're at the arcade. At a certain point, the arcade cabinet says, send $5 to this address. You do. Months later, you get that comic book in the mail. That must have been so cool. And then at the back of the comic book, you say, oh boy, I can send them more money and get more stuff. Cool. Yeah, so Vogel now is additional graphics. Interesting. Still on the team. Vocal characterizations is so funny, bro. Dan Toasty Forded. Friendship. Babality. Dude, they went wild with MK2. We went way too fast. I can't believe the game's out. I'm missing a lot of lore. In stark contrast to gory fatalities, MK2 introduced two new finishing moves, both intentionally silly. Friendships end the round with an act of kindness, like sharing a birthday cake or performing a magic trick, while babalities turned opponents into costumed infants. Triple the secrets! What if the success of Reptile in the original game led to more secret opponents in the sequel? 3 secret characters, Smoke, Jade, and Noob Saibot, needed to be discovered before they could be faced in combat. Players needed to be fast to battle Smoke. Quickly press down and start when Dan Forden appears to say Toasty, which only happens every 100 uppercuts. When fighting at the portal, you'll face him in Goro's lair. Cool, dude. Yeah, Smoke looks so cool there. Otomix. This is such a cool photo. You got caged. And what's kind of wild about that is they know, like, don't worry about it. We'll just cover over the letters of Otomix. We'll just paint it all black. To meet Jade, you'll need to reach the match before the question mark icon in the single player ladder, then defeat that random opponent using only low kick and without blocking. What if you can't? What if you can't, though? Finding Smoke requires speed, finding Jade requires skill, finding Noob Saibot requires stamina. Win 50 two-player games in a row to face the mysterious competitor whose name is nearly Boone and Tobias backwards, of course. And it's just a completely blacked out ninja. How cool. 50 in a row is impossible. If 2 players manage to play 250 games in a row, Mortal Kombat 2 offers a historic secret. After announcing that both players must face a challenge from your past, they're launched into a quick game of video tennis. First to 7 points win. I did not know that. That is some cool gaming trivia. That's crazy. As with the original game, some elements of MK2 were created but ultimately not implemented. These are my favorites. Show me, show me. While the team pushed many boundaries, Johnny Cage putting his fist through his opponent's head was too disturbing. Really? Okay. That's where they drew the line. Sprites for exaggerated wind-up punches exist for Jax and Johnny Cage, but were not implemented, likely due to memory restrictions. That's kind of fun. Man, these pants are kind of dumb, huh? I think that's the utility. You know what I mean? They're trying to make things that are easily, like, palette swappable. So it's, like, primarily black, but then, like, just give me some stripes of color. That looks very silly. Shao Kahn Sonic Clap. The Shao Kahn Sonic Clap was meant to work like the Hulk's when he slams his hands together and creates a wave of concussive force of wind. He's not selling it. The thing is, he's not selling it. That one needs more of a wind-up. Yeah, that's a good cut. That animation sucks. Portal Punch. A magical portal that summoned a giant crushing fist was apparently intended as a fatality move for Shao Kahn. Bayonetta. Also kind of sucks, though. Kind of still sucks. What's so funny is, like, the arm just becomes like a straight line. It loses all musculature once it goes into the portal. The double knee. Ooh, that's cool. Knee strike and kick didn't make it into his attacks. Little foop foop. Yeah, that's... Ooh. I think they just didn't capture it right. It just looks like he breaks his leg. Alright, yeah, that's a good cut. But Liu Kang and Kung Lao were animated using back fist attacks, but neither made it into the game. Do it. Oh, there we go. Oh, yeah, that's not right. It doesn't work. That works, though. I like that one. Baraka's acrobatic kick didn't make the final cut because it simply wasn't working well as part of the gameplay. It kind of looks like Sonya Blade's grab. Shang Tsung's flip and punch. 2 unused moves. Alright. The flip looks cool, dude. Oh no, that punch sucks. What's funny is, so they just straight up painted on the goatee, right? With just like a line of black pixels. You can see it animate on here. You can see like the one frame where they like didn't even bother with the goatee. Kintaro's alternate walk. Oh my god. Big strides. That looks so dumb. Bro, that's so crazy. Those are just Super Shredder's pauldrons. Reptile, Sub-Zero, and Jax were at one point empowered with projectile attacks while in the air. I wonder if that's a balance reason they cut these. That sucks. Why are you poking your legs out? This is how you get whistle when you do a three-pointer in the NBA. You jump, shoot, and then throw your legs out. Hang in there, baby. I believe we were going to hang bodies from chains in the dead pool, lower them into the acid, and then lift them out of skeletons. My recollection is that we cut this to save memory. Sure. Everybody's wearing jeans though, dude. We know you're wearing jeans. Tony Goski's additional background artwork for the tower stage was trimmed for memory and limitations. Dang. Unused names. Some of the unused life bar names may have been placeholders for characters in development. Hat Boy is Kung Lao, of course. Barada and Katana appear to have alternate spellings, of course. Rancor, dude. They just wanted to make a Star Wars game. Cybot Noob does not work as well as Noob Cybot either. Cool. Edward wins. What if?
Characters, 3 times more images, more secret moves. The coolest thing about Mortal Kombat 2 is I didn't know it was coming out.
I knew it was probably being worked on, and there were just rumors floating about.
I never even thought of a sequel. I was so fixated on the first game.
I had no idea. Nobody at my school had mentioned it.
It wasn't until I walked into it was an arcade called Uncle Bob's.
Good memory.
And there it was already.
Dude, look at that. Wow.
Thing I saw was somebody slicing someone in half with Kung Lao's hat. And I
excellent.
Like,
yeah, that
what?
animation's
There's
nice.
Mortal Kombat 2, and it is crazy.
A friend came running into band class one day and said, "Oh, there's a Mortal Kombat 2. I saw this new character. He's a monster. He's got knives for hands.
He sucks. His head is too big."
Baraka was the first character I picked. I kept pumping quarters in. It was so exciting to see the advancements.
Stop talking about Baraka.
And the new characters.
There is a specific reason that Mortal Kombat 2 is my absolute favorite game in the entire series. And that is because of Katana's easiest in the world fatality. Walk up to the person and hit block, 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 high kick.
Nice.
I was immediately a master of her.
Fatality.
I still main Melina whenever I play MK2, and I can do that back down, low punch to do that kind of roll thing, and then forward, low kick to do that kind of teleport.
So cheap.
It looked bigger, it looked better, it looked badder, it was bloodier. The animation was more fluid. It looked like a comic book, and that's not something I ever thought I would ever want from a Mortal Kombat game.
What do you mean it looked like a comic book?
Sub-Zero wins.
That's so cool, dude.
But like I said, I never even dreamed of a sequel. One day there it was, and it was fantastic.
The favorite characters are back, so you have kind of that step into it. The excitement was just incredible.
I remember seeing Mortal Kombat 2. It was the level that has it Shao Kahn, the big bad guy, who had the people chained up on the pedestals in the background. You were fighting your opponent, but there was a sense of storytelling in the actual level design. And
I'm
that was
with
one
you
of the
there. I'm
first
with you
times I had
there.
seen that and been like, that's really cool and that's really, really clever.
This is the one I had. I had this.
And I still bought the Game Boy versions just because Game
Look
Boy
how cool
was
this is
the
gonna
system
be.
I played the most. And what's interesting is that Mortal Kombat 2 for the Game Boy
Tell
is
them.
fantastic.
Tell them. Tell my chat. The screen shakes huge.
It is an amazing fighting game port. It's an amazing fighting game for a portable system with no power.
Oh my god, hell yeah.
I played
Hell
a
yeah.
ton of Mortal Kombat 2 on Super Nintendo. I would have friends over. My living room kind of became a mini arcade.
This looks nice, man.
All the blood and gore was there, and it was
They
fantastic.
fixed it. Super Nintendo version
It
looks
felt pretty darn
nice.
close to arcade perfect. So, haha, that time Nintendo came out on top.
That's a good fatality.
Fatality.
Okay, I do think Raiden's costume in this game's a little frumpy. I think like the color scheme's nice, and like the dynamics of the costume are okay, but I feel like maybe the particular fit is a bit frumpy.
I got put on as the lead on the second one, and that's where we really made the right decisions.
Nice.
Which was nice.
He said, make me the lead. I'll take care of this one.
The idea was to just convert the code line by line and build the multi-processing system so it would work on.
Which is
the
what they did with the
Super Nintendo,
Genesis
which, of
one.
course, it's a different language
For one.
of assembly. I think started, is November.
Just a little
somewhere
frumpy
like
won't
that, in
hurt. Yeah, you're right. I guess
1993.
every fighting game needs a one
It had to
frumpy
be
one.
done in July, and so we didn't show them anything until April. We just got our first pass of Mortal Kombat 2 for the SNES. Wow!
He kept it.
The entire video department here at Midway is absolutely blown away at how well you have matched the feel of our arcade version. of
Wow,
Mortal
he was
Kombat
so
2.
proud he kept
Already
that. That's so
see
sweet.
that this will be the version to have, as the graphics and gameplay are awesome. So we just continued down that road, got the game done on time, and it scored really high. I have some magazines, gave it 5 stars.
I love that he
It was
really
a
takes
nice
pride in
project.
this.
I did think that it was done a lot better. They could ship a game that was more like the arcade, as much as we could get it anyway. Put the rating on it and not have to have green blood.
Yeah, that's cool.
Johnny Cage wins.
I don't know if the
That
Genesis guys
fatality
would
doesn't
debate
make
me,
sense.
But I felt like it was the de facto version for at least Mortal Kombat 2.
And the ongoing debate that still sort of seems to rage on up to the present day, like between the SNES version and the Genesis version.
Genesis looks nice too, man. Look at those character sprites. They're huge.
SNES version is perceived as being like the winner, it's the better version.
No,
And
they're
that's,
bigger
like,
on Super
I
Nintendo,
think,
though.
largely because
Yeah, I
it's
guess
like more
so.
complete version. The reason the SNES one has got more stuff than ours, because they're like both made for the same size sort of cartridge, is that it's a lower resolution system, right? So therefore their art assets are smaller, and all the little sort of size differences like add up.
Jax wins.
You end up with space for fatality.
Fatality.
The fact that the speech samples are missing, that's the thing that like kind of stands out to me.
Oh, that's tough. Yeah, that's weird.
The way I got the Genesis version, it was like a little bit sort of convoluted. Basically, Paul had done the first one, Pro were offered the second one, and they offered it to Paul, which is like kind of logical sort of thing to do, and Paul turned it down.
Great B-roll.
Idiocy, stupidity. At the time I was offered it, I did think that actually MK2 wouldn't ever come out, that it would be banned. There was a bunch of people in the studio kind of talking about violence and talking about this game, and so I didn't particularly want to spend all that effort on a game that then got banned. Hindsight's a wonderful thing, isn't it?
So then they offered it to
Nah,
me.
you were just kind of dumb.
I've never done any Metroid stuff before. They used to think it was like a cooperative multitasking system. It's the first time I'd ever like kind of come across it. And like
It's like somebody made soup with toilet water, and they're like, okay, well, it's bad. I guess hindsight is 2020. It's like, no, just don't make soup with toilet water.
To that, I used that system. Everybody was like kind of happy with the version that I did, and that was no bad thing. I mean, it's just like a really good game, you know. Hard to mess it up.
Toilet water is fine. Chat, I dare you to drink my toilet water. Put a big old straw in there and drink that water. Man, I love that this is included. That's so fun. 1994, bro. And what's chat? It's crazy is 94. We're getting a little close to 3D. 94 is pretty late. Aladdin's Castle was the name of my arcade. Oh, I loved that place. Yeah, again, like, we're not going to read every word of these, but it's so cool they're included as well. Nothing can prepare you. Oh my god, look at that ad. That's so nice. 94, we had 3D in the arcades for sure. Yeah, like Virtua Fighter's probably out in 94, right? Kintaro's Revenge. Why the huge space after Kintaro, bro? Probably for a trademark. The Pit 2! Uh-oh. Is that movie stuff? No, it's all for a commercial. Dude. I hope they have that commercial in this. Yeah, they're talking about the movie right now, though. Just chatting about it. $32X and PC. Yeah, enjoy those ports. Virtua Fighter's December 93. Yeah. It's so cool. They have the arcade version, but also if you want to play the Super Nintendo or Genesis or Game Boy version, it's right there, dude. So cool. Looks a little washed out for some reason. 32X. Enhancements included more colors, improved sounds, restored animations, and the inclusion of the arcade's attract mode. You could play it here. That's so fun, dude. The canceled port. Uh-oh. For PC and the 32-bit Sega Saturn. Where a standalone version of MK2 would appear on the Saturn 96, this combo version only ended up shipping on PC and Game Boy. Huh. So cool, dude. So cool. Get ready to run. So that's it for MK2.
MK2 was great and stuff.
Okay. I feel like we really blazed through MK2.
But I really didn't want us to just do the same game with prettier graphics.
We were always trying to one-up what we did. Like, obviously, MK1, we had the, you fall into the pit. And that was great. It was always asking the question, well, what can we do next? MK3 was like, now we're gonna knock you upwards.
Yeah, this game is so weird, dude.
Now we're gonna knock you downwards.
Right.
Certainly the visual qualities of the backgrounds changed over time quite significantly.
As the story took it, MK3 was based more on Earth.
This music.
3D technology played a part.
I had been learning how to sculpt things in 3D. I created what became the subway, and I showed Ed, I'm like, hey, we could actually just, instead of like going out and videoing stuff and getting things out of books or, you know, whatever, or even just drawing them, we could actually build them in 3D with correct lighting and, you know, stuff like that. And it could even help us do the parallaxing if we wanted it to. He was like, yeah, that's pretty cool. Let's go that route. So a lot of the backgrounds, I would kind of build them in 3D, and then Tony would take that and draw on it and you know, dress them up, make them look better from there.
There's a look that's missing. It looked kind of too plastic and toyish and simple, but it was great for a starting point. We would always touch up over it. That would give it its clean look. And one of the backgrounds that we started with 3D was the Soul Chamber. I always like a star in the background, and I just coined the name Soulnado for the soul inside the mouth, and I drew that in deluxe paint, frame by frame.
It looks good.
I did a drawing of this in 3D just so you can make it any size and any lighting, any angle you wanted. This is it's just ornamental, you know, it's just like kind of a really neat background thing.
You know, we would always in Mortal Kombat put in names, our names, you know, hidden somewhere sometimes. And mainly it was the graveyard.
I'm sure that I probably designed in 3D the tombstones, and Tony probably drew in our names. A lot of that grass, and maybe even putting the background in there, like the sky and stuff.
They all died
Dave
in '95.
Mikasiewicz joined our team, and he knew about Photoshop. We hadn't heard about Photoshop. Photoshop was new. He took that city scene with Shao Kahn's fortress in the distance. What I
Yeah,
did
that looks cool.
was kind of stale. It was very stark. He added like haze and all kinds of cool atmosphere with Photoshop. We started using Photoshop a lot after that.
Yeah, so there's something like kind of impactful about this, the look of this stage to me. This is why, like, as a kid, I'm like looking at this and I'm like uncomfortable.
Once we get the digitized image, it's a lot like painting. And right now we're going through a process where...
Yeah, Jax's robot arms are so clearly like just silver painted arms, you know?
we sort of filter the images through. We'll grab the image and Steve Moran will start and do some Photoshop on the guy, and then we'll hand him over to Tony, who does some touch-up. And then it gets passed over to me, and then I do some of this more detailed touch-up, and then I give it back to Steve, and he kind of separates the different colors and creates the different palettes, and then we give it back to Tony, and he does the final touch-up and stuff and gets it ready for the game. I'm working on a friendship move for Shigoro character, and that's her tentative name. She doesn't have She doesn't have a real name yet. The move is she's got to turn around and she's going to pull out sort of plates and little sticks, and she spins the plates and the sticks and balances them on her hand, and she does this with her back towards you.
I remember wanting the characters to be a little bit smaller.
Oh, they are a little bit smaller. Interesting.
The reason I wanted them a little smaller was so they can have more lateral motion to run.
I remember having that conversation in Ed's office because my first reaction was, wait, we should be getting bigger. It's like, what do you mean smaller, you know? The hardware, we can push more stuff, and we should be making them bigger. But it didn't last long. I think once the run button was in, you saw right away the value of the sprint.
Round 1, fight.
It's just so crazy to me to like think of like the fantasy of like a fight in a tournament, right? The idea of there needing to be a run button is so crazy to me. Why do you need to run when you're fighting somebody? Tobias said he preferred the SNES version of MK2. It sounds like everybody did.
I wanted it to be more aggressive. I always.
I
felt
believe
like
it
our
ended up
walking
selling
was a
better
bit
too.
slow, and
We're
that
in
really was pushing
'94.
to the right.
Super Nintendo's taken off already at this point.
To me, it feels weird when I play MK2. I feel like I'm in molasses. I was like, come on, you know, like, I just want to move faster. So.
True enough, now every game has a dash. So I guess they just have a different solution. He came up with a run button as a solution to a problem that other people came up with dash for. You're right. Yeah. He should have just been playing Marvel vs. Capcom.
We really loved to see players doing combos, but some players just couldn't uppercut somebody and then jump and then, you know, juggle them and do all these kind of. So we wanted something that was a little bit more mechanical, right? Like anybody can do 1-1-2 or something like that. Right, the whole dynamic of the game was just so aggressive.
It really is, man.
And some people were intimidated by that.
Yeah.
It was somewhat controversial. There was a guy who was a tech in our, you know, like where they would build the games. He was looking at it and he goes, you know, I don't know why you added the run button. You know, I don't know what that. And then, you know, fast forward 3 weeks.
What happened in 3 weeks?
Nightwolf wins. He actually came by and said,
Oh.
you know, yeah, I don't know what I was thinking, man. That thing was cool.
I think he was being nice to his boss. Dude, Kano just doesn't work, bro. This stinks. 94 though. They're really pumping these games out a year at a time. That's so nuts. Oh my god. It's kind of funny he's still drawing them like this, knowing full well that he's got humans. You know what I mean? He's like, bro, you're gonna have to put this on a human at some point. Love the new ninja costumes though. Well, actually, that's kind of weird. I don't think it launched with ninjas. I'm sure we'll go into it. Look at these poses. You're developing a real style here. I like it. New combatants. Tobias was also created several new characters, including the cybernetic characters Cyrax and Sector. Sure. Sector. Fine. Shao Kahn's bride, Sindel, and an updated version of the never forgotten Striker, who's now a police officer. Okay, I gotta say they nailed it. If this was the initial concept, they did it. They pulled this off. MK3 came out in 95. X-Men vs. Street Fighter, the first MVC, came out in 96. And probably also the first Dash, unless Vampire Savior has one. And this is the cyborg. They don't have the head yet. Chad, let me ask you something. Is that a butt? What is that meant to be? I feel like a little muffin top is maybe our best theory so far. Little hip lump. Yeah. Just a flap. Once realized, John Tobias's character sketches were inked, establishing the standard look for the characters. Bootstrap Boone, thanks for being a 65-monther. Did anyone check to see if Robot Wars Arena of Destruction has CPU versus CPU? No. I'm not sure we have. Inked, dude. Huh. Yeah, this is like, because you could tell by the weird, awkward way those two toes are pointing. It is just inked over version of that sketch. Oh my god. That's so silly. Oh, hey, nice. Yeah, he's like, it's so crazy to me to do concept art for these like fully bulked out comic book heroes. when their application is going to be on actual human bodies, you know? It's funny they just swapped that one. Why bother? You know what? This Shang Tsung sucks too, dude. He's only cool when he's an old man. I actually kind of like what's going on with this costume. I don't think they do this in 3D, her actual outfit, right? She's got this kind of cool like cobra thing going on. There's smoke. Just throw some Photoshop on him. Yeah, what's kind of weird is I feel like we're seeing some characters that get added into later versions of MK3. They're all just kind of bundled here together. Full color. Man, this shading technique is so crazy. Like, look at the veins they added in. Like, yeah, I have a vein brush. Okay. I'm sorry. I really do think the veins are just a brush. That's so funny. Oh, I kind of like the turquoise for smoke, actually. That's cool. Wow, it's actually so crazy though, like how these like do adhere to their final costume designs. Oh, these are not as detailed as the MK1 sketches. This is crazy. That one's nice. That's cool as hell. Huh. Yeah, getting a little loosey-goosey with those. Tony Gusky's Soul Chamber. Gusky's surrealistic style. Give MK3 its supernatural gothic look. Sure. Shiva appears to be all original materials. I don't know if we can find a super shredder out there that Shiva is borrowing from. It's actually a really nice sculpt. Chat, remember like we were talking about how like there's this weird phase of the 90s where like butts aren't cool? I don't know what happened, man.
One day I was in the office at Playboy downtown Chicago, and the phone rang. It was Jack Hager, and he was looking for a couple cheerleaders for this game called NBA Jam.
Oh, that's so funny. She's in NBA Jam first.
I could, but I had no idea. It was great working with everybody, and then Jack invited me on to the next game, which was Revolution X. We were trying to develop Mr. Saga. He had an idea. He wanted to be like this mistress, you know, in leather, and I said, well, I got some ideas, you know, and I put a black wig on and put my Harley Davidson jacket on and black stretch pants. He added chains and put some labels on it, and he was just like, perfect. And then that is how Mr. Helga developed. That was a blast. And then I just started working with Midway, you know, game after game, and they said that they needed a new Sonya.
Now hold on a minute. I feel like NBA Jam is after Revolution X, unless I'm like misunderstanding the chronology of all this. Anyway.
Asked me if I'd like to do it, and I said absolutely.
I think this is a cool costume
John,
for Sonya.
One time was just walking by me in a hallway. He's like, "Hey Sal, you feel like being a character for more?"
Yeah, it does seem like we're gonna skip over the drama of the actors who left. Sal DeVita is new too.
Mortal Kombat 3, and like, yeah, sure.
By the time we got to Mortal Kombat 3, we had a complete blue screen studio.
There you go.
Professional lighting.
Oh, yeah.
Professional cameras. A green room. Dressing rooms for the actors.
Hey, get out of here, man.
Jack Hager put that all together. It was phenomenal.
Thank you,
Each
Mr. Hager.
capture session was 2 to 3 days. John and I would do the lighting. We always consistently had what we called a money light that just was a rim light. And we'd spend a lot of time doing that because there was no going back with the lighting.
Wait, why, dude? I'm so sorry. I don't understand. They should be lighting it more. I feel like that might have been weird since they would only give us one side of the drama. Are the other people just not allowed to talk about it?
John and I would do the lighting. We always consistently had what we called a money light that just was a rim light. And we'd spend a lot of time doing that because there was no going back with the lighting.
Whenever you're making a game, you would record the data and then immediately check it in the tool to make sure the lighting was right, to make sure the size was right and whatever.
The camera takes in the signal into our beta cam recorder, and we also run a signal into our PC. This is where we do the actual grabbing of frames to be digitized. We're able to click through frame by frame, delete the frames we don't want, keep the frames that we do like.
Once you had all that set, then you could start kind of rolling into the actual moves and then forget about the technical side of it.
When we started filming a character, we'd get into work probably roughly around 10 o'clock, and
I wonder what they produced all this for. This is cool.
usually the whole filming process takes...
It's where a lot of their
all
behind the
day.
scenes footage came from.
An average day of a 14-hour shoot. We came in, we got into makeup, it didn't take too long for Sonya. She doesn't wear much.
And then we have a list, a huge list of animations, kicks, punches, uppercuts, and then the special moves and stuff. Capturing every single frame of them performing these moves. Neither Sal nor Carrie had martial arts background, right? You know, they were super athletic.
I watched a lot of martial arts. I watched a lot of, Bruce Lee and Jackie Chan, and I studied like the theatrics of martial arts, but I didn't have the discipline.
Right, and my background was just gymnastics and boxing.
Sonya Blade, there she is.
There she is.
A little bit of WWF wrestling.
Oh, jeez. That's no way to begin a demonstration.
What the fuck? They're doing this at like CES?
I think Sonya is in a little trouble here. She's being tied to a dog.
What? So I was more into the falls and the suplexes and that kind of stuff.
There was this tomboyish quality to her that doesn't come across when you see her.
Yeah.
And then once you work with her, you realize, holy crap, she's going to do everything we need and more.
Yeah.
Probably the hardest thing about doing any of the moves is you had to start and finish in the same spot.
And that was the main thing, is getting back into idle, getting back into idle. They wanted all the follow through. They wanted all the momentum, but they wanted all that power to come all the way through. Like,
This guy's still into it. I like that they're explaining this, right? Where you have basically, with any fighting game, the stance that you have to come back into where any new attack could come from.
Then you had to always get back into idle pose, and that was the main thing.
I remember I added like the scrunchie in my ponytail, and we always tried to work together with costuming. They would have like the basic costume, and then they would let the actors kind of bring in a little bit of detail.
Yeah, I want to hear from costuming,
with
man.
Creating costumes was like this art project. We would go...
Wait, it's you? Are you costume guy?
Helping John...
Steve Baran was doing the costumes?
With creating costumes was like this art project. We would go to sports stores and buy like hockey gear and army surplus stores and just buy pieces and hey, that works and put some duct tape on it, and Home Depot has this cool rubber piece that we could use for Sector's helmet. And it was very do-it-yourself.
Crazy. Okay, sorry. This is the second time we've seen these symbols here. I think this is like some sort of like behind-the-scenes featurette that was on some CD somewhere. I'm guessing these are codes you can enter in, yeah? Is that what those are? You would like pause the TV screen and like write down the codes so that you can mash them in later for MK3. Yeah, I think that's what those are.
The helmet itself was so back heavy that literally everything that I did was like, it was pulling my head back. And the mask, by doing this, the mask looked like it was looking forward. So I was always kind of doing this with everything, with all my actions.
We wanted it as compact as possible because we didn't want him to look out of proportion.
Yeah.
The head on Sector and the cyborgs, their heads are too damn big too. They got a Baraka problem. It's like an overall cosplay problem. Like anytime you're trying to do like Iron Man, the head's always too big because human heads are freaking huge, you know? And so to add on top of it always makes it so disproportionate. I think these characters look so dumb in Mortal Kombat 3.
So the helmet is really tight.
It must have been torture for, 8 hours or whatever.
That's where your neck problem.
Green Lantern was front heavy. That's why the pressure was on my schnoz, is because the bill was the heavy part of Green Lantern.
That's why my neck hurts so much.
I think with the Sonya costume, he was just trying to keep everything in when you're bouncing around.
I think my favorite Sal character is still Nightwolf. He just turns into that guy, and like he extends his chin, like he almost like transforms.
Sal,
so funny.
He had no fear. He would just go over the top. He would just insist on trying a move.
Does Nightwolf have multiple thigh windows? Is that what those are? Is it like a little fabric ladder on the side?
That we were afraid he'd get hurt from.
Throwing himself around.
Yeah, just so committed to it.
Dude.
You need to look like you're taking pain. You snap your head back, really kind of throw yourself over. And when you fell, you had to look like you were getting hurt. So I would throw myself twisting around as much as I could at the time. Many times I would land, on my neck wrong, land on my back wrong.
Sal would often hurt himself, or not often, but he has a history of hurting himself, trying to get the best performance.
It didn't matter if we were working or if the camera was on or whatever. Like
That's
I just
so
throw
fun,
my
bro.
hand out and put my hand on the back of his neck and go.
That's really funny. I was like, when this clip starts, Sal's got maybe an inappropriate glance, but he's actually just very professionally watching where her hand is.
It didn't matter if we were working or if the camera was on or whatever.
I was like, Sal? But no. He's actually just being a pro here. He's tracking the hand to sell this.
Like I just throw my hand out and put my hand on the back of his neck and go wham!
Smack my face into
and
it.
he'd fall back onto the floor, and everybody is like, "Oh my god!"
And in fact, I think her and Sal would have like contests with each other to see who can do what better.
That's
fun
fun,
watching
bro.
these two go at it.
They're still good friends to this day.
So if I was gonna hit you hard, I would.
Yeah.
See.
Yeah, so it's not the hardness, it's the location.
Reactions, all just in reaction.
I think she did hit him hard that last time. This guy didn't age. This guy never aged. That's so funny.
All just in reaction.
Same exact thing, dude. That's so cool. That's so cool. Why do you think they took so many pictures of Sonya? Farewell to VHS. I thought they got rid of VHS for MK2. Yeah, you see, like the little thigh windows there. I feel like Nightwolf has the same. And I do see now Sindel kind of has the Cobra look. But you can tell John Tobias on the right, he's like, that is not how I designed it. I designed a cool costume for you and you're not wearing it. That's so cool though, dude. What a photo. Oh, there's actually 10 of these. Yeah, bro, those are thigh gaps. Those are little thigh windows. I thought of them as like the same as like what Baraka has, where you just have some like squares down the side, you know? Like Han Solo. But no, for some reason. Well, you can see his bruises, bro. Exhaust vent. Those are crazy pants. Those are really, really crazy pants, dude. Next Halloween, I'll see what I can put together. Man, why does it look like they're having so much fun on this? It's crazy. Mortal Condiments. The Cyborg Ninja characters were eventually named Sector and Cyrax, but during development, John Vogel nicknamed them Ketchup and Mustard, which became their temporary names in early development builds. Yeah, the heads are too big. It was a blast getting the Cyborg costumes together. It was a mix of BMX motocross gear, hockey protection, duct tape, and rubber tubing. For being really thrown together, I am really happy with the way Sector and Cyrax turned out. Steve Braun, artist. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of crazy that it almost seems like they were not costumers on staff. And so the game artists were actually like putting these costumes together. That's so crazy to me. Considering like the other ones that we had seen. So, I mean, maybe they're just going to like some store and buying pants. Oh, this game actually has 2 stop motion characters. That's right. This guy's cool. I feel like this guy is a step up from the lateral move of Goro to Kintaro. Yeah, they're gonna fall apart, bro. It's cool though. Yeah, and so what's so crazy to me is that if Vogel wasn't into this, if Vogel wasn't into the sculpting and stop motion thing, they wouldn't have anybody to do it. It would not have appeared in Mortal Kombat. But because of this one artist on the team who also has this one particular skill and interest, you have Goro with 4 arms. Going to the store and asking for the pants with the most windows. Yeah, you know what? There has to be a costumer, though. I still think there's a costumer who's just not being talked to here because everything has to be so fitted. I understand, like, a lot of this stuff is put together. Those 2 guys go into army surplus stores or whatever, but, like, some of this stuff is clearly handcrafted. Difference between a popular hit and a franchise? Action figures. In 1994, Hasbro released a line of Mortal Kombat toys, often repurposing parts from popular G.I. Joe line. Same happened with their Street Fighter guys. A refreshed assortment of toys was released in 95, shortly before the debut of the new movie. You know what? Teaming up with Hasbro was a mistake there. I don't like that size for Mortal Kombat characters. They should have been taller.
With MK2, we were just fully embracing the secret nature of the game.
Yes. Oh. Whoa.
Smoke and Jade were hidden characters. For MK3, the codes were basically just putting it front and center. Like, it wasn't, oh, discover whatever. It was like, here are your secret dials, you know, play with your secret dials.
There's 6 little boxes, 3 of which are controlled
Boxes.
by player 1, 3
That's
of which
Chicago.
are controlled by player 2. Try different combinations. There's a million possible combinations to see what can be unlocked in the game.
To get the code for Unlimited Run, each player must press low punch 4 times and block and low kick 6 times.
This is so mean. So, like, remember this, they released this probably as a VHS tape, right? Sorry. So you got to be watching this with your, like, on your nasty old big tube TV and then write down, like, kind of whatever they're trying to tell you with these symbols right there. That's tough, dude.
4 times and block and low kick 6 times.
Yeah, I don't think any of us can stop looking at the thigh windows now. Those pants are totally different to us all.
Marketing jumped on
What
that
were they
and
thinking,
said,
dude?
Oh, we could do stuff with advertisements and give this magazine these codes and give the magazine
Oh, that's a good idea, actually. I
By
like
using
that.
these symbols, ads will provide clues to codes on MK3 games. It's like a puzzle where one piece is missing. To solve the puzzle, players must go to your location and play the game.
Oh.
I remember in Mortal Kombat 1 sneaking in Reptile.
Okay, I actually think they're ruining it. I think they've ruined what was fun about the mystery of this game with this shit.
Reptile was such a big hit that we wanted something in the player's face that was this long.
Nah, you've
string
lost
of
the plot
digits.
here, Ed.
It
This is
encouraged
crazy.
conversation,
No.
Speculation. When you activated it, from that point on, the game unlocked smoke in the player select screen.
And I remember in Mortal Kombat 3 mocking up a purple ninja, and I put the name Rain in there. Purple Ninja, Purple Rain, you know, one of my favorite albums. Just in the attract mode, it wasn't even in the game.
So rude.
I was kind of trolling players and putting like Ermac, you know, like Ermac was really just something for me, an audit, like certain stats that you wanted to know, how many times this character was picked, stuff like that. But everybody thought it was a character, so we made him a character.
Oh shit!
This is good capture, though. I like this. Nice. Oh, he's got his moves. Yeah, Ermac is so cool in this era, man. That's sweet. Combat codes. The marketing created the tagline, "There is no knowledge that is not power." Yeah, there is. Oh yeah, look at her costume sucks. It's actually kind of cool in the original sketches. I mean, also with Stryker. That costume stinks. Those are two brutal costumes, bro. Yeah, combat codes were printed in magazine advertisements, flashed on screens during promotional videos, as we've seen, given to game magazines as exclusive information. Yeah, this is a bit much. This is a bit much. At the end of the game, players were invited to enter a 10-character ultimate combat code. If both players worked together, the correct sequence of button presses would permanently unlock Smoke as a playable character on that machine. That's too much. That's too much. Mortal Kombat 3 introduced an unusual alternative to fatalities, a mercy. Ooh, we missed one. Okay, all right. If a fight went 3 rounds, a player could opt to restore some of their opponent's health, giving them a second chance to win the match. If the player who granted mercy still won, they could perform a new type of finishing move. I didn't realize you have to mercy first. Animalities. So animalities require a mercy in the first place, huh? Inspired by a false rumor that Sub-Zero could turn into a polar bear, Mortal Kombat 3 added the animality as a new type of finishing move. With the correct inputs, every character could morph into a different animal to deliver a graphic final blow. They did end up adding animalities to Mortal Kombat 1, which I think is pretty cool.
For me, the changes in Mortal Kombat 3 were... It was a little jarring, in all honesty. I very much liked how 1 to 2 went, where it was... It's everything I wanted, and 3 was the new mechanics were just, it was different.
I think the Mortal Kombat that threw me the most was 3. 2 felt like it took 1 to the extreme. Everything seemed like Mortal Kombat 1, but more. Mortal Kombat 3 felt like almost like a reboot of the franchise in a weird way. And for maybe
Nightwolf.
15 minutes when I first played it, I was like, this isn't Mortal Kombat. I want to go back to Mortal Kombat 2. And then when I realized I could go into like this insane combo that eventually resulted in someone exploding, I was like, oh, I'm back in. This is Mortal Kombat. This is definitely Mortal Kombat.
It wasn't a surprise to see that they wanted to incorporate a little bit of those dial combo type mechanics into that game because Killer Instinct was really popular.
Was it?
I think.
Was it? I mean, like, Capcom games are really popular with their combos.
That was the one that introduced the run button, if I recall.
The run button? Oh my god. Like, that changed so
KI
much
was a
stuff.
big in arcades when it hit.
The run
Okay.
button I've never gotten used to this day. I just never find the right way to use it. So I never used the run. So I became a little bit more defensive with MK3.
And I remember
That kick
the
is
moment when
so
someone
silly
punched
looking.
me through a stage and being like, oh, wait a minute. Like, the game is, like, breaking its own fourth wall. And that stuff was cool.
Round 2, fight.
Going back to Mortal Kombat 2 after playing Mortal Kombat 3 with the run button was like going back to Street Fighter 2 Champion Edition after playing Street Fighter 2 Turbo. I could not go back speed-wise. It was so fast, and it felt more aggressive, which is what Mortal Kombat should be.
Okay.
I got my first speeding ticket racing to go to the arcade before it closed to play Mortal Kombat 3. I was just hauling ass in my 1991 Saturn, which was red, and I thought it was cool. It was my first car that Jazz Jackrabbit bought me. And, you know, a cop pulls me over. He's like, is everything working okay in this car? I'm like, I guess, officer. He's like, well, what about the speedometer? I guess I hit the run button with the accelerator in my car.
That's Cliff Blazinski, the comedian.
I think Ed and John still probably owe me $50 for that ticket.
Yeah, real monster scream. That sucked. That's so interesting. We've gone from like the peak of MK advertising to like how quickly they lost their minds, dude. That sucked. And again, they like show a little code at the end to make it more mysterious, but like the codes are so manufactured, bro. It's not working for me.
Kano, saw you in the video on that.
Saw me in the video?
Yeah, you were working in your office.
All right, yeah, I know, isn't that cool? I'm famous now.
Yeah, yeah.
Can you imagine like just having to be shirtless and like demo off the game to these people at this trade show? Dream job, I guess.
Hi, Dave. What's up?
Nah, I feel like just being buff doesn't make you more comfortable being shirtless.
Probably out of focus anyway.
Chat says it does with great confidence. Okay. Kano never works. Kano never works. He just doesn't work, chat. Who are they bringing in? Who are they bringing in? Who are they bringing in? What's going on? Ed Boon and John Tobias. It really is those two guys. Would you go shirtless? Yeah, I would. And I would like pretend to be comfortable all day, but in the back of my mind, I would be saying, I'm uncomfortable. I'm uncomfortable. Everybody's wearing more clothes than I am. Everybody's sneaking peeks at me. His Kano mask is drooping, dude. I love this footage. This is so crazy.
Yeah, okay, let's roll.
Oh no.
Okay,
This is where she gets tied up to the gong.
Of the fighters from Mortal Kombat 3.
This kind of bugs me out. This gives me the vibes. I guess I could let it play. It gives me the vibes of when we were talking about Power Rangers and how the original Power Rangers cast had terrible contracts. And then when they were fighting for better ones, they just got fired. And replaced by new people with new bad contracts. I'm guessing these people are not being paid enough to do this shit.
That's Kano. Number 3 is Jax. Yes. Let's go. Yeah. And finally we have Kung Lao. All right, let's hear it for him.
That would have gotten an oh my god from Ed Boon.
Here we go. We start with Kano and Sonya. Oh, jeez.
Cheap shot, Kano. Oh, she's out in one punch?
She's in a little trouble here. She's being tied to a dog. A fate that shouldn't befall anyone.
You're right, the mask is off at this point. Kano lost his mask at some point today.
He's proud of himself.
And then he was just... He punched her once, okay? In her daze, she gets tied up to a gong, and then he just fucking poses for 30 seconds. No way Kung Lao would just dispose his hat like that. Look at all the people who are just kind of like vibing with this. This guy in the back, look at that posture. That guy's saying, I could do that. I could do this shit. I could take him. That was a pro move. That was a pro move. This guy said, ooh, this could potentially cause an injury. He got it out of the way very swiftly. Uh-oh. Jax is stepping in. You're fucked, Kano. Oh, that headbutt sucked. I could beat Bloodworth in a high kick, exactly, yeah.
All right, let's hear it for all of our Mortal Kombat characters.
That was it?
We have Sonya, Kung Lao, Jax, and Kano. Well, we did have Kano. Once we had Kano. Now we have a shell of a man. Let's hear it for him one more time, the Mortal Kombat characters. Thanks, guys. I should let you know that this is the year of Mortal Kombat 3, really.
there'll be a lot more than just this game, as if that's not enough. This is really the first element of the year of Mortal Kombat.
Talk about that movie.
Really today. In addition to this, there will be a making of Mortal Kombat tape that comes out in June. In July, there will be an animated feature that comes out. In August, there will be a feature-length film that comes out from the from the producers of Terminator 2. In September, there will be a live.
What do you think that hand gesture meant?
Tour that kicks off will go all around the globe and hit more than 200 cities. Also, operators who purchase this game will be getting a free ROM update that will include special new characters, special secret codes, special new backgrounds, and all of that will be coming in September. That will be a free ROM update. But right now we'll get Ed Boon and John Tobias over here. Hey Ed, John. And they're going to give us a little demonstration of Mortal Kombat. Ed will explain a little bit more about the codes that we talked.
Can I be honest? This guy's job is like doing presentations, and I'm not really impressed with his presentational style. All right, if we got 3 minutes left of the stream, I can't hang out and watch more of that. I can't. I hate these codes. To kids, these symbols will mean power. To you, they'll mean money. Oh. Yeah, I don't like the codes. The codes are bad vibes. Did chat point out the Gerstmann cameo? He's been all over this. What do you mean cameo? Oh, but you can actually see him playing it. Young Gerstmann. No, that's funny. Everything you need to keep players pumped and your cash box loaded. Yeah, obviously what I really want to know is like financial returns. You know what I mean? We didn't talk about if MK2 exactly how much better it performed than MK1, you know? I think it did. I think they made more money off MK2 than they did off 1. Special codes is how you unlock them now? That's so dorky, dude. Smoke is unlocked via the Ultimate Combat code. Once unlocked, Smoke's portrait appears at the center of the combat select screen. Character select screen. Yeah. You've lost it, bro. It's not what it's about. It's not about codes. I feel like the codes was marketing, man. Beware the realm of Relem Okanep. Miller Pinacho? Oh yeah. Kent Miller and Mark Pinacho. Either through the combat code 642468 or playing 100 two-player matches. You could just put a code in? Come on, man. Funny though, this actually doesn't look like a port. It looks like an original arcade game, which is kind of fun. Oh, this one might be a doozy. This looks like a long video. What is this?
Before it all began, there was the void that contained the essence of everything. Within the void existed...
This is 28 minutes? Oh, you know what? I feel like we've been seeing a lot of this already interspersed. What if? Throughout this video. Yeah. We have seen a lot of clips from this. Very cool, though. Ooh, I like that 3D hammer animation, actually. That was nice. Didn't make the cut. Damn, it looks really cool. Carrie Hoskins brought back Sonya at EVO to promote the collection. Do you know who she's kicking right here? That cosplayer we were talking about earlier. That's the Goro whose legs broke, dude. That's the Goro. That's really, really funny. Also, dang that she can still do that, huh? That's crazy. That's a higher kick than Bloodworth could ever do. Yeah, I know the overhead hammer attack's iconic, but yeah, the side swipe is really cool, kind of 3D effect. Oh, that's kind of cool. Ah, fuck. Shit. Oh, that's cool, dude. Damn. They had to cut this, huh? Ah, that animation sucks. That's a good cut. I don't know what he's doing with that one. He just looks mad. That's bad. That's bad. That's bad. Mid-air stomp? Yeah, there's no stomping happening there. Restraining her opponent with 2 arms while battering them with the others wasn't enough for the dev team. Shiva's unused animation includes vicious kick for good measure. Man, Shiva actually, I think it looks really cool. Because of the lighting, you know what I mean? Like she fits in with like the humans. She doesn't look as much like a stop motion toy as like Goro does. I'm dead serious. I'm dead serious about the lighting. Actually, it's like I think miniatures is such like a cool thing. It's the thighs. Yeah, look at the thighs. They would not be achieving like thighs like that with 3D models for years to come. Sonya's big ball fatality. Sonya's pink ball fatality did make it into the game, but not with all the additional frames. That animation sucks. It's like she stops and then the ball comes out, you know what I mean? It's gotta be an extension of the motion. They had to match the lighting rig of the actors too. Yeah, true. I remember being stressed out because we at one point were out of memory and hadn't even added Motaro yet. No wonder then that these Motaro moves, pointing, running, rearing on his hind legs, didn't make the cut. No room for Motaro. Oh, he talked. Look at him. He's saying something. Fuck you. The run, dude. Look at his fucking waggly tail. No, sir. Look at this shit. Yeah. These animations are so bad. Again, because we're talking about like using the motion, right? He basically stops. He jumps all the way there, stops in the air, and then does a crazy little slap. Overhead slap. The Soul Steel. Yeah, I do not like that look for him. While Johnny Cage's death is canonically credited to Shao Kahn's extermination squads, of which Motaro is the leader, this unused image suggests that Motaro did the deed himself. Cool. Now, I have to wonder if maybe the reason they killed Johnny Cage is because that actor quit. Unused portraits. Dude, that rules. That's crazy. Why was this unused? Likely generated for the attract mode, huh? The rapidly growing game industry left CES behind and gathered for the Electronic Gaming Expo. Oh, all that shit was from E3? No way. Okay, yeah. That was the American Coin Machine Exposition trade show. But E3, they had to wheel them back out for E3 as well. And then look at the fucking codes there too, dude. That's not right. That's not right. That's not right. I hate that. I hope they were paid handsomely. And then, yeah, look at this. It's like really like Ed Boon and John Tobias are co-heads of this game. They're like co-directors. But in these write-ups, they're called graphic artist and programmer. But you will know John Tobias first there. Interesting.
Prepare yourself for the most revolutionary animation ever in the world premiere of Mortal Kombat, the animated video. Forget virtual reality. You're there in this awesome PG-rated direct-to-video animated adventure of a lifetime. Get next to the coolest and hottest characters anywhere. Buy the video and you'll also get the making of Mortal Kombat, the live-action movie, plus secret combat codes and a free watch offer. Mortal Kombat, the animated video. Only $14.98, rated PG.
Holy fuck! They had to get it out before Toy Story, dude. Joe Motto, thanks for being a 33-monther. That was crazy. Dude, the movie. This movie is nice. Used to be the best video game adaptation. MortalKombat.com/combat begins. Since a movie based on Super Mario Bros. Had just underperformed at the box office, I didn't realize they were that close. Some were skeptical about Mortal Kombat's chances. Casanov, however, was a believer. I said, "This is Star Wars meets Enter the Dragon," he later recalled. "This is not just an arcade game. This is a whole phenomenon." All right, bro. So is Mario Bros. That's movie Goro, dude. Oh my god. Look at these hams. They must have been so stoked. Hell yeah. After several months of pre-production, the Mortal Kombat movie began filming in August of 1994. So it had already filmed and wrapped for a long time since we're talking about it now. Before moving to Thailand at the end of the year, Ed Boon and John Tobias offered feedback on Kevin Droney's script and later visited the set. Fun. A fan becomes a star? No, 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 no. It's unclear if the fan who won this contest accepted the opportunity, as his name does not appear in the credits. John Bloxham Sr. is like, I'm okay. John Vogel did a good job documenting a lot of this stuff. This is cool that we have all this as a resource. It's nice. PG-13, dude. Species. I don't know the show or Virtuosity. Oh no. Following the success of the first film, and you can't even click on this one. A sequel, Mortal Kombat Annihilation, appeared in theaters in late November 1997. That one went on to make more than $50 million at the box office. Whoa! I don't know. Maybe I'm out of touch here. I feel like 50 million is like really good for Mortal Kombat Annihilation. $97 too. That's crazy.
I thought it was fabulous. The show was just incredible.
I loved it. I thought it was way much better than Power Rangers Live.
Mortal
You can't put that in a commercial. Way much better than Power Rangers Live. That's so funny. The first film made 122. That makes sense. Okay. So even though I feel like it's pretty good considering what the budget they probably had for it, not even close to the first movie.
Live on stage, the best family show of the season, Rights USA Today. See illusions, gymnastics, lasers, stunts, and more.
I'm so excited. The show's great.
It was great, man.
The New York Times calls it an action fantasy spectacle. Prepare yourselves for Mortal
This actually
Kombat
looks cool
live
as
on
hell,
stage.
dude.
It's coming. Coming to an arena near you.
There was Casanov again. I saw him in there. MK3 codes. Gotta pay attention. What in your mind is the best video game adaptation? Don't say Minecraft. Minecraft is up there. Oh, I'm gonna go with Mario movie. Look at this guy. Pat Johnson. I'll be your choreographer today. And even the forthcoming Mortal Kombat movie, crazy. Wait, do you think they mean the one that has yet to come out today in present day, or in the timeline, he is also choreographer? That's it, dude. He's the choreographer for that movie. Mortal Kombat 95. You're right. Yep, stunt coordinator for 95. Got it. Wait. These are actually the people from the game. Tickets started at $9.50, cheaper than a baseball game. They had the in-game actors in this show? That's crazy. Why is the timing perfect for this tour? That's so fun, dude. Is there a story or moral lesson behind Mortal Kombat? Yes. Mortal Kombat is the story of humans rising above their potential to overcome immortal gods. Immortal odds, excuse me, immortal odds. Overcoming mortal odds. That's so crazy. Is there a story or moral lesson behind Mortal Kombat? Yes, Mortal Kombat is the story of humans rising above their potential to overcome immortal odds. Any questions? What if? That's wild. Yeah, I wonder if it's legitimately the actors from the game. Because I feel like this photo here was taken at E3. So I wonder if legitimately they also appeared at the live tour.
David Fishoff, who had worked
Okay,
on
well,
some
here's
other
an
live events.
answer to my question immediately.
We had a meeting. I think we can do the Mortal Kombat live. Do people on trampolines and do whatever, because Cirque du Soleil and some other things were happening then. So David sold the dream and we bought into it.
Next, how about adding a live-action road tour? Beginning in September, Mortal Kombat the Live Tour will sweep across
Maskless
the globe,
Sub-Zero I actually
bringing
also think is a
martial
super
arts
dorky
and
costume.
illusion to more than 200 cities.
David Fishoff was the producer for
I hate that
tour,
design.
and he really, really wanted me to be on that tour, even though I sucked at karate, to do publicity work.
What are you looking at?
Pat Johnson, the director, said I sucked.
Oh, Pat.
It's like, she has no training. She is absolutely horrible. I can't use her. Fishoff was like,
Damn.
she'll learn. And we trained for 3 months in the Catskill Mountains, and it was 12 hours a day. I would get
Bro!
up before
You're just doing 12 hours a day training to do this show on the road?
everybody in the morning, and I would be in the gym on the treadmill. And I would show up for our routines, and I had my headphones on all the time, learning the lines, and just wanted to prove, like, I could do this. You know, sometimes people ask me, have you ever been to this state? And I always think, probably. I'd be on the tour bus and we'd wake up in a new city every day. We'd do sometimes 3 shows a day in a city. It was exhausting. It was for about a year, I believe. We even did South America. I remember we were in Kalamazoo, Michigan, and I was fighting one of the ninjas, and there was this part where
that photo's fucking awesome. Look at this shit. This should have been skins in the game, dude. That's cool as hell.
Fighting one of the ninjas, and there was this part where he throws me up, I do a back tuck, and then I land back down, and we start fighting again. And when he threw me up, I fell back down.
Oh, shit.
And his foot was there, and my foot caught his foot.
No.
So my knee just went. He looks at me with these big saucer eyes, and he's like, are you okay? And I'm like, no. Put me in a headlock, drag me backstage. And my knee is out, like, out here, right? And I go, pull it. And he looks at me, he says, I'm not fucking touching it. And he's like, you're on your own. I go, go get me some tape. And
This is
as he was
crazy.
gone, I just went like that, and it just popped right back in. And I taped it up really tight, and it sucked because I had to go back on, go up some stairs, and then Shang Tsung was behind me, and he had to make me disappear, and I had to go down a trap chute.
Fuck.
And that was a jump, so I had to like land on one leg, and then out the back with a cab waiting for me to take me to the hospital. And I blew out my ACL. And
that's a
I was
career
like,
ender.
I'm gonna finish this tour because we're almost done. I came back on stage within a week. I got a brace. I had to finish. You could not tell me that I was not gonna finish this tour. And I did it.
The way that they were crafting with all the various talent, Carrie and everybody else, to see it live, it was remarkable.
And by the end of the tour, Pat Johnson came up to me and he said, I just want you to know. Came up to me.
Jax's arms here, bro. What the fuck? What's wrong with it? Those are supposed to be robot arms, chat. Let's see what they look like in the actual show.
And by the end of
see, that
the
looks cool
tour,
as hell.
Pat Johnson came
That's
up to
terrible.
me
That's
and
bad.
He said, I just want you to
That's
know
bad.
that I think you have balls of steel. And it grabbed my heart because it meant so much to me for him to actually see how hard I was working. I got a little, verklempt. It was so important for me to impress him because he impressed me. And I did it.
Damn, what a story. That was crazy. Yeah, that photo rules. That one does not. I can't believe they put on this whole fucking show and it's like, Jax, your robot arms, are they okay? And it's just like fucking white sleeves. Is that her? That seemed like somebody else. This kid, bro. I think maybe he's bowing. Let's give him some credit. Let's just say he's bowing. Huh. So it does sound, though, that for the actual show itself, Carrie's the only person in the game who is there, despite this flyer. Used to promote it. Bro, they put a code on her shirt. All right, I think we gotta pick up. We gotta finish this. There's just another whole chapter. There's the 3D era, so there's the rest of MK3. Go back to the FAQs. It's one of the questions. Okay. I don't know when we finish this. Who is in the cast? The cast consists of the actual characters from the Mortal Kombat game as well as some of the world's top martial artists. That is not answering the question to me. It says actual characters, not actual actors. That's to me them dancing around to the question. Here's a great Twitter thread of John Tobias talking about the history of the logo. Well, I mean, here we go. This is all you need to see. To me, this is like nailed it in one. Iconic logo in one shot. 100% accuracy. Next page. What do you want on this next page, chat? What do you want from this? I just see a bunch of facts about David Fishoff. One page too far. Chat, I'm about to scream. Will there be charity involved? Yeah, TFP is currently seeking a cause-related tie-in. Oh, so they don't have one yet. Complex and confusing situations can lead a child to make a wrong decision. Mortal Kombat: The Live Tour will seek a charitable partner that will work to deliver a message to such children to help them make the right decision. About what? Mortal Kombat: The Live Tour seeks to deliver this message as well and strives to combat these negative forces in our society. What immortal odds? All right, chat. We're going to go page by page, okay? We've been on this page. What advertising, target age group, how's the tour being marketed? I love the video game. Will this show affect the way I play the game? Yeah, it's going to give you some codes. Wait, hold on. Look at this. The show will reveal secret codes to reach higher levels in the new Mortal Kombat game. Without these codes, the higher levels are unattainable. That's such insane bullshit. Keeping in mind the current price range of reality shows, yeah. All right, chat, are you willing to accept that you were wrong about this yet? Can you for once take the L? I'm just asking you to, you know what I mean? Just take it under the table. I'm gonna put it in an envelope. I'm gonna leave the table. I'm just asking you to pick it up after I leave. One page too far. I've been on this page. It's the charity page. Yeah, I got a button for this.
Can these oinkers learn to game?
I got a whole button for this, chat. There is a cast list. Ooh, I don't know if we can really compare and contrast. I don't know if we know this much about these people. King Baraka. Cool. There were 3 Jaxes. 5 Johnny Cages. 6 Shang Tsungs. And there was a second Sonya who had to fill in while poor Carrie was getting her ACL mended. That's crazy. Second page from the back is this one. This is the second page from the back, chat. There's a code hidden in chat during the last stream to find the right page. There's a code hidden in chat. So here's the thing. I wonder if we, I think this will slip into eternity if I don't finish it on Monday. So I feel like there's maybe like 2 hours left of this documentary. What is combatants? Oh, dude, that's such a cool resource. You gotta be shitting me. Oh, dude. Well, that's just cool as hell. They give you the endings too? Well, I actually like it in the beginning. They are kind of tying like something between Melina Mouth and Baraka Mouth. Yeah, I don't believe Jaffe when he says he loves the endings of Mortal Kombat, though. I don't buy it. I don't buy it. Yeah, so maybe we just have ourselves a little Mortal Monday. Just a little bit, because I really do want to play more Shining Force. Oh, dude, this is sick as hell. Wow. Yeah, I understand the game. Oh, that's funny, the way they just kind of shift over for the MK4s. I understand the games themselves are in pretty rough shape. But for everything I want this collection to be, it's so nice. I'm into this, bro. So, okay, I think what we'll do Monday is we will start with this, finish the timeline, and then go to Shining Force after that. You don't get the controversy? I do. If you are super into the idea of, like, playing the game online, for the first time, you know what I mean? Like playing MK2, or even just like you want an arcade perfect version of Mortal Kombat.
Raiden.
I could see it being disappointing that there's input delay. Fight. Fuck. Fuck.
Johnny Cage win.
This guy kicked my ass.
Excellent.
Eat shit. Oh.
Raiden wins.
All right, so I'll tell you right now, I'm not noticing the input delay. You know what I mean? At my rudimentary level of understanding fighting games, as you can see on display here.
Raiden wins.
Not a factor. Most people don't notice it, but if you're a fighting game guy, you will. Yeah. But the thing is, I feel like this package is highly appealing to fighting game fans, but also, like all of Mortal Kombat throughout history, right? Casuals. Yeah. So I do wonder if the Legacy Collection is appealing to casuals. It's appealing to me. I freaking love this. Look at this, dude. It just seems like an archive, you know? The WaveNet. There's a very particular version of that game, you know? It just feels so comprehensive. You need codes to notice the input delay. Got it. I'll hopefully find them. All right, so that's the plan, chat. We'll continue this Monday because I'm having such a good time. I really love this. WaveNet version is so crazy, actually. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad that, you know what I mean? Like, they're just comprehensive. They're like, we got to get everything in there. Everything that you could want in there, we got to put in there. Legacy Collection 2? I don't think so. I don't think that's what Digital Clips is about. You know what I mean? Like, maybe they have a collection of a lot of those Mortal Kombat games, but I don't think Digital Clips would take it on. There's not as much, you know, interesting stories to tell, I think, for those games. It'd be cool to have a collection of all those PS2 games running on modern hardware, no doubt. But the documentary half of it wouldn't be as, I think, interesting. Heroes Keep, thank you for gifting that gift sub. Yeah, maybe I would imagine like WB would be into it. I agree. I think so. But yeah, I want to encourage Digital Eclipse to do this many, many more times. I love this every time. Yeah, super fun stream. Well, basically, I feel like we didn't hit the conclusion of it, which feels like a cliffhanger, but we'll get to that Monday. So Monday will be Mortal Monday, and then Shining Force Part 2. Next Friday, Gigabash DLC. That's the monster fighting game that we like to gamble on. Getting in some Luminous Arise as well. And then next Saturday is going to be Sakurai Saturday. I will be playing through Kirby Air Ride on the GameCube. Doing my homework. Never played this game, really. I did play City Run with the Easy Allies one time. City Trial, excuse me. But I've never really played this game. So I think that'll be fun. But then also I want to watch a bunch of Sakurai videos. There is a suggestion tab on the Discord. I don't think we got through half of them last time we did Sakurai Saturday. So I think we still have more that we could possibly watch. But in the chance that we don't, if you want to toss in another recommendation of a Sakurai video, go ahead. Please do. So yeah, that'll be next Saturday. And then we'll see about the week after that. There might be some scheduling interruptions the week after that, but next week's pretty locked in. Monday stream, at some point throughout the week, the MinMax show will go up. I'll be guest hosting MinMax show. I will try to get up the in-betweener, so there'll be a new video up on YouTube on my own channel next week as well. And then Friday, Saturday stream. So really busy week next week. Should you start Lamar or Darnold? I don't know. I feel like there's a lot of hype on Sam Darnold right now. Go to fantasypros.com and see what the top 10 quarterback specialists of the year have to say. This would be my advice. Last Min-Max run was a lot of fun. Yeah. Well, the difference, huge difference is I'm guest hosting, right? Which I feel like, you know what I mean? It's a whole different role for me. You know what I mean? I got to be more respectful as a host than I do as a guest. Remember to take care of yourself as things get busy? You mean more fast food? I'm into it. Yeah. I'll eat as much as I can. All right, chat. Appreciate you. Really fun day. It's a fun day just chilling and watching this stuff. Thanks for all the factoids you inject into chat as we watch this stuff. Yeah, have a good rest of your weekend. Hope to see you around next week for a full week of streams. And appreciate you. I think I said that twice, but it's the truth. All right, see you around.
It's a robot party. It's a robot party. It's a robot party. It's a robot party. Tie your shoes. It's a robot party. Pet the dog. It's a robot